It is Monday, January 13th. There are 6 board members present, and we're ready to tackle some more proposals.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, move to adopt Proposal 11, shorten the spring and fall bear hunting seasons in Unit 9C Charlie by 1 week for residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
All right, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Amy Vandevort. I'm the King Salmon Area Wildlife Biologist. Seated to my right is Evelyn Lickwa, the Assistant Area Biologist, and Todd Rinaldi, the Regional Management Coordinator. Before I begin, I just want to point out from your RC 14 from yesterday, Proposal 11 is proposing the same identical dates as Proposal 18. So Proposal 11 seeks to shorten brown bear season dates in Unit 9C to October 7th to October 21st and May 10th to May 25th for residents and non-residents. This is a public proposal. The department recommendation is to oppose the season reduction and is neutral on any allocative aspects of the proposal. Current brown bear regulations for Unit 9C include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years. The bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 1st to October 21st and May 10th to May 31st. There is also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year. There is a negative customary and traditional use finding for brown bear in Unit 9C. This proposal would decrease hunting opportunity and increase hunter crowding during the first open week of the fall hunting season. Katmai National Park and Preserve is located within Unit 9C, leaving approximately 40% of available brown bear habitat open to hunting. Available habitat is habitat below 2,700 feet elevation with large water bodies removed. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to get better hunter and harvest data. The average annual harvest for the unit during the biennial seasons for the last 4 open seasons is 15 to 17 bears, or just over 30 bears every other year during open regulatory years. The last abundance estimate from 2004 and 2005 was 1,950 bears. Using this estimate, the harvest rate is less than 1%. This is a sustainable harvest rate for coastal brown bears. As you can see in this slide, average ages of harvested bears has trended upward since 2001 with an approximate increase of 2 years for both males and females. Age data for 2023 is not available yet. Average skull sizes for harvested brown bears has fluctuated, with females showing an upward trend since 2001. Average ages and skull sizes are not showing any declines, which indicate there are older age classes of brown bear available for harvest. This meets the management goal to provide an opportunity to take large animals. Brown bear harvest reached a peak in the 2003 regulatory year of 70 bears harvested. Since then, hunter numbers have decreased and harvest has decreased by almost 50%. Effort or number of days hunted per hunter has remained stable, and percent success has also remained steady. The department opposes shortening the season and is neutral on allocative aspects. There are no conservation concerns with brown bears in Unit 9C with a large refugia provided by Katmai National Park. Shortening the seasons is an unnecessary reduction in bear hunting opportunity. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Amy. As I read in the proposal and some of their comments in there, they mentioned that there was a potential for other user conflicts going in the field and coming out of the field. Have you heard of any of that, or has anything been reported to the department?
Through the chair, Member Brett, nothing's been reported to the department for that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the unit map, it looks like Katmai is, like I said, it's a very large part of that 9C area, and then it bumps up with McNeil River. Has there been any surveys or any studies or any collar studies showing bear movement that bears taken from, say, the western or the southwestern part of 9C are moving into the McNeil River area where there might be a conflict that this proposal brings up.
Through the chair, Member Brett, sorry about that. So the state doesn't have any radio collar data for that. Katmai National Park has radio collared bears in the past, and they haven't shown bears that were collared on the coast going inland. They typically stay on the coast over on that side. And Lake Clark also has some collar data out for summer months that, I mean, like with all animals, some animals do move, but the majority stay on that coastal area.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question for you. Do you have any sort of idea on the numbers of non-consumptive users and the increase, frequency to maybe McNeil River over the last couple of years? Is it increasing? Down in Southeast, we talked a lot about like these shoulder seasons and, more and more people trying to fill up that gap in space. Are you getting that feeling as well here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. McNeil River's very controlled. It's done only on a permit system. I can't actually speak to an increase, decrease, but I don't think it's increased a whole lot. Still extremely popular. I can't speak to Katmai. We'd have to ask the Park Service about that, but for McNeil, I think we're pretty status quo.
Thanks. Other questions from board members? So, we have some board findings about, bear conservation, harvest, and management policy. And one of those findings, the third principle in the beginning, is to recognize the importance of bears for viewing, photography, research, and non-consumptive use in Alaska. And I think that we're looking out for that with this. There's a nice long viewing season. I don't think that I'd be willing to support a decreased opportunity for a consumptive user in this case, and I'm not going to support this proposal. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My intent is not to support this proposal either. We have a harvest rate of less than 1%, which is very conservative. We're meeting goals of harvesting large animals. Hunter effort is stable. Conflicts at this time only are perceived only, and this hunt is sustainable, so I won't be supporting this proposal.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this as well. The average skull size aren't declining, and there's no conservation concerns.
Thanks. Further discussion from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the department's numbers, their testimony that the bear population is stable, they're comfortable with the harvest rates, and there's no biological reason to shorten the seasons. And also, Katmai National Park is a very, very large refuge area that butts right up against McNeil River, where the largest non-consumptive use is. And McNeil River is, like the director said, very, very highly monitored. Everything's there by permit. So the number of viewers in McNeil River area are pretty stable over the years. Maybe a little additional use, but not much. So based on those facts, I won't be supporting this either.
Further discussion from board members? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called. James, will you give us the cost statement?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks, James. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 11. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Loring.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Mr. Garner.
No.
And Mr. Bechtel.
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 12, lengthen the brown bear hunting seasons in Units 9 Delta and 9 E Echo for both residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
All Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to point out on your RC 14, Proposal 12 season dates are identical to what's being proposed in Proposal 14 and 16. Proposal 12 seeks to lengthen fall brown bear season dates in units 9D and 9E to October 1st through October 21st. Proposal 12, like I said, is identical to Proposals 14 and 16. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral for this proposal. Current brown bear regulations for units 9D and 9E include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years, so an every other year hunt. Bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 7th to October 21st for residents and non-residents, and May 10th to May 31st for residents, and May 10th to May 25th for non-residents. There's also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for Unit 9E with an amount necessary for subsistence of 10 to 15 bears. Effects of this proposal include increased hunting opportunity and possibly harvest and decreased hunter crowding. Units 9D and 9E include Basharoff, Alaska Peninsula, and Eisenbeck National Wildlife Refuges. Aniakchak National Monument and Preserve is also located in 9E. Almost all available brown bear habitat is open to hunting except for that portion within Aniakchak National Monument. As with the other Unit 9 units, the majority of harvest comes from guided non-resident hunters. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to better track hunting and harvest data. From 2011 to 2017, there was an overall downward trend in hunters and harvest. Numbers stabilized in 2017. Throughout this time period of 2011 to the present, percent success has been stable at around 60%. This graph is showing that decline in number of hunters in the blue and the number of bears harvested in the black since 2011. Total hunters have decreased by about 30% and harvest by about 35%. There was a spike in 2021, and that's because of how the hunts were adjusted during COVID. If you average 2021 data with 2019 data, numbers are similar from 2017 through the 2023 hunting season. Another key piece of information, that hunting seasons were shortened beginning in 2019. This was done over concerns about sudden increases in the percentage of males 8 years old or older in the harvest and the percent of adult females in the harvest. There is no noticeable decrease in harvest when the shortened seasons went into effect. As you can see in this graph, harvest numbers from 2023 are similar to 2017. When the fall season was shortened, harvest that had originally been occurring during that first week of the hunt, depicted in the black, switched to the second week in October, or what you can barely see in here, the gray. Harvest during the third week in October stayed the same. This is mostly because weather usually deteriorates the farther into October you go, so hunters want to hunt the first 2 weeks if possible. This graph shows the sudden spikes in percentages of adult females and males 8 years and older in the harvest, which caused the seasons to be shortened. Males showed a slight lag and spike compared to females. Females peaked in 2013 and males in 2015. Percentages were already declining when the shortened seasons took effect. Age data from 2023 is not available yet. In absence of population estimates, skull measurements and ages from harvested bears are used to track population. These measurements can indicate if there's a loss of a cohort or older aged bears in the population. Average skull sizes have remained fairly constant. There was an increase during the same time period of when the percentage of males 8 years and older spiked, and it went down during 2019 but went back up again in 2021 and 2023, even though percentage of males 8 years and older had declined back to the 30% range in 2021. This data would indicate larger and younger bears in the harvest, which could be the result of abundant food resources, allowing for more body growth in bears prior to them being harvested. Female skull size didn't show a significant corresponding increase when percentage of adult females peaked in 2013. Average ages correspond to the previous slide. Peaks in age were seen when percentages of males 8 years old or older and adult females spiked in 2015 and 2013 respectively. Prior to the spikes in percentages, average ages were already increasing, as you can see here in 2011 and 2013 for the male data. 2021 showed a continuing decline in average female ages and an increase in male age. Age data from 2023 is not available yet. Management objectives for Unit 9 include a harvest composed of at least 60% males and 50 males 8 years or older in the combined fall and spring seasons. Both of these objectives are being met, and most years harvest from 9E alone meets the 50 males 8 years old or older objective. The department is neutral on this proposal. There are no conservation concerns for brown bears in Unit 9. Average number of hunters and effort has been stable since 2017. There is no decrease in harvest when seasons were shortened, and yet the percentages of adult males and females in the population decreased to long-term averages, alleviating concerns that led to it being shortened initially. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you. My question, Amy, is the number of bears harvested by residents in 9, are we meeting our ANS for the customary and traditional finding?
Through the chair, yes, we have enough resident harvest to meet that.
We have what?
We have enough resident harvest to meet the ANS.
Do we got an idea? Are we just in there, or are we well above it?
Director Scott?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I don't recall the ANS off the top of my head, but there's ample bears available to meet that ANS. We don't have any conservation concerns, so additional bears, regardless of the harvest, are available.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from other board members? Oh, Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say that the ANS for 9B is 10 to 20 bears, and the ANS for 9E is 10 to 15, if that helps.
Thank you. Any more questions from board members? Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at, I'm sure it's number 67 on my book here. It's the total number of harvests and hunters slide, back a few slides. I was just kind of curious if you can figure out why in 2019 we had such a low number, then it really bumped up on the COVID year, 2021, to such a high. Is there an explanation for that? What do you think happened?
Yes, through the chair, Member Brett. So what happened was in 2019, that's only includes data for the fall hunt of 2019, and then it was shut down. So the data for 2021 actually includes a spring hunt in 2021, a fall hunt in 2021, and a spring hunt in 2022. Just the way it was closed and reopened.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
I have a question for you. I know you said you don't have any, collars on the landscape, but you do aerial surveys. In the fall, what's the time frame for those aerial surveys? What time do you try to get out there and do those counts?
Mr. Chair, so the salmon stream counts that are done by Basheriff are done late August when there's salmon in the streams. That way they can actually find the bears on the streams.
Thanks. Any other questions from board members? No other questions? Member Brett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just build the record a little bit that I'd be in support of this proposal. We're at least meeting reasonable opportunity for bears in 9E where we have a positive C&T. The population seems to be stable, and our skull and age sizes haven't indicated that we have a decreasing population.
Any further comments, guys? Questions? If not, Member Loring.
Thank you. I'll be in support of this proposal also. This extra time gives a little bit more opportunity, time in the field for the hunters, which we've had testimony that that's a really important part of success is that extra time in the field. Department's comfortable with the numbers at the population size and the harvest rates, and they're neutral on the proposal, so they don't seem to have any big concerns with a little extra long season. So I'll be supporting this.
Thanks for that. Any further questions? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 12. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 13, lengthen the brown bear hunting seasons in Units 9D Delta and 9E Echo for residents and non-residents, and lengthen the non-resident spring hunting season.
Second.
And just to clarify, so we acted on part of this proposal already with the previous one, so now we're just be dealing with like the spring component of it, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and if I may point out, the spring component is actually addressed in Proposal 15, if you want to look at that one instead of just a portion of this one.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 13.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I think I could ask for unanimous consent, but I'm going to do a roll call vote to take no action.
Unanimous consent is fine,
Oh,
Mr.
is
Chairman,
it?
although stating a reason why no action is helpful too.
All right, we're not going to take any action on this proposal because we're going to take it up at a later date, just a couple proposals down in Proposal 15. So, everybody good with taking no action? All right, we'll take no action.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 14, lengthen the brown bear hunting seasons in Units 9D Delta and 9E Echo for residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and if I'm correct, we've dealt with this particular one as well, right? So I think I'd entertain a movement to take no action on this proposal as well.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 14 due to previous actions.
Second.
I'm going to ask for unanimous consent, and we're not taking any action on this because we dealt with these, all the elements of this proposal in a previous proposal. So I think we're ready for 15 now, I think.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 15, lengthen the non-resident spring brown bear hunting season in Units 9 Delta and 9 Echo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I know we've been doing a bunch of jumping around, but I think we're ready for 15 now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 15 seeks to lengthen non-resident spring brown bear season dates in Units 9D and 9E to May 10th through May 31st. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral for this proposal. Current brown bear regulations for Units 9D and 9E include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years, so an every other year hunt. Bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 7th to the 21st for residents and non-residents, May 10th to May 31st for residents, and May 10th to May 25th for non-residents. There's also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for Unit 9E with an ANS of 10 to 15 bears. Effects of this proposal include increased hunting opportunity and possibly harvest and decreased hunter crowding. Units 9D and 9E include Beset, Alaska Peninsula, and Eisenbeck National Wildlife Refuges. Aniakchak National Monument Preserve is also located in 9E. Almost all available brown bear habitat is open to hunting except for that portion within Aniakchak National Monument. As with the other Unit 9 units, the majority of harvest comes from guided non-resident hunters. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to better track hunting and harvest data. From 2011 to 2017, there was an overall downward trend in hunters and harvest. Numbers stabilized in 2017. And throughout this time period of 2011 to the present, percent success has been stable at around 60%. There was a spike in 2021, and that's because of how the hunts were adjusted during COVID. Sorry, I forgot to turn the slide. So here's the graph of total brown bear harvest and hunters for 9D and 9E. As I just said, there was a spike in 2021, and that's because of how the hunts were adjusted. If that's averaged with 2019, numbers are similar from 2017 through the 2023 hunting season. While this proposal is trying to lengthen the spring season dates, there was no pattern seen like there was during the fall hunt for the distribution of harvest throughout the hunt. Harvest was equally spread out throughout the season. Weather is typically better later in the month, which favors better hunting conditions. This graph shows the sudden spikes in percentages of adult females in blue and males 8 years and older in the harvest in the black. Males showed a slight lag and spike. Females peaked in 2013 and males in 2015. Percentages were already declining when the shortened seasons took effect. Age data from 2023 is not available yet. In absence of population estimates, skull measurements and ages from harvested bears are used to track population. These measurements can indicate if there's a loss of a cohort or older aged bears in the population. Average skull sizes have remained fairly constant. There was an increase during the same time period of when the percentage of males 8 years and older spiked. It went down during 2019, but went back up again in 2021 and 2023, even though percentage of males 8 years and older had declined back to the 30% range in 2021. This data would indicate larger and younger bears in the harvest, which could be the result of abundant food resources allowing for more body growth in bears prior to them being harvested. Female skull size didn't show a significant corresponding increase when percentage of adult females peaked in 2013. Average ages correspond to the previous slide. Peaks in age were seen when percentages of males 8 years old or older and adult females spiked in 2015 and 2013 respectively. Prior to the spikes in percentages, average ages were already increasing, as you can see here in 2011 and 2013 for the male data. Also, ages were already decreasing by the time the shortened seasons took effect. 2021 showed a continuing decline in average female ages and an increase in male age. Data from 2023 is not available. Management objectives for Unit 9 include a harvest composed of at least 60% males and 50 males 8 years or older in the combined fall and spring seasons. Both of these objectives are being met. In most years, harvest from 9E alone meets the 50 males 8 years old or older objective. So the department is neutral on this proposal. There are no conservation concerns for brown bears in Unit 9. Average number of hunters and effort has been stable since 2017. There was no decrease in harvest when seasons were shortened, and yet the percentage of adult males and females in the population decreased to long-term averages. This proposal would not necessarily cause any significant increase in harvest because the majority of the land is federally managed, and outfitters are restricted on the number of hunters they can take. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Do we have any questions from board members? If not, I have a question to start off here. I'm across the pond there on Kodiak, and I have a really good idea of the mating season on Kodiak in the spring. Our season closes the 15th of May. And we're in full rut at that time. Going toward the end of May, what percentage of the breeding gets done at that time? And even fishing in the end of May and June and stuff like that, you still see a lot of, young adults doing that. What's the percentage in the last couple weeks of May? Is that like prime time rut?
Mr. Chair, we don't have any studies to show when the prime time is. After spending time at McNeil for a little bit, there was active breeding going on in June. And then when we flew transect surveys in 9D early June last year, there was some male-female interactions, but there were also still bears coming out of dens in early June at that time.
Thanks for that. And in your observations in that time frame, an older sow and an older boar that are together, and that sow's kind of anchored up maybe in a spot that's greened up a little bit, and they hang around each other for like 3 or 4 days. Is that your observation during that time frame as well, with older boars conducting breeding like that and younger boars doing a lot of running and moving around and pushing around sows?
Yes, Mr. Chair. When we were doing the transect surveys, we did see a lot of single bears, and from the plane, sometimes it's difficult to really determine if it's a female or a younger boar, so it's hard to say for certain, if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Any other questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if this proposal was adopted, it would eliminate that resident-only season for the last 6 days. Is that correct?
Yeah, Member Loring through the chair. Yes, that would eliminate the resident-only season.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to build the record a little bit, I'm in support of this proposal, and I'll reference my comments on the previous proposals.
Thanks for that. Dr. Wida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the board wishes, staff pulled up a little bit of data for the communities on their harvest. If you would like me to report on that, I can.
Absolutely, that'd be helpful.
Okay. So we found that there wasn't a lot of harvest in the communities from 9E, but there was some harvest. Chignik Lake harvested 2.5 bears in 2011 and none in 2016. And then the Chignik communities overall show pretty consistent use up until about 2010, then much less use after that. There was one bear in Perryville in 2016. There was one bear in Ugashik and one in Pilot Point, and none in Igigik in 2016 as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. I guess just to put a little bit more on the record, we have, our findings that I talked about earlier about bear conservation, harvest, and management, and one of the guiding principles is to, primarily manage most brown bear populations to maintain trophy quality, especially in game management units 1 through 6, 8, and 8 through 10. So that includes this unit. And I think we're doing that. I've, listened to the department. It sounds like the concern earlier for the number of bears definitely isn't there anymore. I think that the skull sizes, the Board of Sow take has maintained about the same. Hearing all the public comment about the same thing, hey, we don't have those concerns for bears, like we did before. And I think we're ready to return, to have a little longer season in the spring as well. So I'm going to support this proposal. Member Loring.
Thank you. Can I get some clarification? Didn't we deal with this spring season, Proposal 9, by keeping the current seasons on the books? So we voted down 9, which would have changed it, so it went back to the current season. So in my mind, we already dealt with this season extension for non-residents in 9.
Absolutely. Proposal 9, though, is up for the whole unit. We're talking about just 2 units. We're talking about D and E in this proposal.
Okay, thanks. And I still think that the non-resident component of the hunt, according to Fish and Game, the numbers were pretty constant over the years, and even with the reduced season by a week, the harvest numbers were still equal to what the rest of the prior seasons were for the non-residents, so they were able to adapt to that. And by giving the residents a small component of resident-only hunting, added about 5 more bears to the total take last year. And with that in mind, I don't see that there would be any reason to really change the prior season for these 2 units, or these 2 subunits, based on what the board had talked about when they made the resident-only exception, looking for maybe a 2 or 3 year experiment to see what happens. And we've only been, through one hunting season so far, so I'll be opposing this proposal.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from board members? Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listening to the department showing stable bear populations in the area, management goals being met, seems that this proposal, multiple proposals in this area, are predominantly to manage the crowding and weather concerns. So I'd be in support of this proposal.
Thanks. Further questions from board members, comments, intent? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called. Can I have the cost statement, Mr. Batchel?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks. Will you pull the board, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 15. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Proposal carries by vote of 5 yeas to 1 nay.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 16 due to the action we took on 15.
Second.
And Department, I'm just double checking. I think we already covered this as well too, right? Great. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent to take no action on 16. All right, we'll take no action on 16. And then 17, we've already dealt with as well. Is that correct, Department? And then we can take no action on, Member
No,
Brett.
because it has a resident component in this one.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 17, lengthen the spring and fall brown bear hunting seasons in Unit 9 Echo for residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, Proposal 17?
So, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, Proposal 17, it does have a resident component listed, but it does, all the previous proposals that have been taken action on have addressed the season dates that this one's proposing.
Yeah, Member Brett.
I think this one's dealing with the spring hunt, though, and not the fall hunt as we prior did.
So there's, sorry, Mr. Chair. Proposal 17 addresses the fall and spring season dates just for 9E, basically proposing the same season dates that you guys took action on in Proposal 12 and Proposal 15.
Yeah, I agree with that, but now we have a spring component and a resident component in this one. And it's for 9E.
We'll take a brief at ease here, and we'll dig into this a little bit more and come back here in 10 minutes and hash this one out. Thanks. Proposal 17 explanation. Thanks. I guess just to clarify, we got Proposal 17 on the table.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 17 seeks to lengthen fall and spring brown bear season dates in Unit 9E to October 1st through October 21st and May 10th through May 31st. This is a public proposal. The department is neutral for this proposal. Current brown bear regulations for Unit 9E include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years, so an every other year hunt. Bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 7th to October 21st for residents and non-residents, May 10th to May 31st for residents, and May 10th to May 25th for non-residents. There's also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year, and a subsistence hunt in a portion of Unit 9E. Effects of this proposal include increased hunting opportunity and possibly harvest and decreased hunter crowding. Unit 9E includes Beset and Alaska Peninsula National Wildlife Refuges. Aniakchak National Monument and Preserve is also located in 9E. Almost all available brown bear habitat is open to hunting except for that portion within Aniakchak National Monument. As with the other Unit 9 units, the majority of harvest comes from guided non-resident hunters. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to better track hunting and harvest data. Since that time, percent success has remained stable at around 60%. From 2011 to 2017, there was an overall downward trend in hunters and harvest. Numbers stabilized in 2017, and throughout this time period, I already said that, there was a spike in 2021. That's because of how the hunts were adjusted during COVID. Same with the dip you see in 2019. If 2019 and 2021 data are averaged, numbers are similar from 2017 through the 2023 hunting season. When the fall season was shortened, harvests that had originally been occurring during that first week of the hunt, shown by the black, switched to the second week in October, shown by the gray. Harvest during the third week in October, in the blue, stayed the same. This is because weather usually deteriorates the farther into October you go, so hunters want to hunt the first 2 weeks if possible. When you look at timing of harvest during the spring season, it appears that when the season was lengthened in 2013, harvest during the final week was taken from the second week of the hunt initially, but when the season was shortened, harvest that had occurred during the last week was split between the 2 remaining time frames. This graph shows the sudden spikes in percentages of adult females and males 8 years and older in the harvest that caused the seasons to be shortened beginning in 2019. Males showed a slight lag in the spike. Females peaked in 2013 and males in 2015. Percentages were already declining when the shortened seasons took effect. Age data from 2023 is not available yet. In absence of population estimates, skull measurements and ages from harvested bears are used to track population. These measurements can indicate if there is a loss of a cohort or older aged bears in the population. Average skull sizes have remained fairly constant, with males showing a slight upward trend. Average male skull sizes have tracked with the increase of percentage of males 8 years and older in the harvest. It went down in 2019, but went back up again in 2021 and 2023, even though percentage of males 8 years and older had declined back to the 30% range in 2021. This data would indicate that there are larger and younger male bears in the harvest, which could be the result of abundant food resources, allowing for more body growth in bears prior to them being harvested. Female skull size showed a slight corresponding increase when percentage of adult females peaked in 2013. Average ages correspond to the previous slide. Peaks in age were seen when percentages of males 8 years old or older and adult females spiked in 2013. Prior to the spikes in percentages, average ages were already increasing, as you can see here in 2011 and 2013. 2021 showed a continuing decline in average female ages and an increase in male age. Data from 2023 is not available yet. Management objectives for Unit 9 include a harvest composed of at least 60% males and 50 males 8 years or older in the combined fall and spring seasons. Both of these objectives are being met. In most years, harvest from 9E alone meets the 50 males 8 years old or older objective. So the department is neutral on this proposal. There are no conservation concerns for brown bears in Unit 9E. Average number of hunters and effort has been stable since 2017. There is no decrease in harvest when seasons were shortened. And this proposal would not necessarily cause any major increases in harvest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Department, for running through that again. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to adopt the resident season to have an end date of 5 June in units 9D and 9E.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. And, yep, go ahead, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's why I was kind of wanting to do this proposal. Member Loring mentioned that some action we took 3 years ago that due to our cycles and our procedures, you know, the residents only had 1 year to see how they would react to a resident portion that didn't have competition with guides. And adding this additional opportunity for residents also adds opportunity for subsistence. This change still will be sustainable opportunity. And as the department has mentioned, we don't have a conservation concern in either 9D or 9E for bear harvest.
Any other questions about the amendment? Everybody really clear what the amendment's doing here?
I do have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So then the remainder of the proposal still stays in place? And your intent is not that just this proposal deal with the resident season?
Yep, so this amendment is adding a six days on to the end of the season for residents only in 9D and E. Okay, so everybody's clear on that. We're going to vote on the amendment here. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment. Mr. Bechtel.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
The amendment carries 6-0.
All right, we have the amended proposal in front of us here. Do we have any questions from board members while you guys are thinking? I have a question for the department. So you mentioned earlier about like some opportunity around inhabited areas. Is it kind of like our North Road system one on Kodiak? Is it kind of you just get a harvest ticket and go hunting? And what are the seasons for that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, the year-round season, we call it the RB 525 permits. It's a registration permit. There's no fee required for it. You can get it online or at our office. It's open year-round, and it's, depending on the community, it's typically good for around 3 to 5 miles radius around that community. And it includes pretty much all the communities on the Alaska Peninsula.
Do you have any idea of how many bears get taken with that particular permit?
Mr. Chair, I can look that up real quick if you'd like.
Thank you. Any other questions for board members? Well, oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Fletcher. So in my previous life, I did a considerable amount of bear work down on the, on the Alaska Peninsula and Upper Cook Inlet. My experience with the timing of the peak mating season is first and second week of June. And this comes from experience, Texudney Bay, Chinitna Bay, Douglas River, and silver salmon. So we discussed that during break, and Amy also agrees that the peak of mating season probably takes place on the flats in the first and second week of June.
Mating season sounds a lot more professional than rut, like I used. Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out for the board, in reference to the bear management policy, and while June dates are not contemplated in that policy, should you move that direction, you know, Unit 9 stands out. And keep in mind, we have other areas, Unit 8, Unit 4, Unit 5, the Yakutat, Malaspina Forelands, that all end on May 31st. So this would be different. You would be pushing a season into June.
Thanks for that. Further discussion, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate all the comments. I'm just trying to further and stay consistent with my vote that I took 3 years ago, giving residents an opportunity to harvest bears down there without conflict with other users, other guides. And the only way I could come up with that was adding into, a portion right into that June section. And with residents, as they're participating, I don't expect there'll be an impact even during the mating season of residents harvesting too many bears. But we got 3 years to test this, so that's what we're looking at. That's what we kind of did with the original one, is let's see how residents react in 3 years to a resident-only season. Again, unfortunately, because of our 3-year cycle, they only got 1 year to participate because of the split season. So this is a slight continuation of what we did 3 years ago. Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I understand what Mr. Director Scott's saying and what the bios are saying about the, this extra season we're creating and maybe, putting a big star in the map on this is a good place to go for residents. But I think that there's a lot of other factors that would probably limit some resident participation, probably not much more than what we currently have in the later resident-only season. And I'd like to see it go for one cycle. And if there is an issue comes up, if there's a lot of harvest, or if it's causing interference with mating or something like that, we do a ACR or emergency closure to take care of that. I think that's another option we can do. So I'd like to see it at least go through one cycle, and then we can reevaluate in 3 years.
Thanks. Amy, did you have something?
Mr. Chair, I looked up the RB 525 harvest, and going back the past decade or so, depending on the year, typically is between 10 to 20 bears annually taken.
Thank you very much for that. More discussion here on the proposal. Who we got? Oh, Vice Chair Hoffman, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably not inclined to support this. I think we've made some adjustments already, and I'm a little leery about changing these dates, not aligning with the adjacent units. So I'm on the fence, but I'm probably not going to support this one.
Any further discussion here about the amended proposal ahead of us? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought about it. But in your reference to our bear management policy and respecting or making note of our other non-consumptive users out there, this is just an additional 6 days, which they have many more days of opportunity to view and recreate. So I don't think it's a burden on the non-consumptive users if we add 6 days to a spring season for residents.
That being said, any further discussion here before we vote on this proposal? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called. Can we have a cost statement, please, Mr. Batchel?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 17 as amended. Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Batchel.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
No.
And Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Proposal fails 3-3.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 18, shorten the spring and fall bear hunting seasons in Unit 9C Charlie for residents and non-residents, and convert to drawing permit hunts.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department, just to clarify, can we take no action on this? Do we deal with this in an early proposal?
Mr. Chair, yes, these season dates are identical to what was taken action on in Proposal 11.
Okay, great. So I think with unanimous consent, we'll take no action on 18. Is that good with everybody? All right, we'll take no action on 18, and we're ready for 19.
I grabbed the wrong one.
No worries, eh?
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 19, establish a hunting season and a non-resident bag limit for Arctic fox on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Good morning, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. For the record, my name is Evelyn Liqua. Proposal 19 is a public proposal to establish an Arctic fox hunting season of November 10th to February 28th with no bag limit for residents and a bag limit of 2 foxes for non-residents on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10. The department is neutral to allocation and opposes reduced season dates and bag limits. There's no limit and no closed season for Arctic fox hunting throughout Unit 10 for both residents and non-residents. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for fox in all units with a harvestable portion. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion. This proposal reduces hunting opportunity and may reduce harvest of Arctic foxes by residents and non-residents. However, current harvest is unknown, and so it is unclear how much opportunity or harvest would be lost. The effect of this proposal on residents would be an inability to remove nuisance foxes outside the hunting season and reduce overall hunting opportunity for residents. There were many Arctic fox introductions on Unit 10 islands for the fur industry. However, they are considered indigenous to the Pribilof Islands. Arctic foxes are not required to be sealed by residents or non-residents, and the lack of reporting and trapper questionnaires has left little information to ascertain population trends or if current harvest is above or below sustainable levels. Last records of Arctic fox harvest on the Pribilof Islands were household surveys on St. Paul Island in 1994, where 62 Arctic foxes were reported harvested. Trapping and hunting Arctic foxes are likely a source of income for residents in Unit 10, while non-residents may harvest Arctic foxes as an addition to waterfowl and reindeer hunts. Outside research suggests that the declining population of Arctic foxes on the Pribilof Islands is due to loss of natural resources and is not linked to harvest. This proposal was presented to the St. Paul Island Ecosystem Conservation Office and the St. Paul Tribal Council. Both voiced concerns about the lack of monitoring of non-resident hunter harvest of Arctic foxes. However, they were not in consensus that the proposal would address fox conservation concerns without interfering with local harvest or removal of nuisance animals, or how it could be enforced. Proposal 19 is a public proposal to establish an Arctic fox hunting season of November 10th to February 28th with no bag limit for residents and a bag limit of 2 foxes for non-residents on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10. The intent from the proponent is to curb the apparent fox population decline. However, it is unknown if the proposed changes to regulation will benefit the Pribilof Island Arctic fox population, and factors contributing to their decline have not been linked to harvest. If the proposal is adopted, the board should consider whether the regulations will continue to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence users. The department is neutral to allocation and opposes reduced season dates and bag limits. If the board wants to reduce the hunting season, the department suggests the board consider the dates of September 1st to April 30th to align the dates with Arctic fox seasons in other units, and at a minimum amend to the closure date to the last day of February to address leap year and align with other end of February dates in regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Questions from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Is there red foxes on this island?
There is a red fox hunting season for Unit 10 with a bag limit of 2 from September 1st to February 15th, but I'm unsure if red fox has been reported harvested on those islands recently.
So on this island, red foxes coexist with the Arctic fox?
Through the chair, we don't have any data suggesting that there are red fox on those islands.
Okay, thank you. And one other quick question. Have we had any outbreaks of rabies or anything in this fox population recently?
Through the chair, we don't have any data that suggests that there's been any rabies outbreaks for foxes on these islands.
Thank you.
I think Office of Subsistence Management had a comment on this. And while we're thinking there, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit more background. One of the villages that I'm pretty familiar with, there's a pretty motivated individual that has taken several hundred foxes a year on a kind of a 2-on, 2-off type schedule. And this is a northeast village right on the coast. Arctic foxes. Do you have anything like that happening up there where that we know about any kind of take like that on the foxes and on the Privilofs?
Through the chair, we do not. The last records that we have is that subsistence household surveys from 1994.
Okay, I know they're pretty susceptible around the dump and that kind of thing, so, yeah, I fully support this proposal. I just want a little bit of background, see if there's any type of opportunity like that going on. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to clarify part of my question was on that island out that I'm aware of in Bethel and McCoyak, that I do know that the red foxes keep the Arctic foxes down to a very low level. And so that's why I was questioning that. Thanks.
Other questions? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, did the department have any conversation with the author of this? What was the issue that's driving, driving this proposal? Has anybody, looks like it's a problem or a solution looking for a problem.
Through the chair, the department has not had conversations with the proponent of this proposal. However, within her proposal, she cites about 6 studies that suggest that the Arctic fox population has declined due to loss of food resources and possibly decreasing sea ice, contaminants, and potentially disease. She also cites within her proposal that there was historically 250 breeding pairs. They did a island-wide survey in 2023 on St. Paul Island that found 57 active dens. 34 appeared to be natal, and pups were only confirmed at 26 of those dens.
And one more question. What were your suggested dates for an amendment for harvest? Do we have that on an RC or I can write them down too?
Through the chair, the department suggests that if the board would like to reduce the hunting seasons, we suggest September 1st to April 30th to align the dates with Arctic fox seasons and other units, and at a minimum amend the closure date to the last day of February to address leap year and align with other end of February dates in regulation.
And that was for hunting. Did you have any suggestion for trapping?
Through the chair, the next proposal addresses trapping.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. What's the closest AC to this? Would that be on Alaska?
Through the chair, yeah, so there is an AC in Unalaska. They didn't take any action on this. There may be closer ones distance-wise, possibly on the mainland, but I'm not sure of any that took action on these proposals.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any ACs weighed in on this one, as far as I can tell. Thanks.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just another background question. It seems like any time we put a new season with bag limits on the books, it tends to attract more attention. And I know there's been some testimony from the department about that in other areas. Do you think that that's going to be an issue here? I know it's a long ways away and hard to get to, but do you think there might be more opportunity for folks that they might take advantage of than is currently happening? That's kind of a hard question, but just kind of your thoughts on that.
Through the chair, we wouldn't expect a lot more harvest, but due to lack of reporting and trapper questionnaires and no reporting requirements for Arctic foxes, we couldn't say for sure.
Further questions from, thank you very much, Mr. Pappas.
Mr. George Pappas, OSM. You asked a question about our comments. You'll see on RC 218, the current federal subsistence hunting season is no limit, July 1 to, so it's not closed, July 1 to June 30th. Our comments are neutral on this. Adoption's proposal may reduce some of the federal subsistence users' opportunity on non-federal public lands. So we are neutral on this. We don't have any I don't think we have any reported harvest or any information for you to help you make your decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Further discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion, move to adopt the hunting season from 1 September to 30 April. Non-residents bag limit would be 2 foxes, residents would be no limit. And again, that was for a hunting season.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, I mean, most hunters, limit themselves and not shoot stuff in this, late spring through summertime and early fall. So we're creating a regulation that probably most hunters already been following. And if there is a concern with population, that somebody has at least documented that we have fewer breeding pairs out there, this would potentially help if there's not just a habitat issue out there currently going on. So, yeah, I'm comfortable with setting a season and bag limit.
Thanks for that explanation. Any other discussion on the amendment? Everybody clear what this amendment does? All right, I think we're ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
And I would like to restate that because I want to make sure I heard it right. But the season date would be September 1 through April 30th. A non-resident bag limit of 2 fox and resident 1 fox, is that correct? No limit. Or no limit, oh, for resident, oh, okay, thank you. All right, on that amendment?
Yep. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yep, thank you. Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesville?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
All right, we have an amended proposal in front of us. Any discussion on the proposal? Any intent on the proposal? If not, we might be ready for the question on the proposal.
Call the question.
The question's been called. Do we have a cost statement, Mr. Batchel, Member Batchel?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 19 as amended. Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 20, establish a non-resident bag limit on Arctic fox trapping on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 20 is a public proposal to establish a non-resident bag limit of 2 Arctic foxes under trapping regulations on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10. The department is opposed. There's no resident or non-resident bag limit for Arctic fox under trapping regulations on the Pribilof Islands November 10th to the last day of February. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for fox in all units with a harvestable portion. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion. The effect of this proposal, if adopted, is limited non-resident trapping opportunity through a reduced bag limit. There were many Arctic fox introductions on Unit 10 islands for the fur industry. However, they are considered indigenous to the Pribilof Islands. Arctic foxes are not required to be sealed by residents or non-residents, and the lack of reporting and trapping questionnaires has left little information to ascertain population trends or if current harvest is above or below sustainable levels. Last records of Arctic fox harvest on the Pribilof Islands were household surveys on St. Paul Island in 1994, where 62 Arctic foxes were reported harvested. Trapping and hunting Arctic foxes are likely a source of income for residents in Unit 10, while non-residents may harvest Arctic fox as an addition to waterfowl and reindeer hunts. Outside research suggests the declining population of Arctic fox on the Pribilof Islands is due to the loss of natural food resources. This proposal was presented to the St. Paul Island Ecosystem Conservation Office and the St. Paul Tribal Council. Both voiced concerns about the lack of monitoring of non-resident trapper harvest of Arctic foxes. However, they were not in consensus that the proposal would address fox conservation concerns without interfering with local harvest or removal of nuisance animals or how it could be enforced. Proposal 20 is a public proposal to establish a non-resident bag limit of 2 Arctic foxes under trapping regulations on the Pribilof Islands in Unit 10. The department is opposed. The intent from the proponent is to curb the apparent fox population decline. However, it is unknown if the proposed changes to regulations will benefit the Pribilof Island Arctic fox population, since factors contributing to their decline have not been linked to harvest. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Question from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, as, you know, we have a season for trapping from 10 November to 28 February. What kind of non-resident activity is going on that potentially they may participating in a trapping opportunity?
Through the chair, if non-residents are on the islands for waterfowl hunting or reindeer hunting, they may participate in that, but we don't have any numbers to provide context to that opportunities.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Captain Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. AWT did have comments on this that I was going to read part of those into the record, if I could.
Yep, thanks.
So, as always, we're neutral as to the allocative nature of this proposal. But overall, we're opposed to the idea of having separate non-resident and resident trapping seasons anywhere in the state. That's not done anywhere in the state. The reason for that is there's really no way to delineate from an enforcement standpoint whether a resident or non-resident or both as a pair, for an example, are participating in a trapping operation. While there are differences in the licensing structure, when it comes to the actual activity of the trapping, it would be virtually impossible for enforcement to really be able to tell if a non-resident or a resident was the one that was setting a trap or harvesting the fur out of a trap, because trapping, essentially the way it's done, can be accomplished by more than one individual.
Thanks for that explanation. Any further questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Just one more. I'm curious, and I know we can only get this as a statewide number, how many hunting trapping licenses are sold to non-residents?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we don't have those numbers at hand. We can get it. It's not a lot. Non-resident trapping license, I mean, in the big scheme of things, is pretty minor.
Yeah, just so people are aware, there's not a non-resident trapping license. A non-resident, if wants to go trapping, has to buy a combination hunting trapping license. And I think that's very few. I guess I'll just continue on. I think it's very few. I think this is not a super huge issue out there. I think we eliminated the hunting part of it and kept it, you know, to really good fur, and it's not messing around with the breeding season. So I'm tending not to support this proposal.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
I have just clarification from staff. The proposer keeps talking about the Pribilof, but I know that you've mentioned a couple times about the rest of Unit 10, like waterfowl hunting and caribou hunting. This probably doesn't go on in the Pribilof, but should we be breaking this proposal just to deal with the Pribilof part of Unit 10, or do you still want to keep it Unit 10 unit-wide, which is a really large area that probably has a whole lot different ecology for Arctic foxes? Just, maybe you can help me with that.
Through the chair, this proposal just addresses the Pribilof Islands, and there is waterfowl and reindeer hunting opportunity on the Pribilof Islands.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we're not including Unimac and some of those other areas as part of Unit 10, so.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Director Scott.
Through the chair, Member Brett, Natalie did some digging. Looks like about 100 licenses are sold annually around the state.
Thanks with that. Any further questions or comments? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you very much for that. Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 20. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Gardner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 21, remove the 2 per day bag limit for beaver when taken by firearm during April 15 through May 31st in Unit 9.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 21 is a department proposal to remove the 2 per day bag limit for beaver when taken by a firearm with a trapping license during April 15th to May 31st in Unit 9. The department supports this proposal. Unit 9 beaver trapping season is October 10th to May 31st with no limit, and firearms may be used to take up to 2 beaver per day from April 15th to May 31st with a trapping license. Firearms may also be used to take beaver throughout the seasons and with bag limits established in 5 AAC 84. There's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for beaver in all units with a harvestable portion. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion. This proposal would result in increased beaver harvest opportunity and simplified regulations. Beaver harvest in Unit 9 has been declining as a result from declining trapper numbers. However, beaver populations are considered healthy and found in most drainages where there is suitable habitat. Currently, those with a hunting license can take an unlimited number of beavers with a firearm in Unit 9 because the hunting season is open year-round and there is no bag limit. However, beaver harvest through trapping and snaring is still favored. The department submitted and supports this proposal to remove the 2 per day bag limit for beaver when taken by a firearm during April 15th to May 31st in Unit 9 with a trapping license. Unit 9 currently has no bag limit for beaver under trapping and hunting regulations and no closed season under hunting regulations. The current bag limit by firearm is unnecessarily restrictive and conflicts with the regulation in 5 AAC 92.095 that allows the use of firearms for all trapping seasons and bag limits. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Questions and comments from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend to support this proposal. It could potentially give more opportunity for subsistence opportunity, and it aligns other units, and there doesn't seem to be a conservation concern on beavers in the area. Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question to staff. I was always concerned about, winning loss with shooting beavers in the water, if they sink or not after they're shot, and if we end up losing them. Is that a concern at all, or just not an issue?
Through the chair, that could be an issue, but we haven't heard of it occurring in Unit 9. Previous harvests have showed 0 beaver taken by firearm in 2023, only 2 in 2022, and 0 in 2021. So trapping and snaring is still favored for the harvest of beaver.
Okay, so you're probably not going to see much of an increase in participation in that the population can't handle. You're comfortable with that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Just to build the record a little bit, NACNAC AC supported it and Anchorage AC opposed this proposal. Any further questions or discussion about this?
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 21. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 22, shorten the season for hunting wolverine in Unit 9 for both residents and non-residents.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 22 is a public proposal to shorten the wolverine hunting season to the last day of February in Unit 9. The department is opposed. Current regulations allow the harvest of 1 wolverine by hunting for both residents and non-residents from September 1st to March 31st. There's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for wolverine in all units with a harvestable portion. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence is 90% of the harvestable portion. If passed, this proposal would align with the hunting align hunting with trapping season end dates in units 9A, 9C, 9D, and 9E. There would be a small loss of hunting opportunity. Wolverines give birth between February and April, and due to their low reproductive rates, wolverines can be susceptible to overharvest in heavily harvested areas. While this is not specific to hunting take, it is applicable to overall wolverine management considerations. Annual harvest has declined to an average of 16 wolverines taken per year for the past decade, which trends with reduced effort, but weather greatly influences effort and success. March has seen 40% female to male harvest the past 5 years and is the third highest for overall wolverine harvest the past 5 years. Proposal 22 is a public proposal to shorten the wolverine hunting season to the last day of February in Unit 9. The department is opposed to shortening the wolverine hunting season, which unnecessarily reduces opportunity when no biological concerns exist. Adoption of this proposal would align hunting seasons with trapping seasons in Unit 9A, C, D, and E, which ends the last day of February. The trapping season ends in Unit 9B, ends March 31st. The season ends later in Unit 9B because conditions there are more similar to Unit 17 and less coastal than other subunits in Unit 9. Denning females may not venture as far from the den as males, which may be why males make up a majority of the harvest in March. If adopted, the board should determine if regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of wolverine in Unit 9. Thank you.
Thanks for that explanation. Do we have any questions from board members? I have a question. I learned a new term, breeding season. When is the majority of breeding season? When does the majority of that take place for wolverine in Unit 9? I know up here, like into February, you starting to see a lot of critters moving great distances.
Mr. Chair, it's about the same for Unit 9, although we don't have any data to say for sure when the peak would be.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this proposal, it talks about breeding staging for late February and full swing in March. It's actually they're denning. They're going into their dens. They're like black bears. They're impregnated in the in the late fall. Or when do they get impregnated? But it's offset. They have a delayed. Right. So the females go into their dens late February into March and have their pups or kits. And so, just to clarify what you had asked, but I'm for this proposal. I think I hear a lot of traditional knowledge and read a lot about traditional knowledge, and one of the aspects of traditional knowledge is to respect the land and respect the animals, and to have females going into dens and nursing their young, and potentially walking out to get some more food to keep care of the little ones. They could get harvested and that whole family dies. And then, the pups or kits die of starvation. The benefit, even though there's not a biological concern about harvesting wolverine because we have good wolverine populations, low effort, but you could have more wolverines on the landscape. It'd be great to run a wolverine line like a marten line. Catch lots of them. And so there's no disadvantage to having a shorter seasoning and allowing them females to raise their young. So I'm in support of this, and it still will provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Any other comments from board members? I'm just gonna say I agree with about all of that last statement, Member Brett. Any other further discussion? Member Loring.
Thank you. I'm going to support this also, and I've heard some testimony, from the department over the years and also today that they're really concerned about interfering with breeding, either the mating part of it or the having the young in the den, and trying to keep seasons away from that. And I think this does do that quite a bit. Plus, I'm not sure in Unit 9 the fur quality, those coastal areas, those lower units, it warms up quicker, and maybe the quality of the pelt might not be as good. That might not be an issue, but generally when it warms up quicker, the pelts deteriorate a little bit in quality. So basically, following what Mr. Barrett said, and I'm going to be in support of this.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just to build the record a little bit, I'm in support of this too, and it would align the seasons with the other units in 9.
Had a pretty good discussion about this. Any other further comments from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 22. Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Batchel.
Yes.
Mr. Garner.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 24, close the season for Alaska hares in units 9 and 17.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to need just a few minutes to get set up. We're going to do a crew change.
Member Hoffman needs a few extra minutes to come up with more questions too about hares.
I think I used them all up. I can tell a few stories. Proposal 24, close the season for Alaska hares in units 9 and 17.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Chris Barger, and I'm a research biologist in Region 3 with the department. Sitting here with me today is Cameron Carroll, the small game coordinator, and Todd Rinaldi, the management coordinator in Region 4. Proposal 24 is an Alaskan hare proposal affecting units 9 and 17, proposing no open season for Alaska hares. This is a department proposal due to a biological concern, and the department recommendation is to support this proposal. Alaska hares are one of the largest hare species and are endemic to western and southwestern Alaska only. They have a relatively low reproductive potential compared to snowshoe hares, producing only 1 litter of young, whereas snowshoe hares can produce multiple litters per year. Unlike snowshoe hares, it does not appear that Alaska hares currently undergo cyclic population swings, and they are found in low abundance throughout the range. However, their lifespans are likely much longer than snowshoe hares, with similar-sized hare species living 3 to 8 years in the wild. Historical accounts from the 1970s and before describe robust populations containing large groups of 300 to 800 Alaska hares. At present, in the winter and spring months, it's rare to find groups of more than 3 to 4 individuals. Alaska hares have a relatively large home range compared to snowshoe hares and can have large daily movements up to 8 miles, whereas snowshoe hares in similar habitats rarely move more than a few hundred yards. The current statewide regulatory structure for Alaska hares in units 18, 22, and 23 includes the season date of August 1st through May 31st, with a bag limit of 2 per day and 6 per season. In units 9 and 17, the season opens on November 1st and concludes on January 31st, with a bag limit of 1 per day and 4 per season. In all units, hunters must salvage either the hide or the edible meat from Alaska hares. In units 9 and 17, current federal subsistence regulations mirror the state bag limits with a longer harvest season from November 1st through March 31st, and all rural residents are qualified. The board has determined that Alaska hares are customarily and traditionally used for subsistence in units 9, 10, 17, 18, 22, and 23, but has not yet set an amounts necessary for subsistence or ANS range. Before you today is Proposal 24, which seeks to create no open season for Alaska hares in units 9 and 17. In review from the earlier staff report, fecal pellets are typically collected along a snow machine survey. However, in some instances, pellets are collected by fixed-wing aircraft and hiking from the landing location. Here's an example of snow machine surveys based out of eCook, located south of Dillingham in Unit 17. These surveys occurred in 2017 and 2020 through 2022. DNA from the collected fecal pellets are then amplified for specific genetic markers, providing identification of individual and sex of that individual. From sampling in these units, we can determine a minimum count of Alaska hares in the area. To date, 3 surveys have been conducted in Unit 9 based out of King Salmon, 1 by the department and 2 by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. These surveys include a mix of foot, motorized, and fixed-wing landings to collect fecal pellets. The few samples that were collected in 2018 failed due to rainy weather conditions. In 2023, extensive snow machine surveys based out of King Salmon resulted in the detection of 4 individuals, and fixed-wing surveys the following year resulted in the detection of 22 individuals. Survey areas in this unit have yet to be repeated, resulting in a minimum count of Alaska hares. Interestingly, in all surveys, we continue to detect more males than females. In survey areas with collared individuals, we have always detected these collared individuals, both males and females. In Unit 17, the department has conducted 4 surveys with the help of a local contractor near Dillingham. This effort has resulted in the detection of a relatively few Alaska hares in the region, ranging from a low of 2 individuals to a high of 12 individuals. The 2021 surveys also included a larger area, including portions of the Wood-Tick-Chick State Park. Of these 12 individuals sampled in 2021, 3 were also sampled in 2020. A smaller portion of the study area was repeatedly sampled throughout the winter until breakup each survey year. Future monitoring efforts for Alaska hares are currently in place. In Unit 17, with the assistance of a local contractor, the department is continuing snow machine survey efforts in Ecook and Dillingham. Additionally, this year, the department is planning to repeat Alaska hare snow machine surveys in Units 22, which were presented in the staff update, and potentially begin monitoring efforts in Units 17 or 18 the following year. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will also continue snow machine transect surveys and attempt fixed wing pellet collections in Unit 9 this winter if weather allows. There are several management considerations with this proposal. First, this is a removal of harvest opportunity in the region. However, snowshoe hares in Units 9 and 17 will remain open with no closed season and no limit. Monitoring is ongoing and likely to continue, which will provide insights on population status and future harvest opportunity. Lastly, surveys throughout western and southwestern Alaska indicate a low abundance of Alaska hares. Even minimal harvest on the species can have population level significance. Alaska hares are only found in western and southwestern Alaska. We have sole stewardship responsibility for the species. This is Proposal 24 to change the harvest of Alaska hares in Units 9 and 17 from 1 per day, 4 per year to no open season. This is a department proposal, and the department recommendation is to support due to a biological concern.
Thanks a bunch for that, that presentation. Before the board members here start asking questions, we talked a little bit on a break. We talk about like their burrowing activity and their digging activity compared to other hares or rabbits.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the majority of hares do not burrow. When they go to produce their young, they'll just have a small divot in the moss to produce their leverets or young in, and then move them really quickly within a few days. Alaska hares we presume breed relatively similar. However, in the winter months, I have found multiple instances where these animals will burrow into these huge long snowdrifts up to 10 feet deep into these snowdrifts, which is quite uncommon compared to the other large hare species around the world.
Thanks for that. It's cool. Any other questions from board members? Member Loring. All right, Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you for that report. On these studies or on your surveys with these, what is the primary predator for these? Is it, do you know?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, it's an excellent question. This study was not able to capture cause-specific mortality due to the remoteness of these collars. We did try to have either staff in the area or myself try and recover these collars when the mortality was noticed. We were not able to determine the cause of the mortality of the collared studies. And all my time out there, I did not witness any depredation events on adult Alaska hares.
Are you seeing coyote tracks or coyotes while you're out there?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, very infrequently, almost never.
George Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Said I wouldn't jump in on this, but this is a perfect example. The Federal Subsistence Program did support this proposal because there's stated conservation concerns by the staff. But that's only for this particular arena and this proposal and for the state's regulations. Our regulations, the Federal Subsistence Regulations, actually have a longer season. And this is if this proposal is adopted, and based on conservation concerns, this would be an excellent opportunity to submit a proposal to the Federal Subsistence Board to mirror this in the springtime. And I will work with your Federal Subsistence Liaison team, which includes Assistant Director Mark Birch here. If that gets there, we'll work closely on making sure that identifying all the proposals that could be submitted to the Federal Subsistence Board to bring in parallel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some more background, Chris, if I could. How are you telling males from females, like some of your data had the differentiation? Is it just mostly genetic from pellets, or how do you tell if you're doing aerial surveys or snow machine surveys?
Through the chair, Member Loring, all sex was identified, male and female was identified through genetics assays on pellets.
And another question, is there any kind of seasonal change in meat quality? Because the bag limit has a salvage requirement, either hide or meat. And where you see it in other places, that's usually with bears, and a lot of times, bears' meat quality changes in the summertime when they're around fish. Is there any change in meat quality with these animals, as far as you know?
Through the chair, Member Loring, I am unaware of any meat quality changes in the species.
So do you know what the historic reason was and why they came up with an either or on the salvage requirements between hides or meat?
Mr. Chair, Member Loring. Yeah, I believe that was seen as a housekeeping item back in 2022, 2020 by the department. And the salvage requirement where there was an either or had to do with, we know that there are uses beyond meat use of both snowshoe and Alaska hare, so we wanted to make sure that there were multiple uses made available to folks.
Okay, thank you. I know it's not pertinent to this proposal since we're talking about closing the season, but the rest of the range does have an open season, so I was thinking that you have possibly a 15-pound piece of meat there that you can, or maybe a third less after you gut it, but that's very valuable, and maybe we should make a meat requirement mandatory, not an either or. So just a thought. Thank you.
My daughter raises Holland lops, and I think it's prudent that you guys sex those rabbits through the pellets. If you did it, the 15-pound rabbit, the way that we have to do it, it'd be hard to handle. Dr. Wida, do you have any evidence that from your household surveys of how often these Alaska hares are used?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was just looking at some data, and we have estimates for a variety of communities from Igiagig. If my mouse would work for me. Iliamna, Kokonok, Leavelock, as well as others, and I'm interpreting as I'm going here. Most of the time I would suspect that local folks are using them for both fur and meat. And across all those communities, there's a variety of use, but I can come up with a little bit more direct numbers for you if you'd like. We've collected data from 1983 all the way through 2022, for example, for Igiagig, Iliamna, that sort of thing. So it's a pretty extensive data set.
Thank you for that. And then I guess I'd be interested in like the Kobuk area or Shishmarath too, if there's anything from up there. But thanks for that. Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, do you feel that, how has harvest affected the population?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, we don't have any information during this study on how harvest has directly impacted population levels.
And just one follow-up then. Since this species has a positive customary and traditional use, and we've been learning about Arctic hares for the last 2 cycles or better through the board, was it ever brought up within the department and the Division of Subsistence that maybe we should go to a registration permit and start collecting that information, underneath the subsistence statute for justification?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. We didn't discuss that. It's not an unreasonable idea, as you and other members are likely aware, and you'll actually have a proposal coming up with small game and a registration permit. That's kind of a big lift, and it's a big sell. I think that another consideration is, man, we wish we had all the data in the world, right? We wish we knew how many hares are being killed. I recall some of the salvage requirement discussions, and it had everything to do with small game and general salvage requirements. And some of the traditional uses of Alaska hares, that's why it went to meat or hide. So people had they had the option to keep whichever. So I think that, one way that, as we were discussing this proposal over, darn near a year now, we recognize this is a challenge, and it's a challenge to ask the board, it's a challenge for the people, but I also would point out that, Chris has put I mean, his rear end is probably implanted in that snow machine. And, you know, the fact that we're not finding them, the fact that, you know, even just pellet groups are difficult, you know, says something. That's an indication. So we're open to ideas for sure, but, you know, to get back to your original question, the registration permit wasn't necessarily discussed.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to build a record a little bit. Prior to my time on the board in the early 2000s, I personally asked the department about this, and no one didn't know where to. It wasn't on their radar. People weren't tracking it, and I ended up going to Jack Whitman, and he was running the small game something back then. And I asked him, and he said, "Nope, it's not on mine either." So I'm really glad that the department's tracking this now. And so my take on this is, I do know in the 60s and 70s, there was thousands of these. There was, because they were seeing them, and they were seeing pods or groups of them from airplanes. And something happened in the 80s and 90s, which I'm really glad we're so. And also another thing is it safe to say that since we've been tracking them, with the data we have, the populations seem to have dropped.
Well, we've only been tracking them for a handful of years. Oh, sorry, through the chair. Excuse me. We have only been tracking these for a few years, and it took multiple years just to determine how to monitor the species. It was at least 3 years before we got the protocols in place to be able to effectively count the species. So I don't think that would be an appropriate response on my part. That it has been dropping. I think it has been relatively low abundance through my work.
Yeah, Vice Chairman.
Thank you. So I've made a bunch of phone calls to people I know stretching from Unit 17 all the way. And what I found personally is that almost no one is targeting them. Very few. Me and my boys taken 3 in the last 20 years. Now, with that being said, we would have taken more if we didn't have to go 80 miles to find them. But this is kind of we're in a weird spot here where I think we know this population was much more abundant back in the early days, and we just started tracking it. And if you look at the ACs in here, like the ACs in Unit 17, they don't want to close it. And but no one's targeting them. So it's kind of we're kind of in an interesting predicament.
Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Hoffman, for bringing that up. I did, after talking about our data, want to clarify that we collect information on hare, snowshoe hare, and Arctic hare, so it's not necessarily specific to Alaska hare. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Dr. Weed, I'm curious, when you're doing your household survey, and Stosh has brought it up many times, you know, we're sitting here calling them Arctic hares. When you're doing the interviews, are you calling them jackrabbits or the, you know, common traditional knowledge name in the communities that you're surveying?
Thank you, through the chair, Member Barrett. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members about this? Yeah, Member Batchel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In your pellet DNA analysis, there is a predominance of males to females. Do you have an idea why it's so heavily skewed to the males?
Through the chair, Member Batchel. It's an excellent question. I'm unsure at this time. However, when we are doing this in areas with hares on the air that are actively collared, we're not missing those hares as well.
I have a question. You know, I know these studies you're probably constantly tweaking. I know you showed examples earlier about the different methods of catching and how, you know, you've got more and more efficient. Do you anticipate that to continue to get better and better the longer the study goes on and have a better idea of, you know, getting a population analysis? I know it's a hard question, but.
Through the chair, or Mr. Chairman, that is possible. If there was, it's an incredibly challenging place to work with larger personnel and funding. It would be it would be feasible to have multiple field crews in the field working on this, but it would be it would need an incredible amount of personnel and time and funding.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
One quick question. On the studies you guys have out in the field now, have you encountered any people hunting them while you're doing these studies?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, yes, in multiple communities.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. If we were to close the season in these two units, how would the locals, react to that? Since they're not targeting hares right now, would this still be an opportunity that may or may not be ignored, or potentially, go to a registration permit so they still have that opportunity, and then we actually start trying to account for some harvest of when, where, and how?
Through the chair. Member Rhett, I think that's a very difficult question for us to answer as far as like what community members are going to be doing. And, if the board wants to discuss potential for a registration permit, once you've made a decision here, I don't know if Director Scott wants to say anything else, but
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I concur completely with Cam. We're not going to presume to speculate on what members in various communities are will do. I think the AC testimony is pretty clear. We hear it, and we've gotten that message. Again, we haven't discussed the registration permit. We can go back to the drawing board and float that idea. We have some other options to consider, more outreach and education, talking to folks. And I really don't want to throw this wrench in the system, but I'm going to do it anyway. We've heard the term moratorium a handful of times while we're here, and I don't know that it would be appropriate for the board to do something like that in here today without having input from other folks. But, getting that user buy-in, if we can, to bring that back to the board, it would accomplish the same, it would address the same conservation concern that we're bringing to you. It's a tough place, as Member Hoffman has pointed out. We're in a pretty data light arena here, and we understand that. But it's incumbent on us to bring those things forward and at least get it out into the public and discuss with the board. And even this discussion's good, right? We've already talked about some additional ways to collect data. I've been pretty impressed with Cam and Chris at how well they have adapted. They're almost as good as a waterfowl program about asking for money these days. They're doing pretty well. So we're gonna, those things are gonna continue. But I just wanted to pass that along. Thank you.
Thanks. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The department has brought this proposal to us with a real concern for conservation in these two units. And even listening to the anecdotal information that was given at the testimony table of this meeting, nobody's seeing anything, or they haven't seen in a long time. And if they do see them, they're very few and far between. And I think we really need to look at this proposal, as a standalone for these two units, and then maybe apply some of what Director Scott's talking about and the small game folks talking about to the remaining units in the hare's range, on gathering more information that way, and really concentrating on those open seasons where we can put in a registration permit or look at other types of data gathering. But I think this particular one is pretty critical, that we really need to look at it by itself. Thank you.
Further discussion from board members? Member Gardner.
Kind of a follow-up question to a question you asked earlier when you're doing your survey in the field and counting local hunters. Was there a level of success observed with those local hunter encounters?
Through the chair, Member Gardner. Not a significant amount of success, I would say. I've ran into a handful of individuals that have successfully harvested this species, but it's still pretty far and few between.
Any other questions from board members? My opinion on this, we're really driven by data. And whenever it comes to a concern in a population, it's really easy for me to make a decision. Right here, we don't have a lot of information about these animals. I think voting to have no open season for these Alaska hares is a very careful and very prudent choice that we should make, as a board. And I really apologize immensely to folks that, hunt these animals. But at this point in time, we really don't know. And we're, like the department said, like everybody said, we're the sole steward of these animals. So I'm going to be supporting this proposal to close the season for Alaska hares. Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My take on this is a little bit different. I think closing a season is a really big deal. And we're kind of, like I mentioned earlier, we're in a unique spot. We think, we know we're down. We don't know how far we're down. We're light on data. But I think the take is so few, so limited right now. I think we can kind of, if we leave it as is, or put some limits on it and track it and continue to track it, because I don't think we're in danger of, it's low, but it's not driven from hunting. So that's kind of where I'm going with this.
Well, Vice Chairman Hoffman, I'm going to chew on that a little bit because I never thought about that. It really is not driven by hunting. It's something else. There's so little take. I'd appreciate other board members' thoughts on this. Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was kind of thinking on the same lines as Member Hoffman. It's got a positive C&T finding, and, we don't have an A&S for it, which complicates it a little bit. But usually we ratchet down, and before we just ultimately close off a hunt, we have steps in the statute to provide subsistence users a priority. And I'm kind of going with the local ACs in this one that, they don't want to see it closed. So I'd rather try to work out and try to create some kind of educational or permit that would allow us to get some of that missing data, at least from the harvest standpoint, so we can have a check someday in a box that says, well, it's not hunter effort, it's, habitat, or it's global weather change, or one of the other multitude of boxes that we have to look at. So I'm kind of leaning not to support this on those bases.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we can think about maybe season dates, because I think the most common and most effective way of hunting these is with the snow machine. And they're really vulnerable to that type of hunting. You're talking about wide open areas, and these animals frequent those wide open areas, and once they're spotted, they're really easily taken down and harvested. And I'm just any thought about from Fish and Game if that's the main way that they hunt these in the wintertime or springtime on snow machines, or at least the most successful time. And then if it is, can we carve out a season or a methods and means to address that and still keep the season open? Because there's very little harvest by the locals, folks in the area, and there's very little effort put towards it, maybe incidental effort, but I think we can maybe keep a season open, but maybe carve out a protection from the most efficient means of take. Maybe I can hear from the department about that.
Through the chair, Member Loring. Currently in units 9 and 17, the season does close January 31st. However, federal subsistence is open through March 31st, I believe. But yes, in my observations and work in the regions, most of the harvest is likely occurring in that late spring through snow machine access.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go on the record to just say a little bit more about the department's position, just reiterate. You know, we really hesitate to close seasons, but from the data that we have, there's about 3 years of data. Numbers are really low in the region, and we believe pretty much any amount of harvest, and this is again the data that we have, which is somewhat limited, but we believe any amount of harvest is a conservation concern. And so that's why we've brought this before the board. And again, it's with what Chris presented in his presentation here. The intent is to try to open this back up to hunting as soon as we can. We want to kind of try to give this species an opportunity to hopefully respond in the units, and hopefully we can open up that season as soon as we can. But we made this move due to the conservation concern. And there is data. We don't have data before 2018, 2017, but there is data, current data. Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you for that information. So a couple of different questions. So one, on these species, Alaska hare, they have something different than no other one has. They have, it's 1 per day, 4 total. That means 4 total in 1 year. And almost everything else in those, the small game is like in possession or, you know, that type of thing. But anyway, with that being said, the department's data that was presented earlier, if I remember correctly, since you started tracking them, doesn't show a decline. Is that right?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, you're correct from what we can tell. Again, it's a minimum count. It doesn't appear to show a decline, but those numbers, especially in these units, are very low.
Yeah, thank you. So for me, from my perspective, if there hasn't been a sharp decline, we're kind of just maintaining status quo. So that's why I don't see the importance of just shutting it down right now. I think things have been like that for a while, and it's no one's really targeting them. They're basically bycatch, and from what I've heard and asked you guys, that you know the harvesting is very low and limited. No one's really getting them, so I don't see any big changes happening. But I would like to continue tracking this and seeing, you know, it sounds like the department's getting better at it, and maybe we can put the word out. Maybe we'll get more information as we roll on with this.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we should try net gunning them. No? Okay. On a serious note, though, and I appreciate Natalie's efforts here, I just want to give you remind the board of a little bit of history on this species. In 2018, we came to the board with the same request to close the season. And subsequent to that, we've gone to bag limits and seasons and made some reductions and restrictions. Here we are again, you know, suggesting that maybe we should consider closing a season. Again, I fully recognize the heavy lift here and the all the discussion and concerns with it. The other thing is, if you look in your handy dandy, we ask hunters to call in harvest. And we just checked with our king salmon AB, she's never gotten a call. So we're not hearing about it even when we ask. So those are things to consider. It's not assigning blame or pointing fingers or anything else like that. It's just things to consider. However, you know, should the board, whatever action, if the board takes action that not adopt this, I'm asking you for help. You know, we've talked about a lot of good ideas, but I'm going to need the board to be ready to act the next time we're here. Should we not be able to demonstrate an increase or, you know, even a status quo? So I'd like you to, and in terms of like a registration permit, small game registration permits are difficult. And I'm just asking you to consider that and to be prepared for that. The other thing I'm asking for is the advisory committees that are here and residents of those units with Alaska hares. We need the help. You know, when we're having these discussions, we recognize it's data light. It's very difficult. It's a species that people are interested in, provides subsistence opportunity. But man, if we don't have the data to work with or the information to work with, we have to manage conservatively. And last thing I want to say is, this species makes me a little jumpy, as far as the abundance and the densities that we know about. And I'm not going to elaborate on that, but it's a species that we will keep an eye on. So thank you.
I have a question for the department, and I don't want to derail this too much, but have we ever closed a small game species to non-resident take?
Let's talk about net gunning instead.
Member Gardner, did you have a question?
Kind of just a comment. You know, we're kind of looking at a snapshot of data. It may not show a decline, but obviously, given the low numbers and the discussion during public testimony as well, people are not seeing these animals. And I'm hearing that it is a conservation concern, but I'm also hearing a low number of hunters and a low number of takes. So I think supporting the proposal would have a small impact on that subsistence use, since there's so minimal of it, and it would allow time to gather more data and see if it is on the uptick.
Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious on why all of Unit 9 is included in this, when it seems like, at least in your study area, it's more of 9A and some of 9B and 17.
Excuse me. Through the chair, Member Barrett. Yes, due to limited time and weather conditions, those are the only areas I was able to visit, was around king salmon.
How many more units would need to be incorporated in this to get the totality of this Alaska hare range as you guys believe it to be?
Mr. Chairman, currently there is a positive C&T finding in Unit 10, and I would have to double check on the rest of that question.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we defer to Fish and Game, the biologist concerns every other time when there's a conservation issue with any other species. And I see them reaching out right now, telling us there's a conservation concern with the Alaska hare in these units. And I just need to defer to them, even though the data we have may not be as comprehensive we might have on wolf populations or caribou populations. There's still some data there. And the anecdotal information we're hearing from testifiers, hunters, trappers, AC members, they're not seeing them either. So I just have to defer to the department's request personally in this one here. We put their trust in a lot of things, and especially when there's conservation concerns, and they're telling us there is. I mean, they're not hedging on that at all. It's a real concern for them, and so I'm definitely in favor of this proposal, and that's based on what I see from the department. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there are reports of Alaska hares in Unit 19 as well, and likely 21 on the far western boundaries.
I don't know the right way to do this, but what are your guys' thoughts about amending this proposal to include those, so it's the totality of Alaska hare range, and then if we move it to this, no, can't do that. I can hear a lot of people shaking their heads. I can hear people shaking their heads. Can't do that and tackle it the statewide, so people have some time to have public comment and weigh in on their opinions on stuff. Can that Department of Law?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This meeting is limited to this region and only the game management units within this region. So I think that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, I guess we could defer this proposal to the statewide, and then when we're at the statewide, we could choose to include those other units, or is that not appropriate either?
You could do that, yeah.
Are there questions from board members or comments from board members on this? Oh, yeah, Dr. Rita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on that and your prior question, I just wanted to point out that Alaska hares have positive C&Ts in units 9, 10, 17, 18, 22, and 23.
Oh, Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the department, between now and if we do defer this to the statewide meeting in March, you're talking about this coming March, is there going to be any different information from the department, or you pretty much, this is what you have? I mean, you have studies from those other units that you can help us out with?
Through the chair, Member Loring. Between now and the statewide meeting, we wouldn't have any additional information. Chris has pretty much presented everything that we have. The hope is that we will get some pellets, but they will not be analyzed before the statewide meeting, I expect. But the hope is that we will get pellets for DNA analysis within units 9 and 22.
Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to follow up with Cam's discussion, I think one of the largest benefits of doing this, and I appreciate the idea from the chairman, from Mr. Fletcher, you're going to get a lot of input. And we can push for that. And I think that's something that, I mean, we got, a lot of input from the ACs, but now we're talking about other places, and we need to provide that opportunity for other areas to weigh in on this.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I'm going to move to defer this proposal 24 to the March meeting in Anchorage.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Oh, Member Loring.
And just on your intent, you're planning on including all the units range-wide for the Alaska Heron on their deferral?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, and so to add to my rationale for this is, I think with this now, we're going to get a lot more. We may not get too much more from the department. Sounds like we will get some more, but the biggest thing is we're going to get public input. And I think if the word gets out that this is on the line to be closed, I think a lot more people are going to weigh in.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to see the relevance of having other units, other area users weigh in, because they're going to weigh in on their area. And we still have the proposal for 9 and 17, which they won't have a very much knowledge for those units, that they live outside of. So I'm trying to see the significance of hearing other people from other areas comment on this proposal.
I guess my thoughts would be, as we're talking about the Alaska Heron in totality, and, I know it's going to be burdensome for all of us, but at that point in time, we could wade through the comments and we could go through the units and see if certain units it's prudent for us to close the season, limit the season, start a registration hunt in the season, or certain units to leave alone, or anyway, just to get more knowledge. I don't know if that's what everybody else is thinking by this, but that's my personal thoughts. Yeah, Member Brett.
So I guess I could probably support that, as all of a sudden it becomes a hot topic for the Board of Game, and now more people are going to get interested in the Arctic hare, and maybe it's an educational tool, because, it's been at 2 meetings, or, this year, 2 meetings, and people may start taking a better look at what's going on out there with themselves and their communities. So, I mean, there's some advantage to that too.
Member Loring.
Thank you. Not to delay this too much longer, but again, we're still going to have the issue of 9 and 17 as a biological concern, even though they're all lumped into a statewide, and I kind of hate to see that those other units are now influencing our decision on these 2 units and what the real problem is here, where they might not be such a problem in 23 or 22 up there in the Seward Peninsula as they are in these 2 units. So I don't have a problem with moving it on. I just want to be able to, amend those other ones back out and deal with those if we have to. Because, we're going to get comments from other parts of the state about their specific, ideas and their experiences and what they see there, which is different than what we're seeing down here. And I think it's apples and oranges on how we're looking at that. Because when we look at caribou population, we don't look at caribou as a statewide herd. We're looking at individual herds, and this is the same thing as, Milchina's low and Mochatna's low, so we're dealing with those specifically. Here, we're dealing with a group of animals that live in 9 and 17 as being low, and we need to look at those specifically also. Just my thoughts there, so.
Member Gardner.
Yeah, I would concur with Member Loring's comments there, and just say that we are being presented with a conservation concern in these specific units, and I'm in support of acting on these specific units under this concern.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
To the department, for your study areas, is that the only place you have studies in 9? Do you have any in 18 or further north?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, we do have genetic information and surveys from units 22 and 23, but none from 18 currently. Just anecdotal information.
And with those other ones and those other units, is there differences? Is something different happening in 9 and versus 22 with your studies?
Through the chair, it's a relatively similar story told throughout all the surveys. The most extensive surveys were in Unit 22 based out of Nome, and there's a larger number of hares in that area. However, it's a longer survey, a much larger survey area there. I have surveyed quite a bit on the Baldwin Peninsula and the Sellewick Hills in Unit 23, and there's relatively very few to almost no hares left there.
Further discussion on whether we should defer this to the statewide? And if there isn't any further discussion on whether we should defer this to, that's very clear what we're voting on here, is to defer this proposal to the statewide in March. So.
And for the range for all units.
Yep, and to encompass the totality of the range. Oh, yeah. All right, I think we might be ready for the question on whether to defer this.
Call the question.
The question has been called.
On the motion to defer it to the statewide meeting, Member Loring?
No.
Member Barrett?
No.
Mr. Huffman? Yes. Mr. Bachel?
No.
Mr. Garner? No. And Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
The motion fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 4 nays.
So if we, no, so we're back on the proposal. Sorry about that. So we're back to proposal 24 as written here. We've had a really healthy, a really robust discussion about this. Do any board members have anything further to say before we take our final vote on proposal 24? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. If the department study showed that it went from a drastic decline with a very short time span of data, I would probably think about this different, but right now I'm not going to be in support of this.
Member Barrett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards supporting this. I think even though with 3 years is the minimum of, some trend data, I think we have some historical data also that, leads us to believe that there's a lot less hares on the landscape. And personally, myself, I've made, biological decisions with just the best data that I had available today. And so that data today says we may have a conservation concern, and I should, personally myself, I'd like to be conservative on that side.
Further discussion from board members? Mr. Bachel.
Yeah, I'd like to, based on the department's presentation and the information that they've given us, I'd like to support this proposal.
Thanks for that. No further discussion. We might be ready for the question on proposal 24.
Call the question.
The question's been called. Christie, will you pull the board? Oh, sorry about that.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks. Christie, will you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 24. Mr. Gardner.
Yes.
Mr. Batchel.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Brett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
That proposal carries by a vote of 4 yeas to 2 nays.
Does anybody need, oh, Director Scott.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Again, I just want to recognize how difficult this is. It was a great discussion. We have a lot to take back with us and to start working on, as Chairman Fletcher meant, the totality of the range, and we certainly will be back in front of the board with more plans into the future. Thank you.
We can reconsider right now, can't we? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to reconsider Proposal 18. I think we missed a part of that proposal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and I think we got the staff back. Oh,
Need a two-thirds.
yeah, we got unanimous consent on that? All right, unanimous consent on that, so we're ready for Proposal 18. It's been moved and
I'll
seconded.
just explain so the public and the listening public knows why we're reconsidering that we overlooked that Proposal 18 had another provision in it. It included drawing permits that we overlooked when we T&A'd it, is the difference.
And no rush, but whenever you're ready, we're ready, I think. We're ready. Sorry to call you back up here, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my name is Amy Vandevort, and seated to my right is Todd Rinaldi, and I just really wanted to get back up here again, so my apologies for skipping it earlier. Proposal 18 proposes to shorten the brown bear season dates in Unit 9C to October 7th to October 21st and May 10th to May 25th for residents and non-residents, and establish a draw permit for the portion of the unit within Katmai Preserve. This is a public proposal, and the department recommendation is to oppose the proposal. Current brown bear regulations for Unit 9C include biennial seasons with hunts during fall of odd years and spring of even years. The bag limit is 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. Current season dates are October 1st to October 21st and May 10th to May 31st. There's also a resident-only near village hunt that is open every year, year-round, with a bag limit of 1 bear every regulatory year. This proposal would decrease hunting opportunity and increase hunter crowding during the first open week of the fall hunting season, and it would cause undue administrative burden to implement a draw hunt within only a portion of Unit 9. Katmai National Park is located within Unit 9C, leaving approximately 40% of available brown bear habitat open to hunting. Available habitat is habitat below 2,700 feet elevation with large water bodies removed. Registration permits were required starting in 2011 to get better hunter and harvest data. The average annual harvest for the unit is 15 to 17 bears, or just over 30 bears every other year during open regulatory years. The last abundance estimate from 2004 and 2005 was 1,950 bears. Using this estimate, the harvest rate is less than 1%, and this is a sustainable harvest rate for coastal brown bears. Average ages of harvested bears has trended upward since 2001, with an approximate increase of 2 years for both males and females. Female age has been decreasing since 2017, but averages still indicate adults are being taken instead of subadults. Age data for 2023 is not available yet. Average skull sizes for harvested male brown bears has stayed pretty constant since 2001, with no significant increases or decreases seen. Average ages and skull sizes are not showing any declines, which indicate there are older age classes of brown bear available for harvest. This meets the management goal to provide an opportunity to take large animals. Brown bear harvest reached a peak in the 2003 regulatory year of 70 bears harvested. Since then, hunter numbers and harvest have decreased. Effort or number of days hunted per hunter has remained stable, and percent success has also remained steady. The department opposes this proposal. There are no conservation concerns with brown bears in Unit 9C with the large refugia provided by Katmai National Park. There's also no concern of overharvested bears within Katmai Preserve. Implementing a draw hunt creates undue administrative burden when there is no conservation concern and no need to shorten seasons, reduce the number of bears taken annually, or the number of hunters that can participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have discussion from board members on this. I have a question for you. You know, I know you talked about basically every community in 9 has that, you know, the 3 mile surrounding the village or town or community, you can take brown bears. And I know you said that take was very, very minimal. However, does that take, in your opinion, it just can be off the cuff, does that skew your boar to sow ratio take, and does that skew your, you know, skull size when you're looking at encompassing totally?
Mr. Chair, so for the boar to sow ratio, the boar to sow ratios for these hunts were looked at specifically for the every other year hunts. Really depends on the year for what's harvested for the near village permit. Sometimes, this last year especially, we've been having some pretty large bears harvested. Most of the time, they're more nuisance animals. And this just allows the residents of that area, of that village, to take care of a problem bear without having to go through all the work and then give up the hide and skull to us after they do that. It allows it to keep them.
Generally speaking, like a nuisance bear, is that a younger bear then? Generally speaking, I guess.
Mr. Chair, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Depends on the body condition of the bear.
Great, thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion. I move to amend this proposal only to the drawing hunt portion, as we've already discussed, or I'll leave the motion there and then I'll.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Member Brett?
Yeah, so the reasoning behind that is we have already talked about and took action on season dates and lengths. So we just have to address the drawing portion of this.
I think that's pretty clear. I understand that. Does anybody have any questions about that before we vote on the amendment? If not, I think we're ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question.
The question's been called on the amendment.
On the amendment, Mr. Hoffman? Yes. Mr. Brett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Batesdale?
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
So the amendment proposal's on the table here, which is basically creating a drawing hunt here. Further discussion on the proposal in front of us. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to support this proposal by adding drawings to it. My personal opinion, drawing hunts are used either to control, effort or to reduce opportunity, and I don't think we have a healthy population of bears, and we have no indication that the population is decreasing.
Thanks for that. Further discussion from board members. We had pretty good discussions and earlier proposals about brown bear. But Member Loring.
Thank you. I agree with Member Burnett's statements there. We do have a healthy population. Fish and Game's really comfortable with what they have out there as far as population numbers and effort and take, and there's really no reason to go to a draw permit for the same reasons that Ms. Burnett outlined for us. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any further discussion? If not, we're ready for the question, I think, on Proposal 18.
Call the question, Mr. Chairman.
The question's been called.
The Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 18 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batchel? Mr.
Yes.
Batchel? Mr. Garner?
Hey, I think we should entertain a motion to put this all the way back on the table, and we'll get exactly clear what we are voting on here. We amended the proposal, and we need to have clarification here with all of the board members. So do I need a motion to put this back on the table and quit the roll call, or how do I do that? All right, we're just doing it then.
Okay. I will start over, Mr. Chairman, and then just to re-clarify, correct me if I'm wrong, Proposal 18 is amended so that it only applies to the drawing hunt portion, does not address any seasons.
Yep, so if a board member votes yes here, we are going to create a drawing hunt. And if we vote no here, we are not going to create a drawing hunt. Just to make it really clear for all the board members. All right, I think we're ready to try this again.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Great. I think at this time, guys, it's a little early, but I think we're going to break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock, and we'll delve into the Dillingham area proposals. So thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher and members of the board. My name is John Lansdale, the Dillingham wildlife biologist. A copy of this presentation can be found in RC4 tab 4.1, the Unit 17 area overview. Sitting to my left is Evelyn Liqua, who's been up here previously with the king salmon biologist. She shares work duties with that office, and so participates in all the management activities for Unit 17, 9, and 10. And we have a frontline staff, Eunice Diusik, who's been with the department for 27 years in Dillingham. We also have a member with the board support who's sitting with the board support staff, Natalie Romo, and the marine mammals and state refuge staff come through Dillingham annually, mostly in the summer. This map shows Unit 17 and Dillingham in relation to the rest of the state. Unit 17 is about 18,800 square miles. It's on the north side of Bristol Bay and consists of 3 subunits, 17A, B, and C. Um, 17A is our smallest subunit in the western portion of Unit 17 and has 2 communities. It's primarily federal lands consisting of Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. Unit 17B is in the northern portion of the unit and is made up of the upper Mulchatna or all of the Mulchatna, excuse me, and the upper Nushagak rivers. And it includes the northern half of Wood-Tikshik State Park. Unit 17C contains most of the people in Unit 17 with 5 communities, and there's a couple seasonal fish camps there as well that attract a lot of people during the summer for the salmon return. And there's 1 road system between Dillingham and Aleknagik, which then connects most of the residents of Unit 17 to Wood-Tikshik State Park. Some of the notable aspects of the western portion of Bristol Bay include the world's largest sockeye salmon fishery, the Walrus Island State Game Sanctuary, which is one of the largest terrestrial haulouts of walrus, and includes Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. If you combine Yukon Delta with the Wood-Tikshik State Park, it creates one of the most largest contiguous stretches of protected lands in the nation, if not the continent. We have 6 big game species that we manage in Unit 17. Moose are across all 3 subunits, and we have 4 proposals we'll address today, hopefully, for moose. We have 2 caribou herds, the Nushagak Peninsula and Mulchatna Caribou Herd. There's 3 proposals for the Mulchatna Caribou Herd. We have a robust brown bear population and low densities of black bears, but as you move further north in the unit towards Unit 19 and the Kuskokwim, our black bear densities increase. We have 3 proposals regarding brown bears today. Wolves and wolverines occupy all subunits with varying abundance. 1 proposal addresses wolves and 2 proposals address wolverines. With the closure of the Mulchatna caribou herd, moose have become an increasingly important food resource for Alaskans in Unit 17. Unit 17A was last surveyed in 2022 with brown conditions. It oftentimes doesn't receive adequate snowfall to do a snow-covered GSPE. That population estimate resulted in just under 2,000 moose, and that's over our population objective of 1,100 to 1,750. Our Unit 17B has not had a unit-wide population survey conducted since 2007 and 2008. But during those 2 years, the combined surveys resulted in 3,100, 3,200 moose. That's the highest recorded population assessment for Unit 17B. Attempts have been made multiple times over the last decade to survey that subunit, and most recently this last spring, we did about half of the survey before we just couldn't complete it due to weather. We plan on, again, trying to conduct a 17B population estimate or survey this coming spring, hopefully in the next month or two. 17C was last surveyed in 2023 under good conditions, and that resulted in about 3,600 moose, which is just over our upper end of our population objective of 3,500. 17A offers our most liberal hunting opportunity for residents with fall and winter seasons. The winter season has a 2 moose bag limit. Unit 17 over the last 3 years has averaged 117 moose harvested. 42 cows on average are taken primarily during the winter hunt, but a handful are harvested in the fall. This subunit also offers some limited non-resident opportunity with 20 draw permits. 17B has our highest non-resident participation under a general season hunt structure and 1 registration permit. Non-resident desire and participation has substantially increased in Unit 17B in the last 3 or 4 years. This year we had 185 hunters hunting Unit 17B, non-resident hunters in 17B, and kind of the long-term average is like 60 hunters. So there's been a rise in popularity there. 17C is where the bulk of our harvest occurs with robust moose populations along the lower Nushagak River. It's our most important subunit for resident hunters. Most of our moose come out of Unit 17C. We've been below our harvest objective of 165 moose. The 3-year average is 147. The last 2 years we have exceeded the lower end of the management harvest objective of 165. We've extended the fall season by 5 days to try and, by emergency order, to try and capture some of the bull availability or susceptibility. So the season ends the 15th, and we've extended it to the 20th, partially because we've been over objective and because we've been over population objective, but we haven't been meeting our harvest objective. Some of the things that affect how we manage moose in Unit 17 are the unreliable winter conditions that prevent our surveys, whether they're composition surveys in the fall or their population surveys in February, March. Our composition surveys are heavily biased towards bulls, primarily because we oftentimes don't receive adequate snowfall in November. 17B is large and logistically intensive to get a crew out there and get a good survey done. In short, our populations appear to be healthy in 2 of the 3 subunits, and our harvest is trending towards our management objectives. Brown bears are widespread and abundant. The sockeye salmon returns have been very strong in Bristol Bay since 2017. They've been found to, excuse me, they've been found to be important predators on both caribou and moose calves and adult moose in the spring. There's an active commercial guiding industry in Unit 17 for brown bears. Some of the brown bears regulations are some of the most liberal in the state in Unit 17, with the 2-bear bag limit, being able to sell hide and with claws attached. And then black bears are kind of at the edge of their range. They're mostly harvested incidentally by non-resident moose hunters. We've harvested a total of 53 bears in the last 10 years. As I said before, the numbers increase as you move further north in the unit and get closer to the Kuskokwim. But we have been seeing higher harvest, and we're talking single digit, but more black bears starting to occur closer to Dillingham in 17C. Brown bear harvest peaked in 2011, and that was after the adoption of the 2-bear bag limit. We've exceeded our brown bear harvest guideline since then. Unit 17 brown bear harvest guideline is 50 annually, with no more of the harvest being comprised of 50% female. We did exceed that 1 year in 2018. This is bear harvest by hunters and does not include any removal from the predation control activities that have occurred in Unit 17 in the last 2 regulatory years. So strictly hunting harvest. Brown bear harvest in Unit 17 is driven largely by guided non-resident hunters. The number of bears harvested generally tracks with the number of guides participating in the unit. An average of 75 of our brown bears are 75% of our harvest is comprised of non-resident harvest. This regulatory year, which isn't complete yet, we've already exceeded the harvest guideline of 50. We've had 55 bears sealed in Unit 17 so far. That's not depicted on the screen, but we have already exceeded the harvest guideline. Wolves occupy the entire each subunit, so the entire unit. There seems to be a recent downward trend in the wolf population across Southwest Alaska, including, Units 18 when I talk with some of my colleagues further west. And on average, hunters harvest about 28 wolves, at least in the last 3 years. And this is below the long-term average. So we have been seeing a decrease in wolf harvest in the greater region. A current predation control effort by both the department and the public occurs within portions of Unit 17 under the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Plan. Cumulative reported wolf harvest from regulatory years 2011 through 2023, because 24 isn't complete yet, averages 41 wolves, and the 3-year average is 31. So again, just more information that our wolf harvest is trending downward. Some of that is due to winter conditions and availability, though. Most of our harvest occurs in 17B and 17C, and that's where the East Mulchatna spend much of their annual range is in those two subunits. Most of our harvest is during the spring, or I guess late winter, during February and March, when there's access for snow machines across much of the unit. The Nushagak River communities have a long history of dedicated and serious wolf hunters, and that's right where the East Mulchatna winters, is kind of outside of 3 Nushagak River communities. Information gathered during the trapper questionnaire for fur bearers indicate that coyotes are increasing, but they've historically been scarce in the subunit, in the unit. We have very few muskrats and lynx. What is abundant, though, is river otters and red fox. The rest of our populations are widespread and occur across all of the unit, but again, wolves seem to be decreasing. Unit 17 has had an increase in ptarmigan in at least the last 3 years. It's been noticed by both residents of the unit and by the department while we've been conducting our surveys. We've had 3 really robust winters the last few years, and I think that that's probably decreased their predation rates due to not standing out against the brown tundra like they had in previous winters. In the spring, white-fronted geese are common, and emperor geese and king eiders are harvested along the coast during their migrations, are an important subsistence opportunity for residents. Cackler geese more predominantly occur there in the fall, so there's a little bit of a flip-flop in the migrations between the goose species. And snowshoe hares occupy the woodlands, and then you've heard a lot about Alaska hares from Chris and Cam. There's 2 caribou herds in Unit 17. The Nushagak Peninsula Caribou Herd, which is cooperatively managed with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, south of Dillingham. It's anywhere from 200 to 1,000 animals. That's represented in the yellow. And then more broadly, the Mulchatna Caribou Herd, which is shaded in purple, which occupy all or portions of Unit 17 at various times of the year. The Nushagak Peninsula Caribou Herd was introduced to Unit 17 from caribou that were captured in the Northern Alaska Peninsula herd in the early 1990s. Currently, the herd is at about 650 animals. We have a cooperative management plan with the Togiak National Wildlife Refuge that when that population exceeds 900 animals, a state harvest or state hunt will get on the books under RC 501. Harvest in recent years has fallen below that 60 per year average. That was really weighted heavily from, I believe it's 2020, but we'll see that in a second, where 300 plus caribou were harvested. But in the last few years, single digit or low teens caribou have been harvested. This hunt is predominantly by 5 different communities close to Dillingham. Nushagak Peninsula caribou herd experienced a dramatic decline. This is likely due to harvest in 2019, and this herd does have, under federal regulation, same-day airborne caribou hunting during the winter. Harvest increased to 307, and a state hunt was offered in 2016 when the population exceeded that federal objective of 800 animals. The permit system is administered through Togiak National Wildlife Refuge for the 6 communities. And we're below that threshold of 900, so we don't have a current state hunt right now. It's pretty much primarily federal public lands on the Nushagak Peninsula. There was a special action request submitted to the Federal Subsistence Board to lift that restriction on federal lands, and it wasn't passed. And then recently, this year, the Federal Subsistence Board passed an expansion. And so you'll see on the map on the left, the lighter colored map, there was a hunt boundary extension on the western portion of that herd. The caribou have started to move further north and west off of the peninsula. And so the Federal Subsistence Board did pass that, and that is in regulation for that hunt right now under federal regulation. Due to the state opportunity not happening until 900 animals exist, it's unlikely that reasonable opportunity would exist under a state hunt just due to how the federal management system is working right now. And there will be a more in-depth update for the Mulchatna caribou herd during an intensive management presentation, which is just after this. But in summary, the Mulchatna caribou herd is below our intensive management population and harvest objectives. With that, I would happily accept any questions about Unit 17.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. That was a great update. I'm curious on your bear harvest. It's exceeded the harvest guidelines for looks like about 12 years. Have you seen the age of bears getting lowered and the skull size decreasing in that harvest?
Through the chair, Member Brett, no, we have not. I actually just sat down and looked at the skull harvest a couple weeks ago, and we're having many bears come in that are in 5, 6 years old that are exceeding that 26-inch, 27-inch mark. There's a strong contingent of guides that work out of Dillingham in the spring.
Just one more.
Sure.
So I'm curious on how you're analyzing your populations of like your unsealed furs like marten, fox, mink, coyote, muskrat, where you have a designation of stable or others.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett, that just comes from the trapper questionnaire, where people voluntarily provide information on their trapping effort. And observations in the field and talking to some of the local trappers in the area is kind of how we compiled that.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Yeah, there are more questions from board members? Well, we're maybe thinking of some. I know in 17B you have that 2-mile setback on a lot of those drainages up there. Why isn't something that in place like in 17A? Can you kind of walk me through how that process came about?
Yeah, Chairman. There is a There is a 2-mile setback aircraft restriction corridor in 17A for moose in the fall seasons only. And in 17B, there's a non-resident closed area which follows the upper Nushagak River and the main stem of the Mulchatna and some of its major tributaries. And it's oftentimes confused, but it's no non-resident hunting for caribou. But that is administered through a registration permit that's capped at 75 permits, first come, first serve, RM 587. And so maybe that helps clarify.
Yeah, you definitely clarified it. Thanks for answering that. Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, John. Quick question. Do the Nushagak Peninsula herd and the Mulchatna herd ever mix?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, there has been radio collared animals, not very often. I mean, I think it's only happened a handful of times, but back in the early or mid 2000s, when the herd was at a much higher level, they were closer to Dillingham in Unit 17C, and there was instances of collared Nushagak Peninsula caribou herd animals moving north across the Wood River and joining the Mulchatna, but it happened very, very rarely.
So that, you don't think that could have contributed to that one loss? I guess you said it was primarily hunting, that where the herd population dropped?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, are you talking about the drop here on this graph for the Nushagak Peninsula herd?
2019, correct?
So the federal management of this becomes very volatile, I guess you'll say. There's either very limited harvest, either due to access issues, or there's really good access and people are able to go harvest caribou. And just through their management structure, once they hit, I think it's 600 and increasing, they offer pretty much unlimited hunting with harvest quotas to bring that population back down to a level in the 400-ish range.
Two more quick questions. So, I lost my question. Go ahead.
Any other questions from board members? Yeah, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Just as long as we're on this slide, John, do you have any history why the federal population objective differs from the state hunt objective?
Thank you, Member Barrett, through the chair. This is Todd Rinaldi for the record. I don't understand how they came about being, but there is the Nushagak Advisory Group that does meet different than the AC. One of the challenges here is that when that federal population objective is reached, or as John said, the population starts to grow, it triggers a plethora of federal permits. And then those hunters get out there and then they take a considerable number of caribou, bring it back down to below the federal objective, and it keeps it in federal harvest. So it never arises to the point in the last 10 years where we have an opportunity for state hunters. So that's kind of the volatility of the situation. They only offer 2 or 3 permits. They hand them out to specific villages through the federal system. But then once it gets up to 600, 700, they just open it up. And that's why you can see that decline. That decrease after 2019 was a result of a considerable number of federal hunters bringing that population down.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? I have one more quick question. It's been a long time ago, but I spent about 5 years on the Cock-Toolie, or 5 summers on the Cock-Toolie, like in the, mid-90s to late 90s, and I saw a lot of black bear there. And I know here you said you're kind of on the edge of the range, there aren't a lot of black bear. Has something changed, or maybe a lot of people don't hunt black bear up there, or?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. The Mulchatna certainly has more black bears, and the upper portion of Wood-Tikchik State Park has a fair number of bears, and there seems to be some sort of segregation. The brown bears are down along the lake, eating sockeye salmon, and most of the black bears are up in the alpine. 17C and 17A have very, very few black bears. So that's why we just mentioned it's kind of at the edge of the range, because it seems like they just don't exist the closer you get to the coast.
Thanks for that explanation. Any more questions here before we get into the next presentation? All right, I think we're ready for the next one, guys. I think what tab number is that one?
Mr. Chairman, that's RC4, tab 4.2. And it'll be the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Update. Good afternoon. This is the intensive management update for the Mulchatna Caribou Herd. For the record, my name is John Lanceedle. Copy of this can be found in RC4, tab 4.2. This will be an update for the Mulchatna Caribou Herd Intensive Management Program and our survey and inventory results from the last regulatory year. The current intensive management operational plan was reevaluated in 2022 after the last South, Central, and Southwest Board of Game cycle, and it's currently approved through 2028. Modifications to the plan in 2022 included the addition of state lands in Unit 18. It removed a 10,000 square mile limitation to the predation control area. It allows for multiple predation control areas. It also added black and brown bears to the intensive management plan, and removal permissible by department staff using aerial, same-day airborne, or ground-based lethal methods. This is primarily associated to the West Mulchatna calving grounds, one of two current major calving grounds associated with the herd. The Mulchatna caribou herd is currently fragmented into two major segments with strong spatial segregation throughout most of the year. The bulk of the herd is represented by dark blue and orange or yellow. The dark blue portion is the West Mulchatna, and the orange represents what we reference as the East Mulchatna segment. We have over 150 radio callers on adults across the entire range, which has aided our survey efforts. And additionally, there are 25 callers on about 600 animals in the purple and Southern Unit 18 and very Western Unit 17A. The current public same-day airborne wolf removal area is labeled as the Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area. It consists of portions of Units 9B, 17B, and C, Eastern Unit 18 and 19B, and that opens December 1st. The Keemuck Control Area in the center of the Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area, that was the original wolf control area, and that was established in 2011. And that area, it opens on February 1st, not December 1st, so it allows some of the local trappers and hunters an opportunity to harvest wolves through hunting means and methods without competition from same-day airborne participants. And that area is centered in Unit 17B and C, which is primarily where East Mulchatna is. The Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area has seen gradual expansion over the years after its initial adoption in 2011. And in 2022, the same-day airborne wolf predation control area was further expanded into it was expanded north into Unit 19B, and that's where the East Mulchatna calve, and it was also expanded south into Units 9B, and that's where the East Mulchatna winter. Additionally, the control area was expanded into Unit 18, which encompasses the primary migratory route for West Mulchatna, and has included their calving grounds in the last 2 years. Currently, the Greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area measures 15,584 square miles. The bulk of the public same-day airborne program is geared towards treating the East Mulchatna. And the reason for that is because the West Mulchatna is primarily on federal lands during the winter. You'll see Yukon Delta and Togiak National Wildlife Refuge in green on the west side or left of the map. And that currently does not allow for same-day airborne predation control programs on federal lands. The Mulchatna Caribou Herd Wolf Control Program has been established for 13 years, and wolf removal has been variable over that period, with as many as 30 wolves being removed by pilots and many years of 0 due to lack of participation or poor weather conditions. Some of the major factors affecting the success of this program are having good conditions for tracking, which would include adequate light and recent fresh snowfall, which allows much more effective tracking by pilots. And oftentimes the coastal weather that also affects our moose surveys and such of Unit 17, it prevents adequate and frequent fresh snow, which again makes it difficult for pilots. Other factors that may influence the participation and success of this program is likely due to rising aviation costs for maintenance, insurance, and fuel prices, and it's also remote. It creates a difficult logistic problem for people from outside the area to come over and participate effectively. As updated to the board in February 2024 at the Western Arctic Board of Game meeting, the department identified adding an earlier period for department-focused wolf removal, and that may help achieve our goals due to the challenges we faced of tracking wolves in 2023 during the first year of our efforts. In April of '24, department staff scheduled 10 days to focus on wolf removal near the West Mulchatna calving grounds. That's identified by the darker red polygon. This was an additional effort by the department to have focused wolf control to aid the public same-day airborne program. They completely overlap. And we're targeting wolves and wolf packs that were using that area in and adjacent to the West Mulchatna calving grounds. And the West Mulchatna calving grounds are identified by the green, yellow, and red dot as its caribou concentration. This greater area, the larger red polygon, completely falls within our public area. And this area roughly measures about 3,700 square miles, which is just under 25% of our public same-day airborne area. From that area, we removed 11 wolves from 2 different packs. Both packs were in southern Unit 19B, but within that darker maroon area. Snow conditions were favorable for a few days during that time frame in April, but strong winds and hard-packed snow made for increasingly difficult tracking conditions. The West Mulchatna calving grounds in 2023 were within Eastern Unit 18, and it was also surveyed during the April wolf removal period. The caribou were also in the same spot in 2024. No wolf tracks were detected, but efforts in this area were limited due to weather, and that's specifically in that smaller red polygon. We did fly through there, but we were limited due to weather and snow presence. The West Mulchatna caribou herd initiated their eastbound spring migration and calved in the same general area, and that was a notable shift from the last 10 years. Historically, or recently historic, from 2012 to 2022, they've migrated off federal lands through that green blob and into Wood-Tikchik State Park. And so in 2023 and 24, they didn't migrate as far east. And so that primary removal area was where we worked in May and June, and that's a bright red polygon around the green blob, if you will. And that was centered, our efforts were centered around the caribou calving concentration. That area measured roughly 530 square miles, which was half of the search area in 2023, which was our first year of the program. So in 2023, we searched about 1,200 square miles, and then this year we searched 530 square miles. During the primary calving period, over 21 days, staff removed a total of 81 brown bears and 3 wolves during the Department Predation Control Program. Not depicted on this graph are the 11 wolves that were removed in the earlier period in April. These are only removals from the spring of 2024 and are not cumulative of both years of our removal efforts. All brown bears were removed during the primary period, which occurred during May and early June. Excuse me. 3 additional wolves were removed during May. 2 wolves were documented killing both adult and calf caribou. 1 wolf was feeding on department-removed bear carcasses, and brown bears were observed hunting, killing, and eating caribou calves. Again, as mentioned to the board in 2024 intensive management update, up to 50 neonate calves would be radio marked and monitored. In 2024, we captured a total of 55 calves. The bulk of the collaring effort took place between May 12th and May 19th. 3 calf collars were never heard after calf capture, and thus are censored from any cause-specific mortality or survival analysis. 1 collar was deployed on a sick or weak calf. This was to attempt to detect its carcass, as we thought it was going to perish shortly after that. 2 days later, it was detected on a mortality signal, and the carcass was sent in for necropsy by veterinarian staff. In total, 51 West Smolchatna calves were then monitored daily. So we subtracted 4 because of the 3 collars that didn't work and the 1 calf that we knew was sick. These monitoring efforts occurred daily up until June 5th, and then occurred bi-weekly through about mid-August, and then monthly thereafter. There was a lack of significant mortalities from May 20th through May 30th, and peak predator removal occurred during the middle of that time period. So where there's a gap in the data is when we remove most of our predators. Those predator detections were high during that time period, and removal efforts took the bulk of each day. These neonate collars on West Smolchatna caribou calves allowed us to monitor and assess survival and cause-specific mortality. Calf survival has been variable over the years between the 2 major groups, the East Smolchatna and West Smolchatna, and the highest rates of mortality generally occur during the first 2 weeks of life when calves are most susceptible. Calf survival to 2 weeks this year was 79%, which is marked improvement over the last 5 years in West Smolchatna, back to 2024. And when I say 5 years, that was the last 5 years that calf mortality study was done. It wasn't conducted every single year. East Smolchatna calf survival to 2 weeks has generally fallen below West Smolchatna survival, with higher rates of predation occurring in the East Smolchatna. But the West Smolchatna saw a more precipitous population decline after shifting their caribou calving grounds, and thus it was the impetus for us conducting control work on West Smolchatna. Staff conducted mortality investigation on 12 marked calves determined to be on mortality. For comparative purposes, from 2011 through 2021 calf mortality studies of the Smolchatna determined predation, particularly by brown bears and wolves, to be the leading source of mortality. In 2024, improvement in the reduction of bear predation was observed with only 3 marked calves, cause of death being probable predation, which is in gray, kind of looks white on your guys' slides. And of these 3 predation events, 2 are attributed to golden eagles and 1 to a brown bear. Of the other causes of mortality, 1 calf drowned, 1 calf was a failure to thrive, 3 calves were documented as abandoned, and 4 calves documented as unknown. This decrease in bear predation likely represents achieving our goal of reducing predation of by brown bears and wolves in the early stages of life. The cause-specific mortality investigations were conducted until June 5th, at which time the predation control program ceased and we weren't in the field daily at that point. 11 of the 12 marked calves were detected on mortality in May. 3 radio-marked calf carcasses were detected near a river crossing intact in July during a telemetry flight but were not recovered. Additionally, 2 more mortalities were detected on a subsequent telemetry flight in September, and the cause of death was not assigned to any of the late summer or early fall mortalities. The predation control program's primary goal is to increase calf survival. Calf survival to 5 months was analyzed from 47 of the 51 radio collars. The blue box, representing the calf's most vulnerable stage, the first 2 weeks of life, and that's where most mortality occurs. While calves rapidly gain strength and increasingly become more mobile each day, they are still vulnerable to a variety of mortality factors. The four calves collared in June from the previous graph were not included in the survival analysis as daily telemetry checks stopped after June 5th. As the calves approached 3 weeks of age, their probability of surviving to 20 weeks, the fall, was at 74%, decreasing to 68% at 21 weeks. Our last calf monitoring effort occurred mid-October, and 32 calf collars were still on air in the West Mulchatna. These increases in calf survival to 5 months likely represent achieving our goal of reducing predation in the early stages of life. Part of our annual survey and inventory work is to assess our fall population demography through a composition survey. This gives us information on the percentage of bulls, cows, and calves within the Mulchatna caribou herd segments, and helps us understand sex and age composition to inform management decisions towards managing towards sustained yield. An increased calf-to-cow ratio in the West Mulchatna is one of the primary goals of the predation control program, and October is an ideal time to conduct the survey as there's limited sexual segregation and all sexes and age classes are more uniformly mixed during the rut. The Mulchatna caribou herd intensive management objectives include a bull-to-cow ratio objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows and a calf-to-cow ratio objective of 30 calves per 100 cows. Prior to implementation of the department predation control effort, the 10-year average calf-to-cow ratio were as follows: 31 calves per 100 cows in the East Mulchatna, and the West was 26 calves per 100 cows. The long-term average calf-to-cow ratio of 26 per 100 cows for the West Mulchatna is combined over a 20-year period. In the last 10 years, the East Mulchatna has had lower calf survival from radio collars, but generally higher fall-to-calf-to-cow ratios. The 10-year average prior to the predation control equals 31 calves per 100 cows, which achieves intensive management objectives. Although there has been marginal growth in the east, it may be that the intensive management objective of 30 calves per 100 cows is not allowing for growth, but only population stability in East Mulchatna. This is the second year in a row of stable East Mulchatna calf-to-cow ratios, which was 32 calves per 100 cows. We sampled roughly 35% of the estimated population in the East Mulchatna, and again, there was no department predation control treatment in the East Mulchatna. In the last 2 years of department predation control efforts, we have documented the highest calf-to-cow ratios since composition surveys have been conducted in the West Mulchatna. The calf-to-cow ratio of 44 calves per 100 cows and 54 calves per 100 cows, respectively, over the last 2 years demonstrates a positive response of the West Mulchatna caribou herd to the predation control treatment area. This is our assessment of calf survival to 5 months of age, and these increases in calf-to-cow ratios likely represent achieving our goal of reducing predation in the early stages of life. That green on that graph is kind of hard to see. Our long-term combined bull-to-cow ratio averages 27 bulls per 100 cows, and that spans the last 20 years. The 2024 combined ratio of 27 bulls per 100 cows is lower than most of the past 7 years, but it is in line with long-term averages when we look back, 20 years. The percent of the bulls in the herd, which is 19%, and this is the lowest marginally since regulatory year 2013. It is uncertain what may be driving bull survival, and the department is curious to investigate why. A sample of collar bulls may help inform the population estimate. It's uncertain how many bulls are leaving the calving aggregations in the summer and forming bachelor groups away from the main aggregations. In addition to increased numbers of calves surviving to 5 months, the department is attempting to achieve population growth. The summer population assessment was conducted on July 3rd. Annually, department staff monitor the entire Mulchatna caribou herd for post-calving aggregations. The East Mulchatna aggregates very strongly in the midsection of the Mulchatna River in Unit 17B, and the West Mulchatna loosely aggregate on persistent snowpack in the northern portion of the Tikchik Mountains of Units 18, 17A and B, and 19. Pilots and staff locate collared caribou and photograph each group. These groups are then counted with the known number of radio collars in each group. The caribou population estimate is better with strong aggregations and uses adult radio collars to increase our detections. Some factors influencing our population estimates include how many collars are available and then subsequently found during the survey, and how many of those radio collars are within each group, the number of animals within each group, and this is known as the Reveille method. The Mulchatna caribou herd has had aerial surveys conducted since 1974, with annual surveys occurring since 2012. Currently, the Mulchatna caribou herd are at an estimated 14,900-ish caribou, which is roughly half of their lower population objective of 30,000 caribou. The current intensive management population objective of 30,000 to 80,000 caribou was established by the board in 2009. Since the adoption of the current population objectives of 30,000 to 80,000, the Mulchatna caribou herd has averaged an estimated 18,000 animals. The 2024 survey resulted in the highest estimate since 2017 and had a higher minimum count than year 2013. Minimum counts have averaged about 11,000 animals over the same time period, with a low of 8,700 in 2020 and a high of roughly 16,000 in 2014. The surveys in 2014 and 2015 had a number of missing callers during the survey, which inflated estimates to 27,000 and 30,000 animals respectively, although minimum counts were high in 2014. Surveys in 2017 and 2018 did not have adequate conditions to derive a population estimate, and those years the minimum counts were reported for population size. All other years represented are population estimates using the Reveille methodology. Due to the high number of radio collars present within the herd, we have increased confidence in the number of caribou present on the landscape. The total population estimate for 2024 was 14,846 caribou, plus or minus 600. We're seeing a response as a result of our intensive management activities. We have seen population growth in the West Mulchatna. This estimate does not include the population or the segment of caribou that was in the purple in southern Unit 18 from the map. So there are additional animals out there that we're aware of, but they're not included in this 14,800 estimate. Both the West Mulchatna and East Mulchatna minimum counts and population estimates increased this year, and additionally we found another 230 animals close to Dillingham in the fall when we were doing our composition surveys and captures, and none of our collared animals in the East Mulchatna detected that movement. Thus, we believe 14,846 is a conservative estimate of the Mulchatna caribou herd. The increased population estimate also provides optimism that predator reductions are working towards achieving our intensive management goal. Looking ahead, we are currently in the planning phases for the 20 and 25 calving period. We've been able to identify logistical challenges and improve our efficiency over the last 2 years. Our 2025 effort should similarly follow our 2024 effort. This will be year 3 of department removal of bears and wolves, and we have documented a positive response in calf survival to 5 months in the West Mulchatna where we've done the treatment. Additionally, we are evaluating overwinter survival of those calves born in 2024. And additionally, in the fall of this year, we collared 28 East Mulchatna calves so that we can assess survival of both sides over winter survival to 1 year. This spring, we are again conducting the additional early removal period in late March or early April for wolves as conditions exist. This targeted wolf removal by department staff will be in the area that was shown, the larger red polygon from the previous map that measured 3,700 square miles and is centered around the West Mulchatna calving grounds. We plan to capture and collar neonates again this year to monitor mortalities and monitor subsequent survival to 5 months. The bear removal area is likely to remain similar in size, but due to the uncertainty of the West Mulchatna calving grounds, which experienced a big shift from them being in Wood-Tick-Chick State Park and Unit 17B for about 10 years to the newer calving grounds the last 2 years, that the pregnant caribou will dictate where we end up operating. Currently, we have little to no snow in Units 9, 17, and 18, and the snowpack may affect caribou migratory behavior. The board is slated to hear more about our continued research efforts into the nutritional condition of adult female Mulchatna caribou. And Dillingham staff is slated to recapture calves that were collared during this last spring and affix adult collars with them. We're also going to capture 10-month-old calves to increase our understanding of age-specific survival and age at first reproduction for both segments of the population. And this will allow the department to assess the true recruitment of this year's age cohort. And all other annual and survey and inventory efforts will resume as normal. Be happy to take any questions.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. You did a great job with it. We had a lot of information in there. Any questions from board members? If not, I have one to kind of start off with. On slide 10, what exactly constitutes you classifying like a calf being like failure to thrive? Like whenever you see a calf mortality and you decide to failure to thrive, we talk about that a little bit?
Chairman Fletcher, yeah. So when we go into these calf mortality investigations, we're oftentimes finding just carcasses. And so those were sent into the veterinary services and they would perform a full necropsy on this individual. And a failure to thrive, just a calf that wasn't likely to make it based on, a birth defect, or it wasn't going to make it. It wasn't abandoned. It wasn't eaten. It was just a compromised calf.
Thanks for that. Question from board members. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you again, John. I'm curious on that, slide 20, I guess. Yeah, so you have your estimated populations there, and your total estimate is 14,846 plus or minus 619. How come you chose 619 and not 850?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. So because the populations after the herd has retracted in size from 200,000 animals at their peak, we're seeing distinct segments of the population. And so the West Mulchatna at 7,453 plus or minus 530, that was analyzed individually. And then the East was also analyzed individually. And then we didn't just sum them to get that estimate. That was another statistical analysis that was ran combined.
So coincidentally, added up to, if you add the 7,453 and the 7,393, it comes up to 14,846. Thank you. I'll have one more as long as I go. Predation by eagles. How do you determine if a caribou calf has been taken out by a golden eagle?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. Each predator has how they make their living. Bears kill and eat in a certain way. Wolves kill and eat in a certain way. Eagles kill and eat in a certain way. And oftentimes they'll go for the head and the eyes first. And we've documented talon marks. And oftentimes there's usually mute or bird droppings at the site, and it's a fresh kill, and there's an eagle on the calf.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good overview, John, and your team. For cow caribou, at what year do they, I know it varies a lot, but how old do they have to be before they really start producing calves?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, most of our caribou are giving birth at 3 years old. About 15 to 20% are giving birth at 2 years old, but the bulk of them give birth to their first calf at 3.
And just another question, kind of along with Mr. Brett asked, but what have you noted out in the field about the golden eagles that do the golden eagles kind of congregate during this calving time?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I wouldn't say we've noticed any congregation of eagles, but we have certainly observed active nests in the mountains surrounding the calving grounds.
And one last question, these calving grounds are pretty high in elevation, right, or does it vary?
Member Hoffman, yeah, the calving grounds are at a much higher elevation right now than they have been in the last 10 years. They're up in precipitous mountain terrain, and that can affect how we operate.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back on slide 16, we had that really big drop in bull-cow ratio on the west caribou. Can you go back over again why you thought that was, or what's caused that, or do you know?
Through the chair, Member Loring. I'm not sure if you're speaking to year 2020 where there was a drop below 20 bulls per 100 cows. The drop we saw, I couldn't explain that. The drop we experienced this year is right in line with our long-term average. And so I think, you know, our bull population, it's just dynamic. It fluctuates, and some of that is possibly due to rut time period. So we try and do our surveys during peak rutting behavior to avoid discrepancies in that.
So it might be a sitability issue then, more so than the actual loss of animals?
Through the chair, Member Loring, it's more likely a factor of weather, and weather really prevents us. My guess is that if I went back and looked at the memo before I was there, that it was likely weather that pushed the survey dates back.
Thank you.
Member Garner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During your presentation, you were, while going over statistics and numbers, you had mentioned that this does not include the purple area. And so I just kind of had a overall question of, is there a methods of calculating any variable in the integration of caribou between the areas? What that factor would be?
Through the chair, Member Garner. We have radio collars on that group of caribou. We've done minimum counts. They don't aggregate very strongly. It's really hard for us to do our photo survey there. We work closely with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge to monitor those caribou. We have 25-ish collars out there. Most of them are GPS collars, and we just haven't detected any movement north of the Connecticut River of those animals. And then the West Mulchattan and the blue, we haven't documented any movement south of the Connecticut River. It's not an uncrossable river. We just haven't detected it yet.
Any other questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yes, maybe you kind of answered my question on this last one, but have you done any photo census on the Mulchattan herd?
Through the chair, Member Brett. Yeah, every year since 2012.
Oh, okay. And one more, I think, let me get to the page. I wrote a different number down. So page 5. It seems that the non-same-day airborne harvest, I can imagine, are those primarily trappers?
Through the chair, Member Brett. Yeah, it's primarily trappers and hunters using snow
So
machine.
they did a really concerted effort of, removing wolves versus, same-day airborne. Kind of outdid them almost all 13 years. Is there still that kind of effort? Is there still trappers in that area that are, targeting or putting their trapping efforts towards wolves?
Through the chair, Member Brett. Yeah, there's an active group of people in the Nushagak community. There's 3 communities on the Nushagak River, and when the conditions exist, they hunt wolves effectively.
All right, thank you. Kudos to them.
Any other questions here? I believe,
one more.
oh yeah, sure thing, Member Brett.
I forgot it. when you were collaring newborns, and there were a few of them that had unknown sex, is there a typical reason why they were unknown?
Through the chair, Member Brett. We try to be as swift and gentle with these, very young, vulnerable animals, and oftentimes, and I just know from my own personal experience, I attempted to sex 2 of those 3, and they just had feces covering their parts, and so I was unable to determine sex before just saying, "Hey, let's get back in the helicopter and proceed."
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Once again, thank you very much for that presentation. I think we have another presentation. It's for Mulchatna Caribou Herd Nutrition and Disease Study.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Kristen Denreiter, Research Coordinator for Region 4, and I'll be providing an update on our study, Disentangling the Roles of Nutrition, Brucellosis, and Their Interactions on Reproductive Performance and Demography of the Mulchatna Caribou Herd. You can find the slides in RC4, tab 4.3. This effort is a large effort. Our main investigators are listed on this slide, but we also are very grateful to help from our colleagues out of the Bethel office who have helped us a lot with fieldwork and especially mortality investigations. So the Mulchatna caribou herd in Southwest Alaska has not recovered following a precipitous decline after peaking at about 200,000 animals in the late 1990s. Since 2021, the hunting season has been closed to prevent further decline of the herd, and that has contributed to food insecurity for the over 48 communities that rely on the Mulchatna herd for subsistence. The Alaska Department of Fish and Game has been investigating the roles of calf mortality for about a decade and nutrition and disease for the last 5 years. The initial phase of the research on nutrition and disease occurred from 2020 to 2022. And that work revealed low body fat levels of adult females in autumn, and especially low for lactating females. And what these data indicate is that there is a limitation from summer range on the amount of fat that these females are able to accrete, and especially lactating females with elevated requirements for milk production and calf rearing. However, the population level impacts of conditions on the summer range had not been investigated previously. That same study from 2020 to 2022 also investigated the effects of Brucella suis biovar 4, the bacteria that causes the disease brucellosis. Brucella can cause infertility, abortions, stillbirths, and calves that are born to mothers that are positive for Brucella may be weak and susceptible to death in the first few days after birth. And what that previous work found was that there was a high rate of seropositivity for Brucella, particularly in the West Mulchatna caribou herd. High seropositivity does not necessarily indicate active infection. It indicates some level of previous exposure and that the females have antibodies, but it does not tell us whether they are actively infected. Again, because we didn't know what the effects were on reproduction and just that they could be present, we wanted to pursue additional work in this area to figure out what Brucella was doing to reproduction and calf survival. So in 2023, just a little over a year ago, we initiated a new study to better understand how nutrition and disease were affecting the Mulchatna caribou herd. And especially since we knew that females were entering winter in relatively poor condition, we expected that there may be some factors in the winter range that would make them susceptible to mortality. And so we were really interested in filling out that annual picture of what is the summer nutrition and the winter nutrition. And we also wanted to know specifically how nutrition and disease were affecting pregnancy rates, were affecting probability of a calf being born alive, affecting probability of early calf survival in those first few days of life, and probability of being recruited to the fall. And we conducted our study in both the eastern and western portions of the Mulchatna caribou herd. We staged out of Dillingham and worked northeast of there for the eastern portion of the caribou herd, and out of Bethel for capturing animals out of the western portion of the caribou herd. And our study was designed as a longitudinal study, meaning that we track the same individuals over time. And our goal every capture season is to capture 60 animals and collect measurements on those animals, and then follow those animals throughout the year, capturing them again the next season. Our goal is to capture 60 animals every October and March for the duration of the study, so that we can evaluate their condition coming off of summer range and how they fare through winter. During fieldwork, we weigh animals, and we use manual palpation and ultrasound to get measurements of body fat and protein stores. In October, we also check for lactation by trying to express milk from the mammary gland, and we collect blood samples to evaluate antibody titers for brucella. And that's, again, to determine whether they are seropositive or seronegative to tell if they've ever been exposed to brucella. During March, we also use ultrasound in the field to evaluate pregnancy, and we confirm this with blood tests afterward. Using ultrasound in the field allows us to, in real time, detect the presence of fetal structures or cotyledons, which are shown in the picture on the right. And those are a part of the placenta and allow us to get a real-time measurement of pregnancy. Females that are determined to be pregnant are then fitted with a transmitter, and that transmitter communicates with the collar and sends an alert to us when there's a change in light, temperature, or it stops communicating with the collar, which indicates a birth has occurred. When we get the alert, we fly out to check on the cow and the calf to determine the status of the calf as alive or dead, and whether it can stand and follow its mother to get an indication of any health or vigor issues. And as you've heard, we collect many different kinds of data. We use a variety of statistical tests to evaluate relations among these variables. We use what's called an information theoretic approach to evaluate the models that we compare to select the best model. Some of our variables are used as predictor variables. Those are shown in blue on this slide. And a predictor variable is something we use to explain what's going on with another variable. The variables in red are response variables. They're the variables that we're trying to get a handle on what influences them. And some variables are shown in purple, and those can fall into either predictor or response variables depending on what relationships we're looking at. And it's not important to memorize which variables are which, just to note that you may see some variables used in different ways in the results. So the results I'm presenting today represent the first year of work from October 23 to October 24. That first year, we captured 55 caribou. 49% of those caribou were lactating in the fall when we captured them. And for seropositivity, again indicating exposure to brucellosis, was 43% in the west and 7% in the east, so much higher in the west. Then in March 2024, we captured 56 caribou. 52 of those were the same animals we had captured in fall. There were a few animals where the collars, they were old collars when we caught them in the fall, that stopped transmitting, so we just lost track of those. We don't know their fate. And one animal died between the two capture events. During March, we determined pregnancy rates were 96%, and seropositivity was very similar in March as it was to October. And before I get into the rest of the results, I'd like to just again reiterate these are preliminary results from the first year of data. We have another 2 years of data collection planned, so we are not sure what that's going to look like, so we'll have to wait and see at the end, but just keep that in mind as we present these results. I also want to point out before we get into the rest of the results that you will see different numbers. The sample size will change. And this is primarily because of things like collar failures, where the collar stops transmitting. That could be due to issues with battery life, factory defects, and sometimes hardware defects on the collars. And also because we had several animals that died throughout the first year of this study. Of those 5 mortalities we documented in that first year, 2 were mortalities caused by wolves. One was caused by a bear, and 2 were unknown, but those 2 unknown mortalities were in areas that are very difficult to reach without a helicopter. And so we think they're unlikely to have been anything other than natural causes. So one of the first things we looked at was how caribou fared over winter. And on this graph, we've got the East Mulchatna on the left and the West Mulchatna on the right. And we also have lactating and non-lactating animals. The blue boxes represent body fat levels in October. The red boxes represent body fat levels in March. And what we see here is that lactating females in October are much thinner, have much less body fat than non-lactating females, consistent with previous results. And we see that they tend to gain fat over winter. So our lactating females in the East were about 6% body fat in October and jumped up to an average of about 10% over winter. The numbers were very similar for the West. But for the non-lactating animals, what we see is more stability. So they start winter with more body fat, and they tend to maintain that over winter, as opposed to losing it or gaining it, as the lactating females are doing. So these seasonal changes tell us a couple of things. 1, that lactation is costly. And 2, that the lactating females that enter winter in poor condition are able to make up some of that ground over winter, which was very surprising. We also looked at how change in body fat over winter was related to their body fat entering winter, and found that both for lactating and non-lactating females, we could actually predict how much their condition would change over winter based on how much body fat they started with. So what that tells us is that their overwinter fat change is a function of their fat in October, therefore is a function in part of how they enter winter, how they come off their summer range. We can look at this relationship another way. We find the same thing. We can predict their body fat in March based on their body fat in October. And again, we can do that both for lactating and non-lactating females. Even though females can make up some of that ground and body fat over winter, they're not able to make up all of it. And they still end up, what you see with the lactating females is they still end up on that skinnier, less body fat end of the graph in red in March, even though they're making up some of that ground. So what this tells us is that body fat in March is a function of fat in October, again, how they come off their summer range. And this is important because their summer range then is having a large impact on their condition in late winter, at the time that they're giving birth during parturition, and during early lactation. But what these results also tell us is that winter range is not limiting. Since these females are able to gain over winter, that's not a concern, which was absolutely the opposite of what we thought we were going to find when we started this study, but that there may be some important carryover effects of their summer range. So switching gears a little bit, again, one of the questions we were interested in is how does nutrition affect probability of pregnancy? And again, we looked at this both relative to lactating and non-lactating females. The 2 lines on the graph, the 2 dashed vertical lines, represent what were previous estimates of thresholds of body fat required for breeding in autumn. They're about 6 to 8%, those 2 different lines. And what we found was that there was no relationship at the body fat levels we observed and whether or not those females bred. The one female that didn't breed, the lactating female, she was still lactating in March, which is more or less unheard of. And typically when this happens, when females do extend lactation like that in caribou and elk, they experience a phenomenon known as lactational infertility and generally can't breed. But again, we had 96% pregnancy rates for adults, or for overall, and 100% of the animals that were 2.5 years old when we first caught them were pregnant and gave birth as 3-year-olds. And what you may have seen before is that body fat is often associated with pregnancy. So why we're not finding that is an important question. But there is a phenomenon known as nutrient flushing, and it's actually a practice that is used widely in livestock to increase fertility and increase productivity. And so what happens with nutrient flushing is animals that are in poor condition are provided with high quality nutrition at the time of breeding, and that allows them to ovulate and will actually increase rates of twinning and triplets in livestock. And so this has actually been proposed for porcupine caribou previously. And one of the food items that's been proposed in that hypothesis is mushrooms. And mushrooms are a superfood. We know that they're something that caribou love to eat. They're very digestible. They're full of energy and protein. And it's something that we're trying to figure out. And we're going to also address this question from the captive animal side of things as we go forward. Another relationship we were interested in was Brucella seropositivity and probability of pregnancy. And what we see on the left are the mothers that did not have any antibodies for Brucella, and we see that all of them were pregnant. There's only one color on that graph that's 100% pregnancy. On the right, we have the mothers that were seropositive for Brucella, and we see 15 of those were still able to become pregnant. The 2 that did not become pregnant, one of those was that female that was still lactating in March. And so what this tells us is that just because an animal is seropositive for Brucella does not mean that her pregnancy will be affected. We also wanted to look at the effect of maternal nutrition on the birth date of a calf. And what we found was that there was a relationship. For every 1 kilogram the mother increased body mass over winter, she gave birth half a day earlier. And while that may not seem significant, it is something that could end up being significant that I'll come back to later in the presentation. Again, looking at live birth, because Brucella is thought to make calves susceptible to many different causes of mortality early in life in those first few days, getting ahead of myself. First, we looked at live birth, whether or not they were born alive, because Brucella is thought to cause abortions or other fertility problems, in addition to making calves weak. So we looked both at live birth, that was the first thing, as well as early survival. These results are for live birth, and we see that of the 53 calves we were able, that we tried to monitor, we were able to actually track down 45 of those calves in the first day of life to tell whether they were born alive. 8 of them we missed because of weather and not being able to get out to check on them. Of the 8 we missed, only 1 was born to a seropositive mother. Of the 45 that we did confirm that were born alive, 14 were born to mothers that were seropositive for Brucella, compared to 31 whose mothers were seronegative for Brucella. So again, what this tells us is Brucella seropositivity likely is not having an effect on the probability that those calves are hitting the ground alive. Moving to early calf survival. I wanted to start with just a comparison of calves born in the East and calves born in the West. 6 of the 25 calves we tracked in the East did not make it through the first 2 days of life, compared to 2 out of the 25 we tracked in the West. So early survival was greater in the West than in the East. If we look at this relative to maternal body fat, again split into lactating and non-lactating females, we also see that there is some relationship between maternal body fat with fatter animals having higher probability of their calves making it through the first 2 days of life. But there's an interaction with whether or not the mother had previously lactated and reared a calf. And so what this looks like is early survival in calves is a function of both maternal body fat and whether she recruited a calf the previous year, as well as study area being East or West. And lactators benefited more for every 1 percentage point increase in body fat than did non-lactators. If we look just at this as East and West relative to body fat, we see that the Western calves are experiencing much greater survival, and there's a much weaker relationship with body fat when split this way. But what we see is that the odds of surviving those first 2 days of life are 2.6 times greater for calves born in the West than calves born in the East. When we look at the results for early calf survival relative to Brucella, we see that calves born to mothers that are seronegative on the left, 7 out of 35 died in the first few days of life, compared to 1 out of 15 born to mothers that are seropositive for brucella. So again, what we're seeing is brucella seropositivity did not seem to affect whether those calves survived the first couple days of life. When we look at recruitment to autumn, and this is just the subsample of animals that we were able to capture in March and October, we see that the vast majority of calves born in the east are not being recruited to autumn, and it's exactly the opposite relationship in the west. So about 1/3 of calves make it to autumn in the east compared to 2/3 of calves in the west. And these are similar to what we found in 2023. And so when we put it as an odds ratio, those calves born in the west have a 4 times higher probability of making it to the fall than calves born in the east. When we look at the effect of maternal nutrition on recruitment to autumn, we see that there is no relationship between those variables. So maternal body fat is not affecting recruitment to autumn. When we look at brucella, it's a very similar story to everything else I've said about brucella so far today. We see that actually more mothers that are seropositive for brucella, proportionally more, are recruiting their calves to autumn than mothers that are seronegative for brucella. So again, it does not appear that maternal seropositivity status is affecting recruitment to autumn. So that was a lot of information I just gave you. And I'll just try to summarize in a few slides for you, but basically for nutrition, we say that there is a very complex nutritional picture of what's going on out there. That summer range does appear to be limiting the amount of fat that females can accrete, but winter range does not appear to be limiting at this time. We also see that there are some effects on calf birth date and early calf survival from maternal condition. And we know that there is potential for confounding effects to exist between the east and west, given where the predator control treatment is occurring. And we know that nutrition interacts with other variables. So even when nutrition is operating in some way to have a limiting effect on individuals, it doesn't negate the importance of other limiting variables. Relative to brucella seropositivity, again, just reiterating that seropositivity does not reflect active infection, but we were unable to detect any effects on demographic rates from brucella seropositivity. And our veterinary staff are investigating some other diseases that are concerning in the Arctic generally, and we'll present on that in the future when they have more data. Relative to demographic rates, again, we had really high pregnancy rates, 96%. That's almost 100%, that's almost everyone breeding. We also had high survival of adult females. It was greater than 90% over the year, which is typical in herds that are doing well. And we had high recruitment of calves in the west. The other observation that I wanted to mention that we don't have much data on, but I feel is important based on days and days and hours of flying on the eastern calving grounds this year, was this question of whether there are benefits to being born early. We noticed anecdotally that calves that were born earlier in the east tended to survive. By the time we got to peak calving and calves later calving, when we go to do our 2-day check on calves, many of them had disappeared. They weren't present on the landscape. We never found them again, suggesting that they had died because they're not independent at that point in time. They're totally reliant on mom for their survival. At the same time, we started to see a peak in bear activity. We started to see lots more sign around that timing of peak parturition, and including bear hunting a 2-day-old calf. And so our question is whether being born earlier, is there some sort of spatial overlap that's happening with predators as we get toward that peak calving time that's actually putting them at greater risk? And that's where that earlier birth may be important. So if mom can gain more condition over winter and give birth earlier, is that going to have an effect on her calf's probability of survival? And so that's a question we're really interested in and hoping to look at in the future. So our next steps are to continue this work through 2026. We have some additional analyses planned. And we're hoping to be able to do some population modeling work in order to look at the effect of maternal or female body condition on the population growth rate, as has been accomplished in other taxa, deer and sheep. And that'll allow us to get an estimate of how close to carrying capacity the herd is based on the body fat level of females in the herd. And we can tell if they're above or below carrying capacity once we're able to determine these relationships. So that's some of the work that we have planned ahead. And again, I know that was a lot, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Kristen, thank you very much for that presentation, and I just want to reiterate again, this is really, really important work. I look forward to seeing what happens here in the next couple of years. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kristen. Can you give a layman's explanation of Wasilla seropositivity? What does that mean, so most of us can understand it that don't have the scientific mind like yourself?
Through the chair, Member Loring. Seropositivity means that the animals have antibodies present, so they have reacted to an insult to their immune system. Just as when you get a new common cold, your body takes some time to make antibodies, and if you may not even have symptoms sometimes, but you may still make those antibodies. And so that's what we're testing for with seropositivity is, do they have antibodies present? It doesn't mean they have an infection. It may not even mean that they had an infection previously, but it does mean that they have had some exposure to create the immune response.
Any other questions? Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kristen, for that. Do you guys do bone marrow sampling?
Through the chair, Member Brett. We try to on carcasses. So two of the one of the mortalities I mentioned, which is focused on the subset of animals that I'm responsible for tracking, was submitted for bone marrow analysis. And she was actually the skinniest animal that we had captured in March of last year. And she was killed by a bear in September 2024. And her bone marrow fat was in pretty bad shape. So she was very nutritionally limited, that particular animal. There was another animal that John and Evelyn were able to collect long bone on the femur and submit for bone marrow sampling, and she also showed some mobilization of fat reserves from the bone marrow, but we don't have other information on her previously.
So in relevance of importance on, because there's other herds and other presentations I've seen where they do a lot more focused sampling of bone marrow sample. Where do you think that fits into your presentation and considering the health of the caribou?
Through the chair, Member Brett, bone marrow is only of value in dead animals. It's not something we can get in live animals. It also is only indicative of any mobilization of bone marrow fat is indicative of some level of nutritional deprivation. It varies by species. In some species, it's generally only going to tell you their body fat once their whole body fat is below 6%. Our techniques allow us to estimate fat of live animals across the entire range of condition because there's a linear relationship between our measures using ultrasound and palpation and total body fat. I think this kind of gets at your question from over the weekend about body fat and what it can tell us about nutritional limitations. And relative to that, I think what this study is really showing us, as I mentioned the other day, is that we are in our infancy in trying to understand the nutritional ecology of caribou, especially using fat. Body fat is the first thing, it's the most sensitive indicator of a nutritional limitation. Which means it's the first sign that you're gonna see when nutrition is limiting. And if you think about how we have to allocate resources, our calories in our body, first we have to be able to maintain our body and all the physiological functions, breathing, keeping our kidneys, our liver, all that sort of stuff going, our brain, that hogs a lot of sugar. So that's where your energy is gonna go first. And then into growth. That's gonna be another primary thing if you are a young animal. That's gonna be another big source of where your energy is going. And then reproduction. Reproduction is gonna be a huge energy suck. So if you're able to meet all of your demands for those, then you're able to actually start storing fat. And that's why we see fat as the first thing to go. In a population context, I think what this is showing us is that, yes, we are seeing that nutrition is limiting fat accretion, but we don't know whether that is actually scaling up to have an impact on demographic rates in the population. And certainly, some of the demographic rates we have do call that into question. So even though we do see a response in body fat, it may not be reflective of a large enough nutritional limitation to be having a larger impact. And that's where I think the value of these sorts of studies, where we're able to bring body fat together with demographic rates, can help us really get a better understanding of how that works.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Christine, for that overview or that research work. I got a couple quick ones. Do warbler flies, I know when we used to hunt caribou, some had way more noticeable levels of warbler flies than others. Does that affect their health?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, it certainly can. Insect harassment is a huge deal for caribou generally, and there is definitely an energetic cost to the warbles are acting as a parasite, so they're actually taking some of that energy from these animals. And very interestingly, we did see a lot of warbles in the caribou in March when we handled them, but even so, we were seeing the caribou were in pretty good condition, surprisingly good condition for what we expected.
Okay, thank you. And it's my understanding that twinning is rare, but is that any indicator for the health of the cows?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, twinning is extremely, extremely rare in caribou. I think there are about 2 or 3 instances ever reported in the species. I don't think we have any records of it anywhere in Alaska occurring. There are a couple records in captivity in Canada, and maybe they're all in Canada. I think they have not evolved to produce twins because it is a huge energetic and protein expenditure for caribou, even to raise one calf, but certainly an anomaly if they have 2. It could be related to nutrition. It could be genetics. It would be really difficult to say.
Yeah, thank you. And my last question for now is, I know we can't conduct predator control on federal lands right now, but are we able to carry out these collaring and other studies on federal land?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, excellent question. Your timing is impeccable. We are working to get permits right now from Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge so we can conduct this work again this spring. They have provided those in the past, and we definitely hope that they continue to provide that opportunity to us in the future, which I believe, Director Scott, maybe you can answer this better, but I believe that they do have a directive to allow us to manage wildlife even on federal lands, which includes this sort of monitoring work and captures.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Hoffman, Dr. Denreiter's correct. The intent is to work on federal land. We can't do predator removal on federal land, but this is research to study the dynamics of the herd, not the latter.
That's wonderful news. Thanks.
Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great presentation. Seeing that this is in your preliminary results on the one-year study, it showed that your seropositivity in the western was 4 to 5 times more than the east. Any take on that? Reason why?
Through the chair, Member Gardner, brucella was only detected in Mulchatna caribou, I believe, in the 2010s. So it's relatively recent. It has been present in other caribou herds throughout Alaska, including the Western Arctic herd. It's also present in reindeer and may have actually come over with reindeer historically. So I don't think we have a data-driven answer to this, but the understanding is it likely came over from either mingling when the Mulchatna herd was large with Western Arctic caribou that have brucella or with infected reindeer in the area.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again. Have there been studies in other North American caribou herds, either Alaska or Canada, with this body fat study? And if there has, how are these Mulchatna caribou comparing to other more healthier herds as far as population size go?
Through the chair, Member Loring, there have been a few. These techniques are really new. The paper that actually went through peer review for the techniques we use, ultrasound and manual palpation, was only published in 2021. So they're really, for this species, new. These techniques have been developed in other species of deer previously since the late 90s. So not a lot of other studies using these particular techniques, but there is a study from Northwest Territories and Northeastern British Columbia in Canada. And our results are a little bit variable. The first few years of the study, I would say the first 4 years, it appears that the body fat levels of the lactating females in Mulchatna caribou were lower than in that Northwest Territories, Northeastern British Columbia study. And the non-lactating females were a little bit lower than the non-lactating females there. The most recent year of data, I just finished analyzing the other day, and it looks like there's a small uptick both in body fat, all body fat, body protein, and body mass this year. So I would have to speculate, but given what we're seeing with vital rates, it does beg the question, are we starting to see some sort of turnaround in nutrition?
Any other questions from board members? Member Beistel.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. That was really a great presentation. You clearly demonstrated the importance of summer range. Do you see a difference in the summer range between where the east and the west portions of that herd spend their summers and the quality of the summer range?
Through the chair, Member Bigtall, the ranges are quite different, and even the calving grounds and the calving strategies are very different between the east and the west. They really behave almost as two different herds. We've not gone to do any range assessment out there. It's something we're discussing. It's a large area to cover. But what the body fat actually allows us to do, which I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about just in the public and the comments we've received about Mulchatna caribou, body fat allows us to use the animals to tell us what they can get out of their range. Body fat basically is the sum of all of the energy expenditures and the energy intake of the animals. And it tells us what they can get out of it. So even though we haven't gone and done a range assessment, the animals, this is something called the animal indicator concept. It lets us know what's going on with the range. It can't tell us what about the range may be limiting, but it can tell us whether or not there's an issue there. So there are some differences, but I couldn't speak to those quantitatively.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question. I kind of want to tie this all together. I hope the board appreciates the gravity of the information that you've received here today, both from the management side and the active intensive management work, both with predator control, the nutritional analysis. We've seen a positive response in calf numbers, both in early life stage survival and into the fall. We've seen an uptick in overall abundance. We've looked at brucellosis, and they're pregnant and they're giving birth. We've got high pregnancy rates, 96% adults, 100% 2-year-olds. Member Hoffman asked about what the earliest age of reproduction was, and parturition may be lower than 100% will be, but we're still getting extremely high pregnancy rates. It is my true belief that we are on the right track with what we're doing. And so I just want to make sure that, especially Dr. Dinrider's presentation, I just want to give a thanks to her and to John and to Evelyn and to others that have been out there working. Again, this is hard work. People don't wake up excited to do a whole lot of this stuff, but they were asked to do it, and they were asked to, by you, by us, by me. And the indicators are good, and we've looked back at some of the other criticisms that we've received over the years. Are there questions yet? Absolutely. But you know what? We got an uptick in numbers. We've got outstanding pregnancy rates. We've got better survival. We are moving in the right direction. So I just wanted to express that to the board about what you've just heard in the last hour and a half. It's momentous, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, thank you for those comments too. We tasked with it's a Herculean task, and it wasn't too long ago. And the amount of research that's started and done and will continue, we do really appreciate it, and really appreciate all the hard work. Any other further comments or questions from board members before we move into the proposals? Member Loring.
Yeah, Thank you. Perfect comments, Director. I really appreciate those, and you're exactly right. And I think the research that we develop here on the Mulchatna caribou is going to be used throughout the state and the country and North America for a long time to come, which you found out here. So you're kind of on the cutting edge of all this stuff, and I think everybody else is going to be happy to see it also. So thank you.
With that, I think we're ready to move into proposals. Maybe we'll take a short break here before we move into proposals, like a 10-minute or
28, that was proposal 28.
Yeah, we're on 25, I think,
One on the table now, or?
right now, yep.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 25, increase the number of moose drawing permits issued to non-residents for Unit 17 Alpha.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Thank you and good afternoon, Chairman Fletchers, a member of the board. For the record, my name is Evelyn Liqua. To my right is John Landseedel, and to his right is Todd Rinaldi. Proposal 25 is a public proposal that seeks to increase the number of DM 570 draw permits for non-resident moose hunters in 17A. The department is neutral on this proposal. Current regulations for moose in 17A include 4 registration hunts for resident hunters, 2 in the fall with a bag limit of 1 moose, and 2 registration hunts are available in the winter with a bag limit of 2 moose. Non-residents can hunt 17A if successfully awarded a permit through the draw process, in which up to 50 may be available through discretionary authority by the department. Unit 17A has a negative intensive management finding. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for moose in Unit 17 with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150 moose for all of Unit 17. Proposed regulations only pertain to DM 570. However, adoption of this proposal would result in no regulation change. The department already has the discretionary authority to issue up to 50 permits to non-resident moose hunters for DM 570 and Unit 17A. The department has typically issued 20 permits based on the agreed-upon management plan by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, and local ACs. Although there would be no change in regulation, the board may instruct the department to offer 50 permits, which would result in increased non-resident moose hunting opportunity. This is likely to increase the number of mature bulls taken. However, under current antler restriction regulations, the harvest of mature bulls should have no biological impact on the greater population, which is currently over management objective. Moose in 17A are managed cooperatively with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge through a 17A moose management plan enacted in 2013 with the department, Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, and local ACs. Although this was not adopted by the board has made decisions consistent with the plan, and it is the guiding document for 17A moose management. This moose working group originally agreed to a management objective for moose in 17A of 800 to 1,200 moose, and when the population exceeded 1,200 moose, no more than 20 non-resident permits would be issued. In 2019, the plan was modified to increase the population objective to 1,100 to 1,750. This objective change was approved to better reflect the population status. Currently, Unit 17A is above management objective and has been for the past 4 surveys. Management objectives increased in 2019 to better reflect the growing moose population and was informed by habitat mapping done by Togiak National Wildlife Refuge that determined the increased population objectives were sustainable with habitat availability. Since DM 570 became available, moose harvest by non-residents has stayed relatively steady with high participation. We likely see mostly single-digit moose harvest because oftentimes successful party applicants select not to harvest more than 1 moose. 20 permits have been made available since regulatory year 14, except for regulatory year 21 when 30 permits were available. The increased number of permits awarded in regulatory year 21 was not supported by Togiak residents as communicated through the Togiak Advisory Committee. In 2013, an aircraft restriction corridor was established prohibiting aircraft access for moose hunting during the fall seasons, extending 2 miles to either side of the main stem of the Togiak River and lakes in purple on the map. This regulation reduces competition between residents and those who access the unit by aircraft. There are roughly 15 to 17 locations that are consistently reported as access locations outside of the aircraft restriction corridor, which limits the number of non-resident hunters that are able to hunt Unit 17A. Proposal 25 is a public proposal that seeks to increase the number of draw permits DM 570 for non-resident moose hunters in 17A. The department is neutral on Proposal 25 due to existing regulation allowing the department to issue up to 50 permits. Given the most recent population estimate, only 20 permits are issued due to the agreed-upon management plan by the Department, Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, and local ACs. In 2022, the board rejected a similar proposal due to lack of local support, perceived competition between non-resident and resident hunters, and the limited access points outside the aircraft restriction corridor. Thank you.
Thanks for that presentation. Any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't, up until we got an RC, I haven't seen the moose management plan for this area. So I don't know what it says in there when you're substantially higher than your population objective is. If you're providing some more opportunity for other users than local use or even state. And, well, I'll stop at that and see what the management plan addresses when you're well over your population, your upper end of your population objective.
Through the chair, it is not clearly defined in the 17A Moose Management Plan, which can be referenced in RC 035, how it should be allocated between residents and non-residents. In recent advisory committee meetings, it has been identified by multiple, if not all, parties of the 17A Moose Management Plan that it should be revisited, and the population objectives were increased in 2019 to better reflect the increase in the moose population.
Thank you.
Other questions from board members? Any discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. What is the up to language for that drawing permit? Or is there one?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the up to language in regulation is up to 50 because that's what we've received allocation from you guys a bunch of years ago. What we do offer in the regulation book is, I think, is up to 20. So there's 30 left on the table, but we haven't had the opportunity to successfully issue those permits.
Other discussion from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're up to 50 that the board authorized a while back, and you're only giving 20 out right now, a 20 hard number 20. So you can basically take care of this proposer's request already with your up to 50 language, and just depending on what you folks see is viable and as far as the harvest goes. So we really don't need to do much with this because the department already has discretion to adjust that level higher if they feel it's necessary. So we don't really have to give out any extra permits because we're already 20. He wants 30 in the proposal, and they already have that 30 authorized as their upper limit if they need to go there. So does that sound kind of what's going on?
Yes, through the chair. That's correct. The issue is that the current plan, the current agreed upon plan does not have any language that deals with a population at this level. There was an increase in the plan's population levels a few years ago, but it's still not really addressing what the population's doing out there. At the last Board of Game meeting, me and the previous area biologist submitted a proposal to increase the antlerless permits to 50, and then, which was passed by the board, and then we proceeded to issue 30 permits. 30 permits that year, and we got a lot of feedback and kickback from a lot of the co-signers of that management plan, including the ACs and the RACs. We probably should have communicated more clearly and effectively with them. I'm not so sure that we would have got the buy-in anyways for those additional 10 permits. So, so we've been limited by that public pressure and management pressure, but there's also access issues in Unit 17A as we've been discussing and you guys heard comments on too. So it's really hard to insert that number of non-residents and other hunters into the area.
Okay, that's what I was kind of looking for, is a little bit more background on exactly how you're allocating those permits and managing that herd, and that helps quite a bit. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the 20 permits that are currently or have been issued for quite a while, what's the participation rate on that?
Through the chair, would you like the most recent participation or long-term averages? Or both?
Sure, we'll do both.
Okay. Since between participation has been pretty stable, the 10-year average is 62% and the 5-year average is 61%. So the participation of those who are successfully awarded DM 570 has stayed pretty stable since DM 570 became available in 2014.
Could you put those percentages into numbers real quick?
12.
12. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So as far as the management deal with the group, the department, the refuge, and the local ACs, and you just said that they weren't too happy about the antlerless hunt increase. Were they, given the dynamics of the herd and that it is basically is a lot higher than anyone predicted, was the question specifically asked, would you rather have antlerless hunts or increased non-residents?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the objection to the increase in permits was in regulatory year 21 when 30 DM 570 permits were issued. The opposition had nothing to do with antlerless hunts.
I might have misspoke.
More questions from board members? Member Gardner.
Yeah, I was kind of teetering on that same question. So the allocation of those 30 were not allocated specifically resident or non-resident. It was,
Yeah, through the chair, it was 30 non-resident permits under this hunt structure issued in that year after we were given the allocation of 50. And then we retracted in the following years back to 20 until we get an opportunity to work this out.
had nothing to do with antlerless.
Member Bechtel.
I've been fortunate enough to hunt this a number of times, and I would ask if this was an agreement. What I've experienced out there, it's not so much how many moose are available as how many places you can put a plane down or how you can access that there's a very limited number of access points within 17A. I've done I can't go to that lake, and that lake, and take my fourth choice when I go out there. And that seems to be pretty common. Is that a fair assessment, that the access points?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. We have about 15 to 17 locations that are reported to be landing locations for DM 570 successful applicants, and it's so reduced because of that aircraft restriction corridor that there is limited access for DM 570 participants because they are accessing the unit by aircraft.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you give a kind of a summary on the reasons that the local folks there and the ACs were opposed here? They have the river corridors. What was their main concern when you raised the number of permits from 20 to 30? Can you maybe give a summary on what some of those main reasons were?
Yeah, through the chair, it just comes down to competition, limiting competition from non-local residents and limiting competition from non-residents.
Further discussion from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How is the health of that population out there? What are our twinning rates, body fat, calf weights? We're getting, you've raised the management objectives once already lately, and you're well above that already. What do you have a projection on what that range can support for population of moose?
Through the chair, the 17A moose population is considered to be very healthy. In a study conducted between May 1994 and June 2005, the 17A moose population had the highest twinning rates and the largest 10-month-old calves. The twinning rates averaged about 74%, but could be as high as the high 80% for twinning rates. The antlerless harvests in the past few years have been very welcomed by residents, and from referencing the population graph, the population has started to trend back down towards management objectives, but is still about 200 moose over objective.
Yes, I recognize that was till 2005. Quite a bit of time has passed, and you're probably, on average, have at least over 1,000 more moose on the range. Do you got a formula to adjust for that, or?
Through the chair, the past few surveys done in 17A have been conducted by Togiak National Wildlife Refuge, and due to the lack of snow cover that we usually get during the winter in some of these coastal areas, the refuge has been conducting brown on brown surveys. And so these population estimates could be underestimated because of the detectability of moose in those conditions. The last survey that was conducted with good snow cover was in 2017.
Which kind of even concerns me more if they're underestimated. All right, thank you.
Other questions or discussion from board members on this proposal? Intent, if not, Member Brett.
Yeah, so maybe to hit on Member Loring's deal is, you know, the department does have up to language, up to 50. This proposer's asking, you know, to have that raised. And basically asking the Board of Game to maybe advise the department to increase that drawing permit. You know, they already have the ability, but if they have the board give them direction to raise them, you know, that has some influence on what the department does sometimes. Oh, I'd say Director Scott has a.
Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, you know, this comes like smack dab into an allocative issue. We've got, you know, we've got pretty good moose data, what's going on in 17A, but it is a conflict, you know, or interest in different groups. And, you know, I'm happy to say we tried it and we got the pushback and we responded to that. But yeah, we're looking for direction. And while I generally don't ask the board to actually tell us how many to give, that's why we try to use up to language. This may be a case where we'd be looking for something like that.
Member Gardner.
My question may be to legal, but I'm looking, you know, proposals 25, 26, 27, they're all 17A, and we're talking about means and methods on managing a group, and those three proposals have three different means and methods. I know we are tabled with 25, but can we incorporate those, or what's the level of discussion that we could discuss means and methods of management across those, since they're all talking about the same 17A moose?
Through the chair, Member Garner, they are each a little bit different. They don't actually address methods and means, or what we normally consider that, which is how you would hunt, what restrictions on equipment or whatever. But yeah, it would probably be best that you address each one of them, because they do address different types of topics. And while I have the floor, you can give guidance to the department, but they've got the administrative and management authority, so that, you know, even if you say you really want them to issue 50 permits each year, they may not do that based on what's happening on the ground, because they're the ones who are seeing what's happening with the population every year. Just wanted to mention that.
Further discussion from, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for taking up time, but there's a very healthy moose population out here. Do the residents use the area that the non-residents have to participate in?
Through the chair, that typically only happens during the winter hunt.
And there's no non-residents out there in the winter hunt?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, what would it take to have everyone re-meet and come up with another plan with this new information, meaning that the higher moose population?
Through the chair, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Members of the 17A Moose Management Group have all recognized that we need to re-meet or reconvene, and we have a really good working relationship with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. So it wouldn't take a whole lot and is definitely something that's been on our agenda for quite a while.
Yeah, Vice Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you for that information. For me, rather than risk doing something that, I could see if we move forward with this, we're going to end up with a heck of a lot of proposals, more than likely, more than we're dealing with now. And I'd rather that group work together, compromise, come up with something, everyone gives a little bit. That'll be a lot easier for the system than if us making a move now, in my view.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it might be a good idea to have the board recommend to the department to look at ways to increase the allocation of permits. And then by first, working through the working group and talking with the ACs and actually going out there and working with all the users that may or may not have concerns and see if they can't come up with a compromise on what those numbers are without us actually saying we want 30 permits or 40 permits. Just give the department direction to work out something. So they already have discretion to go up to 50 right now, and maybe without us coming up with a hard number, we can maybe give direction to the department to reach out to the constituents and user groups to see if they can't come up with a way, understanding we do have a healthy population that needs to have additional harvest. Just a thought.
Further, Member Gardner.
Yeah, kind of just my take on it. The board has, through the management plan, the department has the ability to manage that allocation up to 50 within their discretion. The issue seems to be, there's plenty of moose, seems to be issue of congestion. And I know that there's another proposal on the table to extend the season out there for non-residents, which would help eliminate some of that congestion by not piling so many people into such a short duration. So I think it would be, of my opinion, that the department manages within the 50 that have been allocated and identifies what needs to be done there based off of the moose plan, and maybe provide relief through extended duration.
A question, how many years has 20 permits been given out to non-residents? How long has that number been set like that? Has it got adjusted throughout the years, or has it just kind of always been that way?
Through the chair, it's been like that since DM 570's inception, which was in 2014. The only year that we have given out more than 20 permits was in regulatory year 21, and that was 30 permits. And in that year, 7 moose were harvested, and there's only ever been a high of 10 moose harvested from non-residents. And if I may, while I have the mic, while the 17A moose population is about 200 over objective based on recent population estimates, the increase of mature bulls under current antler restrictions for 17A non-resident hunters is unlikely to help us get back into our management objectives. And if we really want to keep this population trending down towards management objectives, it really will come from antlerless or cow hunts.
So whenever we're talking about this issue of crowding, was there never a problem when 20 permits were given out, and then all of a sudden, when just 10 more additional permits were given out, that's when the crowding issue occurred, or has there always been this issue? Just to elaborate a little bit on Member Bachel's question. Like those extra 10 permits, created or exacerbated the problem.
Through the chair, it's an issue that's reported every year about crowding. There's only a handful of lakes that are available, and most non-residents try to go to the same lakes. So congestion is an issue that's reported to us and to Togiak National Wildlife Refuge each year.
Member Barrett.
Yes, do you know who was reporting the crowding? Was it the non-residents complaining it was crowded, or was it the local or Alaskan residents?
Through the chair, it is both.
Both.
Natalie, it's great to call on you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought it might be beneficial to just put a little bit more history on the books. When this hunt was created in 2013 by the board, there were board findings that said that we would ease into this non-resident program by issuing 20 permits to start with. So that's where the 20 came from. That was the result of a lengthy discussion by members from the working group. The board stopped short of adopting that working group plan, but took a lot of consideration, and what you have in front of you today in terms of these hunts, it captures a lot of what was in there. But again, the board said, we're going to ease into this. The idea of a non-resident hunt here was pretty new. So they said, you can do up to 50, but we wanted it 20. And like you heard, we issued 30 one year, and some folks didn't appreciate it, but we're really trying to, we've got moose out there, so we're looking for a way to help with that, and we understand that there could be crowding conflicts and whatnot, but that 20 was just a suggestion to start with, so we're all ears if we want to spread this out a little bit more in some way or another.
Well, my general take on this is when you got a management plan like this and you get stakeholders that get together and everybody pitches in and everybody comes in with a plan, it's a really cool deal. And I'm not a guy just to call a meeting, but I would really, like more direction, from the stakeholders that participated in this management plan. I know we have local ACs that weighed in on it, but, I guess just to speak a little bit to what Member Hoffman was talking about. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I agree with that. I kind of mentioned that too, is give the department direction to go out and work with the stakeholders to come up with either maintain status quo or come up with a compromise on how they can gradually move up. We've been 22 years now since, 10 years since this experiment with the 20 started. And so if we need to ease up gently, we can ease up gently, and we have reason to do that. But just to go back to the crowding issue, just refresh my memory, there's a river corridor that's closed to aircraft use within 2 miles in most of this area, and most of the non-residents actually use aircraft to fly in to lakes outside the 2 mile, outside the corridor, or are they going into areas and taking boats up and accessing the moose on the corridor?
Through the chair, all of the non-resident hunters are accessing the unit by aircraft and landing in those lakes. There's none that are flying to the village of Togiak or otherwise to take a boat further up the Togiak River or any of the lakes and tributaries that are in purple on this map.
Okay, so with that being said, is the conflicts more perceived than actual? If the non-residents are a long ways away from where the boat users, most boat guys that run boats and hunt on the river just pretty much hunt the river or with a short distance from the river. And they're definitely not hiking back 2 miles to get to a moose. There might be some of that, but probably not generally most of it.
Through the chair, the conflicts that are occurring are from residents and non-residents that are accessing 17A through aircraft. It's not necessarily the residents who hunt the river corridor and the non-residents who accessed it via aircraft. It's those hunters that are accessing it via aircraft, whether they be resident or non-resident.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that might clear it up a little bit. So basically, how many lakes are accessible, or how many lakes are actual non-residents and residents using?
Through the chair, 15 to 17 are consistently reported as being used.
So when I look at the crowding issue just from the non-resident and the 20 permits that are issued, and then on average, there's 12 people utilizing those permits they won, it seems like one person per lake isn't going to be too crowded. And, but how much resident participation gets flown? You know, somebody from Fairbanks gets flown out there.
Through the chair, the number of residents who are accessing 17A via aircraft is increasing. Between regulatory year 20 and 24, 144 moose were harvested by residents after the non-residents leave. And that's a conscious choice by them to try to prevent that overcrowding on those 15 to 17 lakes.
So again, it's Alaskan residents that are probably crowding themselves and not the drawing permit people, because on average, there's 12 of them in 16 lakes. Just doing some math, you know, just hypothetically. Or perceived.
Through the chair, sorry, was there a question in there that I missed?
Well, yeah, well, is that what some of the complaints are from? Are from Alaskans, you know, Alaskan residents complaining more than non-residents complaining? Because through your little analogy there, that residents are harvesting a lot more moose after the non-residents season closes, which makes sense because that's a really good time to hunt, is after the 15th of September.
Through the chair, I can't say that resident or non-residents complain over more one way or the other. I haven't always been on the receiving end of those calls, but off the top of my head, I can't say it's more Alaska residents than it is non-residents, because it is consistently both.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department, how many of these 20 permits awarded are taking moose?
Through the chair, 5 on average.
So if we do the math on that and we bump it to 40, that's 10, and still doesn't seem like it's going to get us anywhere.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's not actually trying to reduce the population, it's providing an opportunity because we were way above the maximum, or above the, the maximum population. And again, if we double the permits as you suggested and potentially take 10 or 12 moose, you're only increasing statistically the amount of people in there to 24 non-residents, if the current drawing system still works the same, because they're got 12 participating. So yeah, this isn't a proposal to reduce population by any means. It's providing more opportunity for a non-resident component of the hunt.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we hashed this around pretty good. I think for me personally, moving back to the group, otherwise us guessing is, I think, could cause a lot more problems than we have now.
Member Gardner.
Yeah, I see proposal 25 as the department has the authority to manage within the 50. And they're asking the board to make a decision to increase the number from 20. So within the plan and within the department's authority to move that number was why I wouldn't support or non-action on that one. When it comes to the management, there's other proposals in here that authorize means and methods, again, to deal with the moose population.
Member Loring.
Thank you, and I agree with that. I think it would be good for the board to give department direction to go back in the community and work with the stakeholders with the intent of trying to raise the number of animals, the opportunity, and come up with a compromise of what they think would work and what the departments think they'd want to have, but actually have that interaction as Member Hoffman would like to see. But I really think we need to give the department direction to move that way, and whether we put it in a finding or some kind of, or just even verbal, but I think that's the way to go. And I guess they already have that discretion to go up to 50 as it is, so.
Thanks for that. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't agree, or I do agree with Member Hoffman. I would just like to also put on the record that, there was a moratorium set out in this area, and there was no hunting. That meant non-residents were also not hunting. And when we talk about stakeholders, there's the non-resident component's not at the table, and that's where probably the Board of Game is representing the non-resident component or stakeholders. We've been throwing the term around. So they weren't also allowed to hunt, and now we have a resource that's, in way above our maximum population adjustment or population goal, which has been adjusted once now and raised. So, if we were back at the old goals, we'd be way above it. So we have to, the communities out there, they're doing good. They got a two moose limit. They have long seasons. And, there's a 10-day season for non-residents that, in my mind, has been kind of underutilized. And we're getting to a conservation concern just on too much moose out there. At some point, we're going to be, looking at why this population is crashing. And shame on us. We didn't use them. We lost them. So we got to consider that also.
Any further discussion here? Member Loring.
Thank you. I'd again like to ask Director Scott for some input on what he would think would be the best way for the board to give direction to the department to move forward with this, if he has some comments with that.
Through the chair, Member Loring, thank you for that. Really good discussion. I completely agree with Member Barrett. This isn't about reducing the moose population. This is opportunity. We're going to have to do something else in that realm. I think, you'll take action on the proposal. I've heard enough discussion to have a sense, based on that action, whatever it is you do, that we need to go back to the constituents and to the ACs. It's not just the agencies that are involved here. Interesting point about the non-residents and the board speaking for them. I thought that was great. We'll include guides. That's how we address that. So we can do it. I am not selling a big, large planning effort here. What I'm hoping for is, we can get a group of people together a couple times or whatever it might be, and then come up with a plan to move forward and really take into consideration how the dynamics of the herd has changed. So, but verbally, I'm pretty comfortable with. If you want to put it in findings, that's up to you guys.
That being said, I think we had a pretty good discussion about this. I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 25. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Proposal fails 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 26, lengthen the non-resident fall moose hunt in Unit 17 Alpha.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 26 is a public proposal that seeks to lengthen the moose hunting season dates for these non-resident hunters awarded DM 570 in the draw process. The department is neutral on this proposal. Current regulations for moose in 17A include 4 registration hunts for resident hunters, 2 in the fall with a bag limit of 1 moose, and 2 registration hunts are available in the winter with a bag limit of 2 moose. Non-residents can hunt 17A if successfully awarded a permit through the draw process. Unit 17A has a negative intensive management finding. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for moose in Unit 17 with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150 moose for all of Unit 17. The proposed regulation only affects DM 570 and it seeks to increase the season by 10 days to September 1st to September 20th. The effects of this proposal, if adopted, are increased non-resident moose hunting opportunity from a lengthened season. This may increase the number of mature bulls taken under current antler restriction regulations. The take of mature bulls should have no biological impact on the greater population, which is currently above management objective and is not expected to help the department achieve their management objective. However, it'll likely be an unwanted change by residents due to concerns of competition for the same resource. Currently, Unit 17A is above management objective and has been for the last 4 surveys. Population objectives increased from 1,200 to 1,750 moose in 2019 to better reflect the growing moose population and was informed by habitat mapping done by Togiak National Wildlife Refuge that determined the increased population objectives were sustainable with habitat availability. Non-resident moose harvest has stayed relatively steady with a 10-year average of 5 moose harvested. 2024 is not on the graph because the winter resident hunts are ongoing. However, non-resident reporting for this regulatory year is complete with 5 bull moose harvested, which is in line with the long-term average. Participation is variable, but over the last 10 years averages 62% of those awarded the permit who come hunt. Non-resident moose harvest in 17A makes up an average of 6% of the moose harvest in Unit 17A between regulatory year 17 and 23. Recent non-resident harvest reflects less than 1% harvest rate from the 2022 moose population estimate. The department is neutral on Proposal 26, which seeks to extend the non-resident moose hunting season in 17A. With current antler restrictions, increase of harvest of bull moose is unlikely to have population level effects that help towards meeting our management objective. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Department. Any questions from board members? You know, just kind of roughly speaking, non-resident success rate is pretty, I don't know about low here, but it's around like 25% or something. Is that right?
Through the chair, the 10-year success rate is 40%. The 5-year success rate is 39%. So it has stayed relatively stable within that area.
Thanks for that clarification. Any questions from board, Member Loring?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, on the prior years where 20 permits were issued, you said about 12 folks actually utilize those permits and they had a harvest rate of 5 moose per year. Is that, as I recall that correctly?
Through the chair, on average, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That's still a pretty low number of animals being taken on the 20 permits. Thank you.
Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of leading to support this one. It's asking for a reasonable season length, which may alleviate some perceived conflict out there. It doesn't impact residents that aren't using the corridor or anybody that's using the corridor. That season still goes from 25 August to 25 September. So there'd be just a little overlap of 5 days, or yeah, there'll be a little bit of overlap. Still giving that last few days of September, you know, an advantage to residents. So I could probably support this. I would also say that if the department does go and talk with the people out there with the management plan, that, you know, their plan lacks direction for above the population. When the population is above its maximum goal, I would hope that they would also discuss that and have that in an updated management plan so we have some direction from the people out there.
Any other discussions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So generally, when we increase time in the field, that increased opportunity, there's going to be a little higher success rate. But I think with this lower number of permits as we stand today, that success rate may only be 1 or 2 more moose. So I don't see that affecting them. And of course, then they're going to be 50-inch or better on the non-residents anyway, so it's not going to really affect the population much as far as causing any uptick or downtick. But there may be just a couple more moose taken, so that, I'm kind of on the fence, but I'm probably going to support this.
Any other questions from board members? We had a pretty good discussion about the previous proposal. I know a lot of these questions we probably would be stating here came out in the proposal before. But before we call the question, does anybody else have any more discussion about this? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 26, Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman? No. Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
And Mr. Lauren?
Yes.
Proposal carries by a vote of 4 yeas to 2 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 27, reauthorizing antlerless moose seasons in Unit 17 Alpha.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 27 is a department proposal that seeks to reauthorize the antlerless moose season in 17A. The department supports this proposal. Current regulations for moose in 17A include 4 registration hunts for resident hunters, 2 in the fall with a bag limit of 1 moose, and 2 registration hunts are available in the winter with a bag limit of 2 moose. Non-residents can hunt 17A if successfully awarded a permit through the draw process. Unit 17 has a negative intensive management finding and a positive customary and traditional use finding for moose in all of Unit 17 with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 100 to 150 moose. This proposal would reauthorize the antlerless moose hunts in 17A. These antlerless hunts would continue to provide hunters with additional harvest opportunity while helping managers limit the growth of the Unit 17A moose population that exceeds population objectives. Currently, Unit 17A is above management objective and has been for the last 4 surveys. Management objectives increased in 2019 to better reflect the growing moose population and was informed by habitat mapping done by Togiak National Wildlife Refuge that determined the increased population objectives were sustainable with habitat availability. During the last 7 years of the winter antlerless hunt, 317 antlerless moose have been harvested for an average of 45 cows harvested per winter. 2024 is excluded from this graph as the winter hunts are ongoing. The winter antlerless hunt is more popular than in the fall due to resident desire for cows in the winter. Although there is still antlerless harvest in the fall, with the past 6 years of the antlerless moose harvest being 24 cows, 4 bulls. Proposal 27 is a department proposal. The department supports this proposal. The Moose Management Plan recommends antlerless harvest under current population estimates, which are over objective. Antlerless hunts are an important management tool in lowering the moose density, and the 2 local advisory committees unanimously supported this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Department. Any questions or comments from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. Are those the only 2 ACs that have authorization for antlerless reauthorization?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? You know, I guess just to delve a little bit further in this, in your management objectives, your goal 3, number 3, you said, you know, when a population trend is declining and is in between 600 or 900 moose, the antlerless harvest would be suspended. I don't see that happening here. I know there's a lot of animals out there on the landscape, and you know, I'm going to support this proposal. Anybody else? Any discussions? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, antlerless allocation is a tool the department I think really needs to have to manage populations, especially when they start to go above the population objectives. And in this case, that's what we have. And I'd like to continue to let the department have that tool to use as they feel necessary to keep the population in check. So I'll be supporting this also.
Any other discussion with board members or intent? Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to commend the department. You know, these last three proposals are based on a good problem to have. You know, the moose are at the top of the management objective, and I would be in support of this proposal.
Thanks for that. If there's no further discussion, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns for the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Could you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, final action on proposal 27. Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Mr. Batesville,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 28, reduce population and harvest objectives for moose in Unit 17 Bravo.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 28 seeks to reduce the population and harvest objectives for moose in Unit 17B. This is a department proposal, and our recommendation is to support the proposal. The current population and harvest objectives for 17B were adopted in 2001 by the Board of Game. The 17B population is 4,900 to 6,000 moose, with a harvest objective of 200 to 400 moose. There's a positive intensive management finding, and the unit-wide amount necessary for subsistence is 100 to 150 moose. This proposal seeks to reduce the 17B moose population and harvest objectives. The population objective would be reduced to 2,800 to 3,500, which is aligned with the current 17C population objective. The current harvest objective would be reduced to 100 to 250 moose. If adopted, the proposal would reduce the 17B moose population harvest objectives to appropriate levels and allow the department to manage for sustained yield, as the current harvest objectives currently exceed sustained yield. Subunit 17B is the largest subunit at over 9,000 square miles, with one community residing within the unit. Due to its geographical size, the unit has historically been split into two survey units, 17B West, consisting of the Tikchik Lakes and the Upper Nushagak River, and 17B East, made up of the Mulchatna watershed. In 1987, staff estimated 3,000 moose in the Upper Mulchatna and extrapolated to the rest of Unit 17B with a desired density of 1 moose per square mile and the assumption that 50% of the unit is good moose habitat, resulting in our current population objectives. Between the 1987 estimate of 3,000 moose and subsequent consecutive surveys that found a high of 3,155 moose in 17B, the population has never exceeded 3,500 moose. After a combined high of 3,155 moose in 2001, the next combined population estimate was lower at 2,603 moose in 2009. Several attempts have been made for population estimates in 17B, but have been unsuccessful due to weather. This happened again in February of 2024, but Dillingham staff will continue to attempt population estimates in 17B this winter. The reported annual harvest for Unit 17B over the last 40 years demonstrates that the current minimum harvest objective has only been achieved in 2 independent years. As such, proposed change to the harvest objectives would not prevent harvest opportunity. The current harvest objectives for Unit 17B has not and is unlikely to be consistently achieved due to the lack of hunter participation within the subunit and difficult access for hunters residing outside of 17B. It is likely that the 17B moose population cannot support and sustain harvests greater than 200 moose annually. We have met the Unit 17-wide ANS of 100 to 150 moose since 1983. Our suggested harvest objectives of 100 to 250 moose includes the 40-year average harvest of 121 moose. It is important to note that 25 of the last 40 years fall within the proposed harvest objectives and is an approximate 3 to 9% harvest of the proposed moose population objective. The department supports decreasing the Unit 17B moose population and harvest objectives. The current population objective is unreasonable given the amount of estimated moose habitat and desired density of moose. Similarly, the current harvest objective is unattainable given the lack of resident hunter participation in Unit 17B and difficult access for other residents and non-resident hunters, as there is only one village that is within Unit 17B. Adjusting the population and harvest objectives is appropriate given the current and historic data that demonstrate current objectives are unlikely to ever be met in the future and have no history or limited history of being met. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What's keeping the population from growing out there? Do you have an idea?
Through the chair, 17B doesn't have as much moose habitat as 17C or 17A, and a department study on moose calf mortality up until 2019 did record a substantial amount of calf mortality to be due to brown bears.
So we're having a high mortality from brown bears out there?
That was demonstrated, through the chair, that was demonstrated in a previous research study. We do not have current numbers, and I do not have what those mortality numbers are off the top of my head.
And just one more follow-up. So you have your suggested new population objectives of 2,800 to 3,500, but the number of moose on page 28 looks like it's probably somewhere right around 50% less than what your population objective that you're asking us to prove. How do you expect to grow another 1,400 moose?
That must have been a good question.
Through the chair, Member Barrett. Yes, so as was stated, there isn't as much moose habitat as was specified when the regulations were originally put in place. And so we don't currently have any plans to do any habitat manipulation out there. It's pretty remote, as we've heard. The impetus for this is because that we've never been able to achieve the upper levels or even the lower levels of the current population objective. And so bringing it down makes it more biologically, ecologically appropriate and allows us to bring it into sustained yield. The 17C has has about 5,500 square miles of good moose habitat, and so does B. Yeah, but B is double in size of the area. So for an area that's twice as big, it has the same amount of moose habitat as an area that's half its size. So we think that we can more efficiently manage this population by adjusting harvest rates and offering different opportunities, and hopefully that'll unleash the potential of this herd to grow a little bit more and sit more into this proposed population objective.
Just one more follow-up on that then. So if these new numbers were to pass, which are substantially lower but still not being met, you're still under some sort of obligation to follow the IM law and figure out, because you don't have any evidence that that population is, even potentially growing. It looks fairly stable. And when would you address, IM, a feasibility study, I guess is what it is for IM, to figure out if you've got a habitat problem or potentially a predator problem out there?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Brett, the ideal situation would be a regulatory change such as this, and then giving us a number of years to see how this plays out. You're right. When a population's under intensive management objective, it often triggers a feasibility assessment for IM.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Director Scott?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you're going to see a number of proposals in this meeting to adjust both population and harvest objectives in various locations. I get as jumpy with these as I do with the hares. Pun intended this time. You know, for many, just a little levity there, levity. Yeah, anyway. For many, many years, you know, we stayed away from these. And, you know, some of the questions Member Barrett asked is one of the reasons. But looking back at just the data we do have at this point, we are suggesting, you know, at least for the board to consider. Yes, you know, one of the things that I watched pretty closely as we were going through these was that we're not going to drop out of IM. You know, we're not literally taking ourselves out of it if there's a program or, you know, things like that. Not that that's good or bad, but it's just one thing that I anticipated. And, you know, are we going to run out and do a feasibility assessment in 17B next year? Probably not. You know, we're pretty busy in the rest of Unit 17 and things like that. And I suspect we're going to be busy other places pretty soon. So, you know, it would be very similar to how it works now. We're not taking ourselves out of IM. We are responsible to the intensive management law. Those things will be in the queue. And, you know, hopefully as we address one issue, we can move on to the laundry list of issues we have before us.
Thanks for that. Any more questions, discussion from board members? Oh, go ahead, Department.
Mr. Chair, to answer Member Barrett's question, just for clarification, that 1,496, that was half of the unit being surveyed. And so that's not the whole unit because the surveys out there are so big. That's 17B West. And so it could be more like 3,000 moose, you know, across the unit. We just were unable to get that survey done in 2018. And through the chair, yeah, that year 2017, that was only half of the unit being surveyed.
Any more questions from board members on this one? If not, I think we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that, Jim. Will you poll the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 28. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 29, review the population and harvest objectives for the Mulchatna caribou herd.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Excuse me. Proposal 29 is a public proposal. The proponent of this proposal seeks for the department to review the current population and harvest objectives for the Mulchatna caribou herd. The department recommendation is neutral on this proposal. The Mulchatna caribou herd has been identified by the Board of Game as important for providing for high levels of human consumptive use, and in 2009 established an intensive management population objective of 30,000 to 80,000 caribou and a harvest objective of 2,400 to 8,000 caribou, with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 2,100 to 2,400 caribou. There is also a positive customary and traditional use finding for caribou in units 9B, 17, 18, and 19A, B, and E. Current population and harvest objectives are under objective. The most recent population estimate from July of 2024 resulted in a population estimate at half of the lower objective with a reported 14,846 caribou. The harvest objective was last met in regulatory year 1998, and amount reasonably necessary for subsistence has not been met since regulatory year 2000. The harvest objectives have not been met due to the population decline and the conservative regulations that followed due to increased conservation concerns of this herd. Annually, Dillingham staff conduct fall composition surveys to assess population demographics, and the intensive management objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows and 30 calves per 100 cows have variably been met over the years. Over the last decade, when the calf-to-cow ratio has been met, it's usually been bolstered by higher East Mulchatna calf survival, except in the last 2 years where West Mulchatna has contributed higher calf survival to 5 months. The calf-to-cow objective of 30 calves per 100 cows has been achieved in the last 4 survey years. No survey was conducted in 2021 due to inclement weather. In the last 2 years, both East and West Mulchatna achieved the calf-to-cow ratio. Fall bull-to-cow ratios have primarily met objectives, but this year both segments of the Mulchatna were below the bull-to-cow objective. The current hunting regulations allow for an August 1st through March 31st season for residents only and a 2 caribou bag limit, although the resident season has been closed by emergency order since 2021. Currently, there is no open season for non-residents in regulation. Hunting opportunity gradually saw more conservative measures as the herd declined. In 2008, the non-resident season was closed, and in 2022, the resident season was restricted to a fall-only hunt and a bag limit of 1 caribou. Again, since regulatory year 2021, there's been no open season. The Mulchatna caribou herd predation management area encompasses approximately 40,000 square miles of historic range across multiple units. There's an active public intensive management program allowing the take of wolves via aircraft, and an active department program for bears and wolves centered on the calving grounds, valid through 2028. To date, state-sponsored predation control has not been allowed on federal lands, which consists of roughly half of the population's annual range. The current range of Mulchatna caribou is spatially fragmented, particularly into 2 major segments. The East Mulchatna, represented by orange, exhibits a roughly 100-mile north to south migration where they calve predominantly in eastern units 17B and 19B up the main stem of the Mulchatna to the upper Hoholitna drainage. These animals winter along the Nushagak River, but also extend further south into Unit 9B near Levelock. There are currently an estimated 7,400 animals in the East Mulchatna. The West Mulchatna, represented in blue, also migrates roughly 100 miles from east to west. They calve in western 17B and Unit 18 at the upper end of the Tikchik Mountains. This segment winters closer to Bethel and the lower Kuskokwim communities, and the majority of their annual range is spent on Yukon Delta National Wildlife Refuge. This segment of the herd is receiving department-led predation control treatments where they've calved on state lands. The West Mulchatna segment is currently at an estimated 7,500 animals. Additionally, there are approximately 600 caribou that are located in southern Unit 18 and 17A that are cooperatively monitored with Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. The Mulchatna caribou herd was thought to have been around 5,000 animals in 1965 and just over 6,000 animals in 1973. The first aerial survey was conducted in 1974 and estimated 14,000 caribou. From 1984 to 1996, the herd grew to an estimated 200,000 caribou. Over the next 20 years, the herd declined to roughly 12,000 animals in 2017. This high of 200,000 was unsustainable, and the subsequent crash was likely from density-dependent effects. From as early as 1992 to 2001, the state's first Mulchatna caribou herd objective was to maintain a minimum population of 25,000 adults or greater. The first intensive management objective in 2001 through 2009 ranged from 100,000 to 150,000 caribou, although that was only met twice across the survey history of the Mulchatna caribou herd. Thus, the population objective was reevaluated and reduced in 2009 to its current objective range of 30,000 to 80,000 by the board. The current objective range has been met 7 times across the survey history of the Mulchatna caribou herd starting in 1974. The Mulchatna caribou herd has had annual population survey attempts over the last decade, with minimum counts being conducted in 2017 and 18 due to poor aggregation and bad weather. Due to the high number of radio collars present within the herd, our recent surveys have increased confidence in the estimate, likely due to missing fewer radio collared animals. Missing collared animals during the survey inflates the population estimate. The Mulchatna caribou herd has hovered between 12,500 and 13,500 from 2017 to 2023, and the 2024 population survey has detected the most annual growth since regulatory year 2015. Excuse me. Under this proposal, there is no regulatory change requested. The department annually reviews the Mulchatna caribou herd abundance and other population drivers such as pregnancy rates, demographics, and survival. A different regulatory framework and hunt structure may be warranted in the future as caribou segments range across units 9B, 17, 18, and 19 A, B, and E. The board, department, and public may consider a different management strategy. The department believes that 30,000 caribou is an achievable population goal. The department recommendation is neutral on this proposal. Currently, the Mulchatna caribou herd is half of their management objective. However, it is a priority of the region and department to work towards continuing to gain more insight of the population drivers of the herd. The current department-led predation control efforts have garnered a positive response from the West Mulchatna caribou segment, and thus it will take a few years to see maximized benefit to population growth potential due to most caribou giving birth to their first calf on the third birthday.
Thanks a whole bunch for that proposal. And for the two overviews that you gave earlier on caribou, they were really good. We got a ton of good information from those. Director Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, I'm just going to put this out there at the get-go of this proposal. This was difficult to decide whether or not to oppose or go with neutral. We are elbows deep into this caribou herd, and you know, making changes at this point, I don't recommend that. I applaud the author. I agree. Those objectives likely will change. They need to likely change, and they will be reviewed. But there are so many factors impacting this herd right now that, gosh, unless you pick a number that takes us out of IM, which I doubt you're going to do, you know, we're going to be chasing that around. So just keep that in mind.
Thanks for that. Questions or comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate Director Scott's comments. I know we have 2 full years of study going on with predators and calving ground stuff, and at least 1 more year left of that. And I'd like to see those studies continue and analyze and results come up before we actually make any changes. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'd like to see the department get out of being elbow deep and get back on top of the water again, and with some results from those studies, and see what they really mean and how the caribou are responding to that before we make any major changes.
Other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Has the department did a habitat assessment and to figure out, you know, determine what the range can support out there for a population of caribou?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, there has not been a range analysis done, and most of our, you know, we're assessing how the caribou are actually using the range through Dr. Denreiter's work.
Thank you.
Other board members? Member Gardner.
Yeah, just with the current management measurement measures that are being taken and the thorough research that we heard earlier today, I'd recommend that we wait to evaluate the response to the herd.
Thanks for that. I'm going to echo those comments. You know, we're very much in the data gathering portion of this, where we can compile all these really neat studies that are going on and be a lot more informed to make a decision like that. Any other board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take the recommendation from the author on this proposal that, you know, he says he recommends establishing a new population and harvest objective after a habitat assessment has been performed. So, you know, I agree with him on that, and so I'm not going to support his proposal, though.
Thanks for that. Any other board members? Any more discussion? Any more intent? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a very valuable discussion we just had, and talking this over and moving forward with the proposal. This whole discussion on the caribou and their status and habitat and, calving and body fat and predation on the calving grounds is all really important information to have, and so the whole discussion's been very valuable and probably really needed to be done. So I will be opposing this proposal, but I appreciate everything that led up to it.
Yeah, just to reiterate again for the record, we had great presentations. We got a lot of really good information on all the efforts that the department's doing to really help us form this decision. And I'm going to be going along with the other two members here. I'm not going to support this proposal. So that being said, we've had a pretty good discussion here. I think we can call the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 29. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batesdorf?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Lauren?
No.
And Mr. Brett?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 30, implement a 3-year moratorium on caribou hunting in Units 9, 17, and 19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Proposal 30 is a public proposal. The proponent seeks to implement a 3-year moratorium on caribou hunting in Units 9B, 17, and 19. The department is neutral on this proposal. The Mulchatna caribou herd has been identified by the Board of Game as for providing for high levels of human consumptive use, and in 2009 established an intensive management population objective of 30,000 to 80,000 and a harvest objective of 2,400 to 8,000 caribou, with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 2,100 to 2,400 caribou. There's also a positive customary and traditional use finding for caribou in Units 9B, 17, 18, and 19A, B, and E. The current population and harvest objectives are under objective. The most recent population estimate from July of 2024 resulted in a population estimate at half the lower objective. The harvest objective was last met in regulatory year 1998, and ANS has not been met since regulatory year 2000. Harvest objectives have not been met due to the population decline and conservative regulations that followed. Annually, Dillingham staff conduct fall composition surveys to assess population demographics. The intensive management objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows and 30 calves per 100 cows have variably been met over the years. Over the last decade, when the calf-to-cow ratio has been met, it's been bolstered by higher survival in East Mulchatna, except in the last 2 years where West Mulchatna has contributed higher calf survival to 5 months. The calf-to-cow objective of 30 calves per 100 cows has been achieved in the last 4 survey years, and no survey was conducted in 2021 due to inclement weather. In the last 2 years, both East and West Mulchatna achieved the calf-to-cow ratio. Current hunting regulations allow for an August 1st through March 31st season for residents and only, and a 2 caribou bag limit. Although the resident season has been closed by emergency order since 2021, currently there is no open season for non-residents regulation. Hunting opportunity gradually saw more conservative measures as the herd declined, and thus the non-resident season was closed and a fall-only hunt was, and the resident season was restricted to a fall-only hunt in 2021 or 2020 and has been closed since 2021. The Mulchatna caribou herd was thought to have been around 5,000 caribou in 1965, and the first aerial surveys were conducted in 1974 and estimated 14,000 caribou. The Mulchatna caribou herd peaked in 1996 and declined to roughly 12,000 animals in 2017. This high was unsustainable. From as early as 1992, the first population objective requested for 25,000 adults, and then the first intensive management population objective ranged from 100,000 to 150,000 caribou. The population objective was reevaluated and reduced in 2009 to the current level of 30,000 to 80,000. Just skip over this stuff and say that they've already seen it. Okay. The board has seen all of this in the prior proposal, so I'm going to just skip over the last 10 years of population data. It's currently at 14,846. If the board adopts Proposal 30, this would create a moratorium for Mulchatna caribou herd across units 9B, 17, and 19A, B, and E. This would make regulation across the range of the Mulchatna caribou herd in line with the current adoption of the 4-year moratorium in Unit 18. This moratorium across the range of Mulchatna would end in regulatory year 2028, which aligns with the next Central Southwest Board meeting. The effects of the proposal would continue the no open season, but is requested by the public. The current hunting regulations would remain in regulation, although the season would likely not open due to conservation concerns. The adoption of the proposal would make regulations across the entire range of the Mulchatna uniform. The department is neutral on this proposal. The department has the authority to keep hunts closed while the herd rebounds and plans to do so. The department supports consistency in regulation to keep regulatory complexity to a minimum. If adopted, the board will need to determine how a moratorium will impact reasonable opportunity for subsistence use of caribou.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe my question's for Natalie this time. So when, do we put moratoriums in our regulations, or do we use the word, the term closed season?
Through the chair to Member Brett, the last time the board adopted a quote-unquote moratorium, we listed in the codified regulations that it was closed until the date that it would open again. So I don't know, I don't recall what we've done in the past. I think, and maybe Christie remembers, but I believe the way we did it was just to close the season and then hope we remembered to put it back on the books. But usually those kinds of openings come with a discussion such as this and another proposal to do so. But most recently, they show closed until they're open again, and it does show that opening date in the regulations as well.
Thank you.
Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure the question should go to Natalie or the staff at the table, but does the department feel more comfortable having a emergency order closure versus a moratorium? You have more flexibility. You can react quicker to changes with an emergency order authority than you would with a moratorium. What are you guys more comfortable with in this situation?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we do like the EO authority. It gives us instant ability to close or open hunts or to adjust as necessary as conservation needs arise. As stated in the proposal, we don't plan on opening this hunt at any time in the near future. We've still got a lot of work to do. However, a 3 or 4 year moratorium would limit what we could potentially do if the herd does something very unique or responds very well in the next couple of years.
So I guess I'm hearing you're more comfortable with the emergency order authority that you have in place now and how this season's been closed for several years under that EO authority.
Yes, through the chair, and we have not had to, we don't EO the hunt every year anymore. The hunt's been closed, and so we would EO it if we were going to announce it. It's not currently in the handy dandy book as potentially available.
Thank you for that conversation. Appreciate it.
And just for the public, the board does have an agenda change request protocol that the public can bring forth an item like this in front of the board, and we can vote on it as well. Any other questions here or comments? James, what are you thinking?
So is 18 currently under a moratorium?
Yeah, 18 is. So this would kind of, would this encompass the total range of the Mulchatna herd and unify it with a no open season or a moratorium?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, so Unit 18 has the West Mulchatna, except for when they leave Unit 18 to calve. And then they have that purple segment, which is another 600 plus animals. And that's all under moratorium right now through 2028. This would put the yellow or orange portion, the East Mulchatna, under moratorium and make them in line. So right now, the west could technically cross into 17 and does, and then there's a potential for a hunt. There isn't one on the books right now, but then they would cross the boundary back into 18 and be under a moratorium. So it would just make it uniform across the entire range that you see on the screen.
I know you're not planning on opening up any hunts whatsoever, but this proposal either way will not have any effect on your research you have planned or your ongoing stuff.
No, sir.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what's the main difference between a moratorium and a closure? Is a moratorium meaning just the locals say we support it?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I believe it's a request from the public rather than the department coming down and saying it is closed. The public is identifying conservation concern and is requesting a closure.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so with that being said, it's already closed and the locals in this area didn't call for it. So I couldn't support this, but if the locals did, I would, because this is publicly driven request, basically.
Thanks for that, Chairman Hoffman. Member Brett.
Yeah, just to follow up on Member Hoffman's so there was only 2 ACs within the Mulchatna Caribou range that supported this. And there was 3 that were opposed to it that are within the range. And then Mat-Su Valley and Anchorage, who are, really popular with Anchorage and Mat-Su people when the hunt was going, they were opposed to having a moratorium on it.
Thanks for putting that on the record. Member Loring.
Thank you. Moratorium, I think, a moratorium really limits management decisions if they need to be made, over a year or 2 years or however long the moratorium is, where emergency order authority gives them that opportunity to react if something needs to be reacted to. There's obviously no doubt that they're going to keep the season closed through the current authority they have now. And, I think we can trust the department to make those hard decisions to keep it closed or open it up. But we need to give them that authority to be able to do that without putting it in a moratorium where they have no authority. So I feel more comfortable with the Yale authority they have now.
Thanks for that. We've had a good discussion about this. We got a lot of good stuff on the record. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to go with closing the season for our cycle, 3 years. I know the department's very tasked with projects going on and having to submit an emergency order every year. Just playing with them. No, but I think there's nothing really going to happen biologically within 3 years, and we do have procedural methods that if something does really improve, that we can offer some opportunity. We have tools in our toolbox to address that.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Just a quick, if moratorium goes in, how do we override that? Do we have to go through an ACR or are we stuck for the length of the moratorium? I mean, is it a permanent in-place thing? That's my only concern. If it's not, then I guess it doesn't really matter, but we can get some direction on that.
Natalie.
Through the chair, if the board adopts a moratorium here, which would look in regulation as a closure for a number of years, and something happens and you want to revisit that decision, you can do so through an agenda change request, absolutely.
Further discussion from board members?
And there's always 2 board members could call a meeting.
Yep. Further discussion from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
A question's been called.
Board has heard from no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 30. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batesville?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
And Mr. Loring.
No.
Proposal fails by a vote of 1 yea to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 31, close the resident caribou season, Units 9, Bravo, 17, and 19.
Second.
Department, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. Proposal 31 is a public proposal. The proponent of this proposal seeks to close the resident caribou season in Units 9B, 17, and 19. The department is neutral in this proposal. The board has seen and heard most of this, so I'll be succinct. There's a positive, customary, and traditional use finding. The current population objective is 30,000 to 80,000. The harvest objective is 2,400 to 8,000. Our current population estimate is half of the lower end of the population objective. We have met our calf-to-cow ratio in the last 2 years, and our most recent bull-to-cow objective falls below objective, but is in line with long-term averages. Current hunting regulations in regulation are August 1st through March 31st, hunt for residents only with a 2 caribou bag limit, and no non-resident hunting season is on the books. Hunting opportunity saw a gradual decline as the herd decreased in size. We've had annual survey attempts over the last decade, and we have increased confidence in our survey due to the high number of radio callers on the landscape. If the board adopts Proposal 31, this would close the resident caribou season in Units 9B, 17, and 19A, B, and E for the Mulchatna caribou herd. Since 2021, the department has closed the season due to conservation concerns. If this proposal is adopted, a subsequent proposal will need to be created to offer Mulchatna caribou hunting opportunity back in regulation. The effects of this proposal is the Mulchatna caribou herd would be closed in regulation, although the department has closed the season since regulatory year 2021. This would not allow the department to open a hunt, even if numbers warranted a small harvest in coming years. Proposal 31 is a public proposal seeking to close the resident caribou season in Units 9B, 17, and 19. The department is neutral on Proposal 31. If this proposal is adopted, a subsequent proposal will need to be created to offer Mulchatna caribou hunting opportunity. If adopted, the board will need to determine how a closure will impact a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses of caribou.
Thanks for that. Questions to the department? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just a question back to the department. Again, having the emergency order authority, it gives you a little bit more flexibility on what you can do and can't do if things change on the landscape, where if you have this closure, you'll kind of lose that flexibility and just have no say on opening it up at all until we get another proposal in front of us. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, that would be correct. There could be an ACR introduced that would introduce a proposal to put a new hunt on the books for residents in the future. That would be the action we would need to take if this proposal passed.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to take no action on Proposal 31 since this season's already closed in those 9B, 17, and 19.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chairman Hoffman, you want to explain what you meant by that?
It's already closed, so I threw it in there as I read it.
That's perfect. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Member Loring.
Thank you. It does. We just thoroughly discussed this on the prior proposal with the moratorium issue, and we kind of moved in that direction, so I support Member Hoffman's request.
Nice. So take no action on this. Is everybody unanimously consent? Oh, Member Brett. Yeah, sure. So we do have a motion on the table, so we're going to have to.
have to vote on this motion and then maybe perhaps revisit it. So we got a motion on the table to take no action. I was going to ask for unanimous consent, and then Member Brett objected, so we don't have unanimous consent, right? You do now. We do now. Okay, to take no action. So, all right, everybody's in agreement with that. All right, we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 32, allow the 3-year round take of brown bear in Unit 17.
Second.
Proposal 32 is a public proposal seeking to allow the year-round take of brown bears in Unit 17. The department supports Proposal 32. The current regulations for brown bears in Unit 17 include a 2-bear bag limit every regulatory year for both residents and non-residents, with an open season from August 20th through May 31st, and a subsistence registration permit for those residents who desire. Additionally, the sale of hides with claws attached is authorized if a permit is requested by the hunter at the time of sealing. Unit 17 also falls under the brown bear tag fee exemption. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding and an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence in Unit 17A and the Noyakuk and Tikchik Lakes in Western 17B of 5 brown bears. The remainder of 17B and all of 17C has an ANS of 10 to 15 brown bears. If Proposal 32 were adopted, both the resident and non-resident seasons would be liberalized from August 20th through May 31st to read no closed season. Brown bear harvest peaked in Unit 17 in regulatory year 2011 when the 2-bear bag limit was established. Harvest reached a low in regulatory year 2016 and has been increasing since. The department has a harvest guideline of 50 bears annually, which we have exceeded since at least regulatory year 2011, with a harvest comprised of no more than 50% female. Not shown is regulatory year 2024 because it is not completed. Fall harvest has successfully achieved our harvest guideline with a reported 55 brown bears sealed. Note, this is only depicting hunter harvest and does not include bears removed under Defense of Life and Property laws or predation control. The bulk of defense and life and properties have occurred in August and September when bears are experiencing hyperphagia and are in search of food. This also coincides with high human activity following the commercial fishing seasons in Bristol Bay. Many individuals are preparing fish and smokehouses are routinely attractants for bears. This increases the likelihood of human-wildlife conflicts leading to many DLPs. DLPs are primarily from residents. During the same time period, from regulatory years 2011 through 2023, roughly 75% of reported harvested bears are sealed by guided, non-resident hunters. If Proposal 32 were adopted, it is likely to see increased harvest of brown bears, primarily at subsistence fishing sites. It may increase reporting from the public due to reducing a potential perceived negative interaction. Brown bears remain a source of local conflict for residents while at remote camps. A handful of bears are killed through Defense of Life and Property during June and July when residents are typically out fishing or berry picking, but the brown bear season remains closed. Several individuals have expressed their frustration with having to salvage the hide and skull to then surrender it to the state. They would prefer to see a year-round resident season that would allow for legal harvest of bears during this time of increased subsistence activities. Currently, there is no conservation concern for brown bears in Unit 17, and cubs and females with cubs continue to be a protected portion of the population. This proposal was unanimously approved by both the Nushagak and Togiak ACs. Proposal 32 is a public proposal that seeks to lengthen the season to allow the year-round take of brown bears in Unit 17, and the department supports this proposal.
Thanks very much for that. Questions from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the staff, if we do have an increase in brown bear take, along fish camps and rivers and even by guides, are those going to be the same bears that will be on the calving grounds possibly? Do they have that kind of a movement where they, during the spring calving, are we going to save more caribou calves by, taking bears on the river system and in the fall by guides?
Through the chair, Member Loring, most fish camps are on the lower portion of the river, and both caribou calving grounds are roughly 100 miles from both of those areas.
one to the northeast and one to the northwest.
I know bears do move quite a bit, so we could possibly bump into some of those same bears up on the calving ground. So I think that any increase in take, we need to save as many caribou calves as possible. So any increase in take, whether they come from the river system or if they come from non-residents, if the guiding industry decides they want to utilize a little longer season, is going to definitely benefit the Mulchatna caribou herd.
I have a question for you. We were just talking about Unit 9 and like the 3 miles around communities that you can, take brown bear. I mean, we have the same system going on here?
Mr. Chair, no, we do not have the same near village permit. That doesn't exist in Dillingham. We do have a subsistence bear permit, but it's never utilized.
I have another question too. I remember last time we were talking about Unit 17, if my memory serves me correctly. Are there a few communities that really consume brown bear? Like maybe it's a question for subsistence. Like in this region, yes.
Mr. Chair, I had reached out to subsistence. I would happily let them speak to that if they want, but Togiak and Twin Hills consistently through the work subsistence division has done eat more, or the communities out of Unit 17, Togiak and Twin Hills, have historically eaten more brown bear.
Cool, thank you for that. Questions from board member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 64, which is your total brown bear tank for DLP for Unit 17 for a 12-year span. So that's the reported DLP take. So it's roughly 3 bears a year if you averaged all those numbers out. What do you think the unreported harvest is?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, it's certainly higher than that. It's, as one of the, I think the proponent of the proposal spoke on, it happens routinely, and members of the public have been upset that they go through all that work and then have to turn the hide and skull over after salvaging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Any more? Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just wanted to say I would support this proposal just based solely on the department's support on obviously numerous ACs and the local public testimony that we heard here.
Member Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas. You'll notice in our comments that we support year-round opportunity. Under federal subsistence regulations, the bear, it is a straight-up subsistence hunt. The bear needs to be consumed. So adopt this proposal. I'm uncertain if you'd see much more federal participation, federal subsistence participation in that hunt, as we have one standing. And if this is adopted, a proposal could be submitted to the Federal Subsistence Board here, I think in April, to match it, the new liberalization. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for that. I have a question for Captain Johnson. If a person defends their life or property is a bear, and he or she skins out the bear, surrenders the hide and the skull, can they harvest the meat and consume it themselves?
Honestly, Mr. Chair, I don't think that's something we've ever come across. I think off the top of my head, the answer would be no, because essentially same rules apply. So if you DLP a moose, you're not going to be able to keep the meat.
Thanks for that. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the whole animal belongs to the state if it's DLP'd, so they can't really possess any of it. But even if we end up, back to the staff, if we end up supporting this proposal and putting it in year-round, if we get any more additional reporting, that'd be good. The department have additional information. It'd be a lot better than just rolling the carcass in the river like they do now in some cases, because they don't want to go through the effort of having to turn everything in. So if we do have a bear killed at a fish camp or wherever, they can then keep the hide and skull or the meat or whatever they want to keep, and then hopefully we'll get that report on that, so then you'll have a better idea of the actual take that we're not getting at the moment. So I would support this proposal.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm in complete support of this. The department supports it. We heard a lot of public testimony during the meeting explaining why they support it, and all the ACs on record support it.
You know, on this proposal, I thought about it a bunch. I don't think, I know it's going to be burdensome on people to, whenever they kill a bear in defense of life or property, to, you know, to fulfill the harvest requirements. But I've always been a big proponent of every animal having some time where they can raise their young and be left alone. So because of that, I can't support this. Member Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, George, I didn't quite catch you. Did you say that if a grizzly bear is harvested on federal land, you have to consume it?
Under federal subsistence hunting for brown bear would be, you would have to consume it, so that it would be on federal public lands. If a federally subsistence user hunts under federal subsistence regulations, they do harvest a brown bear, it is for consumption.
Thank you. So, I mean, that's one thing. I like that. Goes what you do, and there's a lot of federal land out there. If we go to one bear every year, or a year-round harvest for bears, and federally qualified people are taking them on federal land, they would have to also salvage the meat on that. As far as Member Fletcher's, Chairman Fletcher's point, the same rules apply that you can't harvest sows with cubs. You could still only take legal bears. Would that be correct? Yeah.
I guess I was kind of referring to, you know, kick out cub its first year on its own, wandering around type thing.
Thank you.
Any more discussion from board members? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thanks for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 32. Mr. Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Batesville.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher.
No.
Proposal carries by a vote of 5 yeas to 1 nay.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 33, allow same-day airborne take of brown bear and wolves in Unit 7.
Second.
Proposal 33 is a public proposal. The proponent of this proposal seeks to allow same-day airborne take of brown bears and wolves in Unit 17. The department is neutral to same-day airborne take of brown bears, but it is opposed to the addition of wolves and recommends an amendment to remove wolves from Proposal 33. The addition of same-day airborne regulation for wolves is unlawful under 5 AAC 92.095, Section 8. I think that's how you say that. And thus is not recommended to proceed without an amendment to the current proposal. It is against the law or under another Alaska Administrative Code 92.085, Section 8, it is against the law to hunt or help someone take big game until 3 a.m. the following day a hunter has flown. There are some exceptions, including deer statewide and black bears in Unit 16. The current regulations for brown bears in Unit 17 include a 2-bear bag limit every regulatory year for both residents and non-residents, with an open season from August 20th through May 31st, and a subsistence registration permit for those residents who desire. Additionally, the sale of hides with claws attached is authorized if a permit is requested by the hunter at a time of sealing, and Unit 17 also falls under the brown bear tag fee exemption. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for 2 portions of Unit 17, 17A in Noakuk and Tikchik Lakes with 5 brown bears, and 17B remainder and 17C with 10 to 15 brown bears. Brown bear harvest peaked in Unit 17 in regulatory year 2011 when the 2-bear bag limit was established. Subsequently, the lowest harvest year during the last regulatory change for brown bears occurred in regulatory year 2016. The department harvest guideline of 50 bears annually has been exceeded since at least regulatory year 2011. The harvest comprised of no more than 50% females. Regulatory year 2024 is not completed yet, but we have harvested 55 bears thus far. This only depicts hunter harvests and not DLPs or predation control. During the same time period, from regulatory years 2011 through 23, roughly 75% of reported harvested bears are sealed by guided non-resident hunters. Most brown bear harvest occurs by guided non-resident hunters who access remote areas of Unit 17 by airplane. Other methods include, shown as 3%, include on foot, four-wheeler, or highway vehicle. Excuse me. The current wolf regulations across Unit 17 include a hunting season for both residents and non-residents from August 10th through June 30th. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding and no amount reasonably necessary for subsistence. An active intensive management program has been established for the Mulchatna caribou herd in 2012, which allows the same-day airborne take of wolves by permitted members of the public. In Alaska, it is unlawful to shoot and harvest wolves the same day hunter has been airborne. So it's differentiating hunting versus intensive management SDA practices. Wolf harvest has been variable over the years and primarily relies on adequate winter conditions for both hunters and trappers to access remote areas to harvest wolves. The winters of 2014 and 15 had poor travel conditions, making access for these remote areas difficult. These poor winters act as a seasonal refugia for the wolf population. Most harvest occurs in 17B and C, which is predominantly where the East Mulchatna resides, and it's also where most residents of Unit 17 reside. Wolf harvest chronology is heavily skewed towards February and March, when better winter travel conditions usually exist and the fur is prime. The days are longer and generally nicer and allow an increased effort from the public. If Proposal 33 is adopted, it will increase brown bear hunting opportunity for both residents and non-residents. It is most likely that increased harvest will occur by ski plane in the spring, but some incidental take may occur after being dropped off the same day they flew, or by float plane when water is accessible. Proposal 33 is a public proposal. The department is neutral on this proposal, but is opposed to the adoption of same-day airborne wolves within hunting regulation outside of an active intensive management program because it is against state statute 16.05.783. But brown bears do not fall under the same statute, and this regulation, if adopted with amendment, would be allowable under Alaska Administrative Code 92.085, Section 8, as an exception to the same-day airborne land and shoot as long as the hunter is 300 feet away from the aircraft.
Thanks for that. I guess we should start off, board members, by having a little discussion whether we're interested in amending this proposal or what kind of action we want to take on it. Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess if you want to take any action, you need to amend it out, so I'll offer an amendment. I move to adopt to remove the word wolves from this proposal.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
I think it was pretty clear. We have a statute that doesn't allow us to take action as long as wolves were included in this proposal.
That's pretty clear. Is that pretty clear to all the board members? I think so. Discussion or questions from the board? Do I have unanimous consent on that? All right, we have unanimous consent. All right, now we have a proposal on the table 33 that's amended to remove wolves from the language in this proposal. Any question or comments from board members? Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to the staff. Most of the bears are taken by non-residents according to your pie graph there, and they have to have guides, obviously, if they're taking brown bears. So do you see a large increase in non-resident guide activity, hunting bears, semi-airborne? I know they're pretty efficient at that. They have been in the past. I've seen that, and we've worked at in my prior job. You see a bigger increase that would make you uncomfortable with a higher harvest?
Through the chair, utilizing airplanes in the spring season to find dens and tracks and such is a pretty common method, and then the next day they'll utilize snow machine to go after that bear or bears in the vicinity of that area.
I guess my question is, do you see a large increase in the harvest if we do allow same-day airborne in the non-resident segment of the hunt.
Yeah, through the chair, Member Loring, the only place that we would have information to compare that to would be Unit 16, and I don't have those figures. We can get those numbers for the numbers that are taken by airplane.
Natalie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps it'll help with Member Loring's line of questioning to point out that the board currently doesn't have any regulations that allow same-day airborne take of brown bears unless it's associated with a bait site in some places. So we don't have that answer for you because that regulation doesn't exist.
Member Brett?
Yes, I have a question for our big game commercial services representative. So, you know, we got some regulatory stuff to work through yet, but a guided hunt, would the pilot have to be a registered guide to same-day airborne a client?
On a guided hunt, the guide has to be with the client. The pilot doesn't have to be a guide, he can be an employee. He doesn't have to have a Part 1, he doesn't have to have a commercial pilot's license, it's just Part 91. And so as long as there's, if it's just the pilot and the hunter, then that pilot has to be a guide because he has to accompany the hunter in the field. I'm not sure if that was your question, but.
Well, because we have transporters, and then we have, you know, pilots that are guides. So, can you hire can a guide hire a transporter and be in the plane and same day airborne, you know, land and shoot?
If it's illegal to land and shoot a bear, you might have to get some more information from Captain Johnson, but if it's illegal to land and shoot the same day airborne and take a bear, if the transporter is to fly that person in, drop them off, then leave, and that hunter then walk over the same day, an hour or two later, to kill that bear, I think that would be legal under as long as the same day airborne is allowed. If the transporter can't accompany the guide or help him in any way, I mean the hunter, because then he'd be guiding. So as long as he is in that realm of what he's allowed to do, then he wouldn't be causing any problems.
Captain Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can help clarify that. So the circumstance as described wouldn't be possible legally under the guide regulations because you would be blurring the lines between a transporter and a guide, and there's a very clear delineation. So if we're talking brown bear, a guided species, there's really no way for a transporter to be involved legally because in this instance, you're talking about a transporter that would be operating the airplane. Well, if they're observing a bear and taking the client to it, they've now directed that hunter toward an animal, which is a violation of what a transporter can and cannot do. Transporter can take you out to a location, drop you off, that's it. They can't direct you in any way, shape, or form. So if a transporter was operating an aircraft and landed on a specific animal for a client, they're going to be getting in trouble with Big Game Commercial Services with their transporter license.
Thanks for that. Vice Chair Hoffman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Given all the complexities for this proposal, and that we have an ongoing state predator control program going on, we're getting a lot of heat for the one we already have, and I don't see the gain benefit here if we add this, and I don't think we're going to be taking very many, so I wouldn't support this.
Member Loring?
Thank you. Just real quick, the only exception would be a secondary degree of kindred situation, but following Member Hoffman's, I agree with 100% with that. And we already have a really liberal bag limits on brown bears. We have, under the hunting rules, we have tag fee exemptions. We have a year-round seasons. We're already hammering the bears pretty hard as it is, and I think the public perception of going to same-day airborne under the hunting regulations, I think wouldn't be a really good perception for them to see that. I completely agree with it for IM, active predator control, but under the hunting regulations, I would be opposed to it.
I agree with Member Loring's comments completely. Any further comments here on this proposal? If not, I think we might be ready for the question on Proposal 33.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Could you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 33 as amended. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Bakechel?
No.
And Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Proposal fails, 0-6.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 34 due to the action taken on 33.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are we correct with that, Department? Are there any difference between these two proposals?
Mr. Chairman, no, other than the previous one had wolves, and this one specifies residents only, otherwise they're the same.
Great. Are we wanting to take this up because it specifies residents only? Are we willing to, do you want to take that up because of that? All right, then not, we're going to take unanimous consent to take no action. All right, we have unanimous consent.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 35, shorten the trapping seasons for Wolverine in Units 9 and 17 to the last day of February.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Proposal 35 is a public proposal. The proponent of this proposal seeks to shorten the Wolverine trapping season to end the last day of February in Units 9 and 17. The department is opposed to this proposal. The current trapping regulations for Units 9B and 17 for both residents and non-residents opens November 10th and closes March 31st. There is currently no bag limit to the number of wolverines taken under a trapping license. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding and amount necessary, reasonably necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable surplus. If Proposal 35 were adopted, the trapping season for wolverines in Units 9B and Unit 17 would open November 10th and close the last day in February. The bag limit would remain unchanged. Most wolverine harvest occurs through trapping regulation during January, February, and March, when remote areas are accessible via snow machine. Most wolverine harvest occurs through trapping. If Proposal 35 were to be adopted, it would reduce wolverine harvest by about 30%. The bulk of all harvest occurs in February, including females. Males have larger home range sizes and thus comprise more of the take. March harvest comprises 36% female for the monthly harvest, which represents 30% of the total female harvest. Currently, the bulk of wolverine harvest is comprised of males, which makes up a little over 60% of the harvest. The number of wolverines harvested generally follows effort. If there's low effort, then low numbers of wolverines are harvested. Trapper effort has averaged 16 trappers sealing wolverines with a low of 8 and a high of 26, starting in regulatory year 2013. The average number of wolverines sealed per trapper has increased in recent years. The 10-year average of wolverines sealed per trapper is 2.5, with a low of 1.3 and a high of 4.4. Additionally, in the last few years, 2 to 3 trappers may comprise up to greater than 40% of the annual harvest. Harvest is, again, driven by trapper effort, and this will likely decrease harvest by 30%. The long-term average harvest 65 annually, with a range of 36 to 95, and a 10-year trapper average of 28 in 9 with a range of, that's wrong. My apologies. Harvest is largely driven by winter conditions, and poor winters act as a refugia due to lack of access. March is a denning period, but low numbers of nursing females have been reported in the harvest, single digits across the last 10 years. Again, much of this land is protected under National Refuge and Wood-Tick-Chick State Park and acts as areas of refugia. If Proposal 35 is adopted, the reduction of the season will result in reduced opportunity for trappers. Those who trap lynx would be at risk for incidental wolverine harvest. Currently, the seasons are congruent and trappers do not have to worry about out-of-season take. Wolverine can provide substantial increases to fur harvesters' incomes. Males have larger home range sizes and thus are more susceptible to encountering a trap, while denning females have smaller home range sizes and are at reduced risk of being trapped. This is likely why we see higher percentage of males in the harvest. Only one reported harvest of a denning female, potentially denning female, has occurred in Unit 17 in recent history. Proposal 35 is a public proposal to shorten the wolverine trapping season in Units 9B and 17 to end the last day of February. The department is proposed to Proposal 35.
Thanks for that. And then just a point of clarification, when I'm looking at the proposal book, I know it mentions 18. Is it, am I getting that wrong? No. Oh, Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion. I move to adopt removing in the proposal Unit 18. It
Second.
talks about it in the proposal.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Discussion on that amendment. Member Brett?
Yeah, it's not within our call, so we need to amend it out.
Makes sense to me. Any other conversation about the amendment? If not, I think we're ready for the question on the amendment to remove 18 from the proposal.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Mr. Chairman, on the motion on the amendment to remove Unit 18, Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Batchel,
Yes.
Mr. Garner,
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Mr. Brett.
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
Thanks. We have an amended proposal in front of us. Any questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. I might have missed it. What is the wolverine season for 18 and what's on the other side of that? The unit? Hold on. Do we know the seasons for Unit 18 for wolverine?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, I'm looking for it right now, but I believe it's in line with Unit 17's current regulations that ends March 31st.
And Unit 19?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, Unit 19 in the current trapping regulations opens November 1st and closes March 31st.
Any further questions from board members on this one? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pretty consistent on this Wolverine issue of going past the end of February. I made some references in the last proposal, but again, I think out of respect for the animal that we shorten that season, even though it's not a biological concern. It's still important to protect them females while they're nursing their pups in their den and not having the effect of maybe being trapped and lose them.
Thanks for that. George Pappas.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, new information. We have an error in our comments. Our comments say if this proposal is adopted, it'd be equal to the federal subsistence program's dates, because right now our date ends in February 28th. It's not the last day of February, it says February 28th. So just in case, I just want to point that out, that we are in error by possibly a day every 4 years. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Any other discussion here, guys? How about intent on this?
I intend to support it.
What do the local ACs say about this? Does somebody know that?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, yeah, we have Bethel AC, Fairbanks, New Shigak, Togiak opposing it, and Central Bering Sea supporting it.
Thanks for that. If no other discussion here, we might be ready. Oh, Dr. Wida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note, I didn't catch whether Mr. Landseidel put on the record that if the proposal is adopted, the board may wish to consider whether or not regulations continue to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses as well if it's shortened.
Thank you for that. Member Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would oppose the proposal and keep the dates in line with Wolverine take throughout the state.
Thanks. Any further discussion here? Member Brett.
Yes, if this proposal would be adopted, it would still provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence.
Thank you for that. Any other discussion here? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 35 as amended. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended by a vote of 4 yeas to 2 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 36, shorten the hunting season for Wolverine in Unit 17.
Second.
Proposal 36 is a public.
It's been moved and seconded.
Sorry.
Department, go ahead.
Jumped the gun. Proposal 36 is a public proposal that seeks to reduce the Wolverine hunting season in Unit 17. The department is opposed to Proposal 36. The current Wolverine hunting season in regulation in Unit 17 are as follows. September 1st through March 31st for both residents and non-residents with a bag limit of 1 Wolverine. There is a positive C&T finding with an amount necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable surplus. The proposed change would change both the resident and non-resident Wolverine hunting seasons to end the last day of February. The bag limit would remain unchanged. Wolverine harvest under a hunting license makes up less than 1% of the harvest over the last decade. A total of 9 Wolverines have been harvested under hunting regulations across the last 10 years in Unit 17. Of the 9 total Wolverines harvested under hunting regulations, most harvest occurs during the spring when access to remote areas is achievable by snow machine. The rest of the harvest has occurred by non-resident hunters incidentally in the fall during moose hunts in September and/or brown bear hunts in October. If Proposal 36 were adopted, it would result in reduced harvest opportunity while minimally reducing actual harvest. It may reduce the take of denning females, although most Wolverine harvest is through the trapping regulations, and thus is unlikely to have an impact on the greater population when Wolverine harvest under hunting license makes up less than 1%. Proposal 36 is a public proposal seeking to shorten the Wolverine hunting season in Unit 17. This is a public proposal, and the department is opposed to this proposal.
Thanks for that, Department. My thoughts on this are, the take is very minimal, but however, I don't know how much sense it makes if we just shorten the trapping season, not to shorten the hunting season along with it. I don't know any other board members' thoughts on that, but that's my 2 cents. Member Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question to the staff. So my understanding is that almost all of the hunting opportunity is incidental to something else, whether they're out there hunting moose or bear or whatever, and very little targeted Wolverine hunting. Is that correct?
Through the chair, under a hunting license, there still are people who go out via snow machine and target and track Wolverines. It's just that the current trapping regulations have now allowed the take of ground shooting Wolverines via snow machine. And so most people, and then there's no bag limit versus the hunting regulations have a bag limit of 1. And so most people just get the trapping license and harvest Wolverines through that method.
Okay, and earlier Natalie gave us a number of non-resident trapping licenses issued, and they're pretty skinny, but do you find that there are, I'm not sure if your data, your reporting can break this out, but how many non-resident hunters take Wolverine under a hunting license? Do you have any idea what that might be?
Through the chair, we do have that data. Let me just look real quick. It's not broken down by hunting, it's broken down by trapping, so I don't have those 9.
Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it helps aid in the conversation, when non-residents target wolverines under hunting regulations, they do have to purchase a non-resident locking tag. And on average, it looks like we sell about 130 of those a year. I don't know where they're hunting. I don't know what they're doing. All of our harvest is captured in the harvest, but that's a statewide number. And that does not mean that they killed one also.
Yep, might be wishful thinking. Any board members? Any more discussion on this? Oh, yeah, Member Loring.
Yeah, just one more follow-up on that. So what I'm getting at is the non-residents are pretty much, if they do get a non-resident locking tag, they're probably hunting with a guide for maybe brown bear or something else, or up in the high country where the wolverines are at. And they're not really in the denning area in February. So they probably wouldn't be having any effect on, or very little effect on, pregnant females that are in the den, trying to nurture kits or whatever they call baby wolverines. That sound reasonable?
Through the chair, yeah, the number, I just know this in the last few years I've been in the position that there's been a handful of non-residents who have used a moose and/or black bear locking tag to seal wolverine that they incidentally took after they flew to a lake and were intending to moose hunt.
Any further discussion from board members? No more discussion? Oh, yeah. Member Brett.
Yeah, so I'm not real familiar with the brown bears and when they come out of the dens in Unit 17. When did people typically start hunting brown bears in Unit 17?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, the earliest most guides start operating is very late March, and so there has been some commercial use of providing a combination, if you will, hunt for very, very early spring brown bear hunting and wolverine fur bear hunting trips, if you will. But again, that was those were all under a trapping license, not through a hunting license.
So, Mr. Chairman, with that information, it seems like it's even more limited because there aren't really a lot of non-residents, participating because it's just slightly early for, pursuing brown bears. And I don't think there would be any effect on that opportunity there. And so I'm again supporting this to match up at least with the trapping season to keep things consistent.
Thanks. Any further discussion from board members? If not, we're ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Will you pull the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 36. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
No.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Proposal fails by a vote of 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 38, lengthen the permit dates to access Walrus Island State Game Sanctuary for hunting. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 37, remove the 2-day bag limit for beaver when taken by firearm and allow the use of firearm from October 10 through May 31st in Unit 17.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department?
Proposal 37 is seeking to remove the bag limit of 2 per day by firearm and allow the use of firearm to take beaver from October 10th through May 31st in Unit 17. This is a public proposal, a department proposal. The current trapping regulations for beaver in Unit 17 begins October 10th through May 31st for both residents and non-residents, with no limit. But during an overlapping time period from April 15th through May 31st, the bag limit is 2 per day. This regulation is unenforceable due to the overlap in dates, but the differing bag limits. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding and an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 90% of the harvestable surplus. This proposal seeks to remove the April 15th through May 31st portion and keep beaver trapping season dates and bag limits aligned to reduce public and department confusion and allow Alaska Wildlife Troopers enforcement of the regulation. Dillingham has historically been well known for its beaver trapping, and the community still holds Beaver Roundup, a community gathering in March of every year. The decline in total numbers of beavers trapped is more likely due to reduced effort, represented by the decline in trapper numbers state and nationwide, but also due to the market for fur being low, gas prices high, and travel conditions variable. Only a single-digit number of beavers are reportedly harvested by firearm upon sealing. Adoption of this proposal may increase beaver harvest, but is unlikely to have detrimental effect on the larger population, while increasing opportunity for both trapping for fur and those who trap or harvest beavers in the fall for their meat. If Proposal 37 were to pass, it would allow increased opportunity for those wishing to harvest beavers with a firearm and reduce confusion amongst trappers, the department, and wildlife troopers. Proposal 37 is seeking to remove the bag limit of 2 per day and allow the use of firearm to take beaver from October 10th through May 31st in Unit 17. This is a department proposal, and the department supports this proposal. The current bag limit by firearm is unnecessarily restrictive and conflicts with current statewide regulation that allows the use of firearms for all trapping seasons and bag limits.
Thank you for that. Questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This seems like a pretty straightforward proposal. There's no conservation concern. It's a sustainable deal, and I'm going to support it.
Any more comments from board members? Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It's just a clarification here, getting things so, on the right track. Member Loring.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Barrett's comments, and I'll be supporting it also.
Any further questions here, comments from board members? If not,
Call the question, Mr.
hearing none, the question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you for that. Christie, will you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 37. Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman? Yes. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 38, lengthen the permit dates to access Walrus Island Game State Sanctuary for hunting.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department? Somebody
Mr.
calling
Chairman,
in?
we do have Mr. DeBoer online. He is the manager for the Walrus Island State Game Refuge or Sanctuary, and he'll be presenting remotely.
Great, thank you.
Hi, yes, for the record, my name is Adam DeBoer, and I'm the Lands and Refuges Manager for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Copy of my presentation can be found in RC4, tab 4.4, and I'm going to share my screen now. I'm unable to share my screen. I think it might have to be enabled by the meeting coordinator.
We're working on that. Be just a moment.
Sure.
Adam, can you try again, please?
Yep, that looks like that will work. Does that look good?
Yes, give me just 1 second to move it over so it's shared with everyone.
Okay.
Okay, you're good, Adam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the board chair and members for the opportunity to present on Proposal 38. This proposal request to amend the access dates for a limited subsistence walrus hunt on Round Island within the Walrus Island State Game Sanctuary. Current hunt dates are September 10th through October 20th. The proposal requests to change the start date to September 5th with an end date through October 20th. This is a change of Regulation 5 AAC 9266 Part 4, which allows the department to issue access permits on a case-by-case basis for this hunt. This is a public proposal from the Chiastic Walrus Commission, and the department supports this proposal. Some background. Walrus Island State Game Sanctuary was established by the Alaska Legislature in 1960. It's a series of 7 islands in northern Bristol Bay. It was established because at the time, Round Island in particular was known as the last remaining terrestrial haulout for Pacific walruses in all of North America. All others having been abandoned due to excessive harassment and unlawful hunting activities. And some background on Pacific walruses. The animals that come down to Bristol Bay every summer are almost exclusively all males, while the females and calves will remain on pack ice as that retreats northward. The department manages a program on Round Island. We have for several decades. We currently staff the island with 2 technicians from about early May to mid-August. Their primary responsibilities are monitoring enforcement of the access restrictions to Round Island. Requires a permit for anybody to enter within 3 miles of Round Island for any reason. They also perform wildlife monitoring activities of Pacific walruses, Steller sea lions, and seabirds. And they operate a public visitor program for wildlife viewing purposes. So just a brief history of walrus hunting on Round Island. So before establishment of the sanctuary, Walrus Island, known as Chiastic and Yupik, or a place to go in a kayak, is a traditional walrus hunting destination for thousands of years. Is actually designated a National Historic Landmark for this reason. When the sanctuary was established in 1960, it essentially precluded access to Round Island for walrus hunting for qualified Alaska Native hunters. So for about 30 years, there was no lawful hunting on Round Island until in the early 90s, the Togiak Tribal Council worked with the department and petitioned the board to regain access to Round Island for a limited subsistence hunt. In 1995, a cooperative agreement was established between the newly formed Chiastic Walrus Commission, departments, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Eskimo Walrus Commission to work out conditions of a limited hunt on the island. Then 1995, the board adopts a proposal to allow hunting on the island from October 1st to 31st with a 10 walrus quota. Shortly thereafter, there was a proposed amendment by the Walrus Commission to change the dates to September 20th to October 20th and change the quota to 20 walruses struck, which includes animals struck and lost. In 2003, the board adopts another proposal to again change the dates starting September 10th to run through October 20th. In 2009, at the cooperative party level, it was discussed to change the dates to September 1st to October 10th. At that level, the cooperators decided not to pursue that with the board. And then our current proposal submitted in 2024 to change the start date to September 5th or October 20th. Just a little bit of data about some of our activities on Round Island. So we do daily monitoring of the walrus haul out beaches. This figure is for just the beaches on the east side of the island, where we had good data going back into the 80s. So the bars are peak counts for that season, with that dash line being the average, which goes back to 1998. Just showing that numbers of walruses on using the island have fluctuated significantly over the years, with a general decline in use, certainly from the highs that were recorded in the 80s and 90s. So we also do some limited remote camera monitoring of haul-out beaches when our staff are not on the island. So from the time they leave, approximately mid-August, throughout the whole winter, actually, until the spring, we can get an idea of when walruses are leaving the island and when they show back up in the spring. So this figure here is just from August 15th to October 31st, which spans and extends beyond the hunting season. This data is for 2015 to 2022. So for an 8-year average, we typically see numbers of walruses drop off pretty steeply after the first week of September. Just a brief note on our public visitor program. Public visitation has fluctuated wildly over the years that we've been operating this program, largely due to availability of transportation. It's just a very remote area for people to get to. But we have seen an uptick in recent years, some renewed interest and some additional transporters being available. So as I mentioned previously, 1995, the formation of the Chiastic Walrus Commission and the establishment of a cooperative agreement was put in place between the parties. And that cooperative agreement was worked on between all those parties to provide some way to allow for this traditional hunt while also maintaining the primary purpose, statutory purpose of the sanctuary, which is to prevent disturbances to the walruses and to allow the continued use of the sanctuary as a terrestrial haul for walruses. So there are conditions in that cooperative agreement, and it lays out roles and responsibilities of all the parties. Currently, per that agreement, there are 9 participating communities in Bristol Bay, and there are 20 walruses allocated by the Chiastic Walrus Commission. The designation of captain is for qualifications reviewed by the Chiastic Walrus Commission. So they have to have experience with walrus hunting. There's no open water hunting allowed for this agreement to minimize the potential for struck and lost walruses. And the permit does have a stipulation stating that only beaches that contain 500 or fewer walruses are allowed to be targeted. And that is meant to limit the potential for a large disturbance event, which causes stampedes and potentially can injure or kill multiple walruses beyond the quota. And all the parties meet biannually to evaluate the hunt and consider modifications to that agreement. Just some history of that subsistence hunting. So in the 30 years since this has been ongoing, since 1995, a total of 95 walruses have been reported harvested from Round Island. You can see that participation and harvest success rate has dropped off pretty significantly since the 90s and early 2000s. We did have harvest of 2 animals this year, which was the first since 2016. And this figure is just the frequency of dates that harvest occurs, for the date on the bottom there. You see the peak harvest is occurring right around October 1st, and since the inception of the program. And then if you can see those gray bars on the bottom, that's just showing the different dates that the hunt has occurred over time as it's shifted from October 1st to 31st, the September 20th to October 20th, and on to what it currently is September 10th to October 20th. So the effect of the proposal, has the effect of providing additional opportunity for participating communities and potentially generate more interest in what is, this traditional hunt. There is a chance that I could just increase the total number of walruses harvested out of the population, but considering in 30 years only 95 have been harvested, the effect on the population would be negligible. From the sanctuary management perspective, there is a potential, moving the dates earlier, that we would see more walruses on the island during the hunt dates. And with more walruses on the island, there is more potential for disturbance, stampede, or complete abandonment of that haul out. We can mitigate this as we work with our partners in the Chiastic Walrus Commission and Fish and Wildlife Service to review every year's hunt, further cooperative agreement, and provide mitigating stipulations to the hunt permits. So again, this is a proposal to change the hunt dates to 5 days earlier, September 5th through October 20th, submitted by the Chiastic Walrus Commission and is supported by the department.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. Do we have any questions from board members? Member Brett.
Yeah, thank you. So my question is we received an RC 30 from the Walrus Commission asking for an amendment to 1 October. I noticed in your presentation that you said offering earlier opportunity could impact some disturbance events. Would the 1st of September, the 1st of September fall into that category, or are we on good ground if we amended it?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, it's hard to say for certain. This is some data that we have about, walrus haul-out attendance, during that period. And, this is an average, 8-year average, and we do see that first week of September, higher numbers of walruses on the island. I think a 5-day change, it probably wouldn't, the impact might be negligible. But at some point, we do get into the higher likelihood of, large, thousands of numbers of walruses on the island. And that could be problematic. It's, the initial agreement was kind of set to, minimize that potential for that. I will say too that the cooperative agreement, does have measures in place to monitor this, and we can work with partners on, annually reviewing and working through any potential impacts. If the board does adopt this proposal or an amended proposal, the current cooperative agreement would have to be amended. I will note that, this amended, potential amended date, wasn't reviewed by all the cooperative parties of the cooperative agreement, meaning Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it shows that there's going to be more walrus earlier, but there's already a rule in place that prohibits them from shooting or harvesting walrus with beaches that have over 500. Is that correct?
Vice Chair Hoffman, yes, that is correct. That is part of the cooperative agreement and is a permit stipulation. And so, any part of any date change in subsequent, annual meetings as we meet with hunt captains as well would probably be reiterating those points and making sure everyone is aware of all permit stipulations.
I have a question for you. When are the vast majority of those camping permits, the multi-day camping permits, given out?
Yes, through the chair. As far as residency of people, or
I guess the time frame, if you have a time frame on that.
Oh, timeframe, sure. So it's, we only issue camping permits when the island is staffed, and that's typically mid-May through mid-August. Most people are camping, I would say, in mid-June to mid-July.
Thank you. Other questions from board members? Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it was great. We got some great testimony on this proposal, and just super interesting stuff. I think the big thing, and I talked to Adam about this a little bit, you know, the extra 5 days is not, for us, it's certainly not an issue. I think it might be, and this, for you to consider, it's just the communication to that cooperative group. And I'm not sure, you know, and perhaps Adam can answer this, you know, if that carries the weight to be able to, if the cooperators don't agree, can they hold them to September 5th? You know, it's just that missing chunk of communication. For the department, you know, we're in pretty good shape with the extra 5 days. It's just that cooperative group that actually administers this.
Member Brett.
Yeah, Adam, so what's your thoughts on that? You know, we had one of the members of the Whaling Commission at the meeting here and, you know, represented them and was actually the one that submitted the RC to potentially amend this to the 1st of September. Would that really throw some sort of discontent with the Whaling Commission and the Board of Game, or the Walrus Commission and the Board of Game?
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, I guess if I understand the question, would denying the amendment cause strife? Is that the question?
Starting, if we would amend it to start on the 1st of September instead of the 5th of September as proposed.
Right. It's a good question. I think it would have been ideal to kind of have it presented or discussed with all cooperative parties beforehand. You know, 5 days, as Director Scott said, you know, isn't, I don't think, a huge biological significance. But to the point that about the cooperative agreement, and my understanding is that, you know, this board, this regulation, if it allows, you know, starting September 1st, I think there still is the ability of the cooperative parties to, even on an annual basis, adjust the dates within that timeframe. If there was some indication that September 1st, after a year or two of trying this, was too early, the parties, and we work very closely with the Kayak Walrus Commission on reviewing this. We all have the same goal of, you know, maintaining the sustainability of walruses using that haul out. If there was some indication that it was getting a little bit too early, and when there were more walruses there, the group as a whole would, I think, come together to adjust, you know, internally when we issue our permits. You know, for the regulation, it says permits are issued on a case-by-case basis. So I think that does give the department and the other cooperative parties the ability to fine-tune those things.
Other questions from board members? Member Barrett.
Could the director explain? I can't hardly hear with that tone of voice what was actually being said.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, damn son, we got the same problem. Yeah, I was having a hard time. I believe, and Adam, please correct me, I think what I heard was the cooperative agreement provides the authority for the other groups to hold it to specific dates. So if it was amended to September 1st, but they couldn't come to agreement on that, potentially they would hold them to September 5th. Adam, did I get that right?
Yes, Director Scott, that's correct, and I apologize for my audio quality.
Any other questions from board members? Member Barrett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll take a stab at this, and hopefully I don't step on anybody's toes. I move to amend Proposal 38 to have the start date 1 September, and then it would end October 20th.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Board members, we have a RC 30 in front of us. And we're discussing the amendment to change the start date. We're basically adding another 5 days earlier. We're going to be starting September 1st. Yep. So any discussion on this amendment? My thoughts are, we had a few folks here that were experts. I mean, it was greatly appreciated to get all that knowledge laid on me. It's pretty humbling, everybody traveling this far to share that with me. And, I plan on supporting this amendment, for that fact. Any further, Member Loring.
Thank you. I'll be supporting the amendment also, and the department's okay with the dates, and sounds like there's safeguards in place. If it's not okay on the other side, they can adjust the season accordingly to make it fit their needs, so I'll be supporting it.
Any further questions on the amendment? If not, I think we're ready for the question on the amendment.
Call the question for the amendment.
The question's been called on the amendment.
Oh, sorry about that. On the amendment, changing the start date to September 1, but that season would be, September 1 through October 20th. Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner? Yes. Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Mr. Lauren?
Yes.
Amendment carries 6-0.
All right, we have the amended proposal in front of us. We've had a pretty good discussion about this, but definitely want to flesh it out if anybody else has any more questions. Any more questions from board members about this, or any comments? Intent? Member Barrett?
Yes, I intend to support this. I don't think there's a conservation concern. They have a quota system in place with 20. They've never met that, even come close to meeting that. Harvested 95 walruses in a long period of time. So I think having this little more opportunity, we'll be able to fluctuate with potentially, weather changes that occur out there.
Anybody else? Member Loring?
And I'll be supporting this proposal also as amended. And just echo what Mr. Barrett said about that. We haven't had a harvest for several years until this past year, and it was very small. And I suspect that with a little more opportunity to watch weather and maybe participate in getting out there, there might be a little bit higher harvest, but we still got the quota to cover it. So I have no problem supporting the amended proposal.
Any more discussion on the proposal? If not, I think we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The question's been called.
Board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, will you pull the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 38 as amended. Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Batchel?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Chairman Fletcher?
Yes.
Proposal 38 as amended carries 6-0.
Thanks for that. I think at this point, we're going to break till 8:30 tomorrow morning, where we'll take up, was it Unit 13 coming up?
Glen Ellen.
Yeah, Glen Allen area units. Thanks a whole bunch. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning.
Mr. Chairman, real quick before we go, since we're going to be starting on the Glen Ellen area proposals tomorrow, I just wanted to point out an error we realized on our matrix that's in RC7 for Proposal 35, which dealt with the trapping season for wolverine. We accidentally included Central Bering Sea AC as a support for that AC, for that proposal, and I just want the board to know that they did not act on that proposal. That is out of their, well, I don't know why, but I know that they're not in units 9 and 17, but just want to bring that to your attention.
Thanks for that clarification, and we'll see everybody at 8:30 tomorrow morning.